Boy, I'm coming in hot, guys. Holy heck, I'm out of it today. So everything fell apart. Let's see here. I don't even know if this mic's working yet. Everything fell apart. Ha! It's nothing like turning on your internet and it says no connection, and you have to stop and go through everything. Hey, Cool Frog, Texas Jen, Rabbit, how are you? Let's see here. Where did this go here? All right, cool. Miami Spice, Murph's Turf, Talking Trash and Truth. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much for being here. Um, and I'm going to try to get through it to everybody. I promise you I am. Fallstorm, how are you doing? Chris Mullen, what's up? Iris, how are you? I think that's the last one over here. So guys, yeah, I've got to go find my stuff again. Isn't that fun? So, yeah, that's what we're doing right now. You guys watch this sausage get made. But you know, that's kind of typical. That's kind of typical. Let's see here. Where did? That's not it. So let's go up here. Let's go. What's the name? So what's great about today is I had all this stuff done. If you are a member and you are in Discord, if you go, there's a Taylor Schabusiness area in Discord, and um, hang on a second here. I can't see my thing. I've got my. Where's this stupid thing at? Oh, filters are over here. Sorry, messing everything up. Oh, good. I'm the only one that's live. Well, that's not what I was looking for. So, what's the? We'll figure it out as it goes along. You guys will find. Hey, talking trash. Thank you so much. So anyway, guys, been busy trying to get this. Hey, Clumsy, how you doing? Um, Big trial, right? Doing all the trying to catch up on everything. I know everybody on the tubes is covering it. I don't care because they're not fun. They're not gonna have a good time like we are over here. Jacob, what's happening, brother? So what we're gonna do is we're gonna stream it, and then we are going to. I'm gonna add a layout too. Can I do this right here? Ooh, yes, I can. Aha! Look at that. I think that works. And then we're gonna do another one. Um, oh, cool. I'm messing everything up real quick. When you don't you know I'd be messing it up. I'm trying to make these bigger here. All right, that's cool. Wait. That's not how you get to the center of Tootsie Roll Pop. The world may never know because people like me. All right, there we go. Let's try that. That might be too big. Who cares? Yeah. We'll do that. And awesome. All right, so guys, a lot of stuff. I need to pull this up. So I had a plan. You know, I was going to go in here. I was going to go over what we're covering today. You know what? I don't even have all my. I don't have invites sent out yet. So guys, there are uh, links coming, getting ready to go flying out. So I talked to Yaya last night for like an hour plus. She is going to be here, very excited. Holy cow, did she ever tell me stuff that's happening in Green Bay with this case? If I have it right, the rumor is, do you remember the lawyer that Taylor Schabusiness had that she attacked? Well, that person, um, it was a public defender, and rumor is that he may have been the one that defended her father. Her father is kind of a monster. So what we're going to be looking at today is a defense that will be. I had my defense set up too. Everything had to be shut down and started over, and I had already done this, so it was all ready to go today. But anyway, I don't know what happened overnight. This is what happens when you're part of the beta program. That's what I ought to be. Is beta. I'm so beta. So yeah, it's like, oh hey, you know what? I want to have the little buttons I can push before everybody else can. Do you know what that's called when you sign up for that program? Uh,
Beta.
Yeah, yeah, that's me right now. So, wait, do we see him? Is he here? I've got to send it because I didn't send him a link like I've been telling you I was. So I'm going to send out links. What I'm going to do is I know people are busy today. Okay. And if they have time off, they're doing stuff, they're going from one stream to another, they can come by, give us a perspective. It's gonna be awesome. Okay. So we're that party you had, when you were like, man, who are these people here? How did these people show up? Or like you don't feel good, you go, you're kind of like in the dumps and you go over. Anyway, that you go over to your friend's house because your friend always has a good time happening. That is this. We are having a good time. And they say 24 minutes left. Is that right? Well, we're not paying to watch it. That's for sure. No. Oh, no way. They want $2. Ah. Well, yeah, I'll pay it. But how do I sign up? How do I become a member? Well, that's not what I wanted. First 7 days, $2 a month. Okay. Well, I don't know my security code. Oh, no way. Ah, guys, I shouldn't have to do this. I shouldn't have to do this at all. All right, hang on a second here, okay? Hang on, and I'll be right back. All right, I gotta find my stupid. I don't know where the security info is. Where's the wallet on the MacBook? I don't ever buy stuff through. I buy stuff through my phone. Mm. I mean, I just came from Chick-fil-A. Where's? Oh, there it is. This is the worst 5 minutes. I mean, this underscores me for holy cow. Jim No Filter, how you doing? Clumsy. Thank you, Clumsy. No, it's not PayPal, Chris Mullen. It is where's the stupid thing at now? Nope. No. Ah. Update expiration date. Um I see that works. Yay, I'm all set. Law and crime. No, I don't want to explore it. This program starts at 9 a.m. Okay. Yeah, well, can I go to it now? You guys not let me pull that up? Of course not. Of course not. I'm so mad. Golly bless, I'm so mad about that. Oh my gosh. All right, sorry about that. Anyway, there's got to be, they're not the only ones doing this. Um, Thank you, Chris Mullen, for the trial fund. I appreciate you so much. Because, oh, hey, here we go. Yeah, that'd be so much better for the trial, wouldn't it? we may have to see if any of the Valhalla bail fund is. Oh, I have a new Valhalla picture. He's got a new truck, but I don't have it up yet. You guys got to remind me of that. Anyway, guys, so here's what I want to do. So we know what's happening here with the case, with the. I have a hard time because I don't like being serious. Okay, but we're going to be serious here for a second. All right, and get past the hardship things. This is the um, criminal complaint against her. First degree intentional homicide, a repeater. So what a repeater is that she had a MLS Law. How you doing, man? Dude, you know what? That's awesome. So, dude, I'm gonna send you a link. I don't expect you to come on right now. I know you got a lot of stuff going on. Yeah. Hey, what's up? Yeah. You have a link already. Um, I took care. That's the one I took care of. Where's my thing at? Wait, how did I do this? I was like, yeah, it's on StreamYards. Man, I'm so dumb. All right, there, and then go. I do the Twitter thing. Is Twitter not going to be called X? Have you guys heard about that? It's X. They're trying a new deal. I don't know. It's weird. Let's see here. And there's the first one. Boom. And then I know some of these people are working, but I'm going to go ahead and send some of these out. Oh, Brett Baker's on his own thing right now, isn't he? Well, we'll worry about the rest of them later. I just want to get a couple of those out. Let's see, who else do I have right now? I'll be thinking about it. Yes, that's fine. Yeah. We'll be. Hey, what's the Green Bay television station? I think they're streaming this as well. Anyway, guys, so the repeater offense, if I have this correct, what that means is in Wisconsin, what happened was that Taylor had been convicted of a. I want to make sure. All right, we got 11 minutes, guys. Don't let me forget. 11 minutes. Chris Mullins, you know what? Well, that was a double tap. That was an intentional double tap. Thank you, Chris. So what we're here. Okay, guys. Also, the trial. I'll be here every day this week. Tomorrow, I have to leave for a couple hours to my mom. I'm gonna leave the thing going live. Okay, and so whoever tomorrow it will be here will be. Oh wait, that reminds me. I forgot one. That one's got to go out right now. Well, it's California. Let's see here. Make sure I've got this one. All right. Boom. Anyway, guys, and too early for weenies. I just had some chicken minis. Does that count? It's too. Well, what do you do in the morning if you're not jiggling and wiggling? That's what you do, guys. Let me get through this real quick. Hey, Crafting Emily, how are you doing? I'm so glad you're here, guys. Today, there may be. We don't know what's going to happen. So, mods, just be careful, okay? And I appreciate you all. I really do. We'll go to Chuck E. Cheese after this is over, okay? Volstorm, how you doing, buddy? And oh man, there's so much stuff. So anyway, like I said, the lawyer that is that Taylor Schabusiness attacked, and only we've got this as far as I know, is that the rumor is that he's the same one that represented her father, who it was not for good stuff. And you're going to hear this in trial, I think, today. You're going to hear about her life. She's going to. My mind's going so many places right now because all my stuff got yeeted. Again, I should have bought a printer. I didn't listen to myself. Oh, yes, that popped up. It's saved. Let's see here. I actually have notes. Can you believe this? Okay, so I'm going to read this real quick, do the highlights, and then I'm going to give you guys what I think is going to, because this is opening arguments today. Guys, it's been a long time since I've touched any of this stuff. I am an idiot. I don't know anything. I'm not giving out any secrets. Not giving out any secrets. You've got all the stuff. Yaya has got so much info. You know what's great about Yaya? This is what's going to happen today. This is my gut feeling. This is trying to put on a good show. You're going to have the legal side of stuff, right? I got the legal background. We got the invites going out there. We got, people coming in. Guys, listen. Oh, Caitlin, how are you doing? Spider Stomp was my favorite. Oh, yeah, I don't know. Oh man, everything's so rushed. But anyway, and then the other side of it is the the non-lawyer part, right? So you're gonna have like two sides. Like you kind of like have that the criminal part, and then you have like the trial part. And I'm trying to bring them together. I haven't seen another stream do this, so I'm like 99% sure I'm not gonna be able to pull it off. But if it works, it's gonna be really cool. We're gonna have a great time. So this is the Taylor Schabusiness first degree intentional homicide repeater. Repeater means that she was convicted of something earlier. And in Wisconsin, I learned this from the Kyle Rittenhouse trial. Wisconsin has a thing that they can postpone the pretrial diversion is what I would think of it as. Just an example. So it's like, yeah, I did it. It's my first time. I screwed up. And if they will not hold those charges against you, but if you do something in the future, they bring those charges up. And here, Taylor attacked a judge, I think, or something. No, she was it. Yeah, I think it was attacking a judge. It's really, it's oddball. It's very oddball stuff. So, as a defense lawyer, you're gonna become sympathetic to Taylor's position. And that's a good trial will have that. You'll become sympathetic to what happened to her, how she got here in life, and is she responsible for everything that happened? Yes, Yaya has it right. She is chomping at the bit. This is what happens. She is so popular, and she's like, this is an exciting thing. This is so exciting. I can't wait to have her over here. All right, so look, so we got first degree intentional homicide. You guys know what that is. Mutilating a corpse. You know what that one's going to be. Third degree sexual assault. You know what this is going to be. And then you got the probable cause for everything here. So all this, and guys, these files like this, these are all in the Discord. Okay, if you want to download them and read them yourself, they're over there. So, three big things is, well, the biggie is intentional homicide. Then you have mutilating a corpse. Mutilating a corpse is a horrible. You're going to find out that mutilating a corpse is something that you don't think about. You know, we've all been taught that how the medical field learned so much about medicine because they would have like medical students that dig up recently buried bodies and they'd bring them in and they cut them open to examine how the body works. This is only like the last 150 years, 200 years, and Hey, thank you for being here, Jody. Thank you. Uh, it's but mutilating a corpse, there are very very strict laws about that. You see, like it is almost impossible to move a corpse. So like you have these like little country farms, have like the little family plots in there, and then all of a sudden, now we got shopping centers being built up around it. And you'll see sometimes like on the edge of a shopping center, there'll still be that little cemetery. It's because they have rights. You can't disturb the dead. We have a lot of respect for our deceased, which is it's a good thing. You should always honor. It goes back. If you want to talk about history and stuff like that, it goes back to like wow, like things like statues and the historical landmarks, stuff like that. Um, no filled up here. I'm back. I need more coffee. This is gonna be a coffee day. I got a gallon of tea. If that tells you anything. So. And guys, please, I'm not trying to be rude to anybody. I'm not trying to miss you in the chat. It's not intentional. All right, hang on. We got 3 minutes here. Let me take this off. Stop screen. Now, here we go. This is what's going to happen. You're going to have the defense going to come up there and say, and they're going to introduce themselves and their client, and give you a theory of the case, and briefly summarize those main points like we just went over. All right. And state the, you know, what you want. You have to state what you want. You have to say, hey, my person's innocent. I'm going to prove why. I think in My Cousin Vinny, that's when Vinny said, everything that guy just said is bullshit. I feel weird being daylight and streaming. Anyway, so let's see here. This is a thing, okay? This is something I did not get from Yaya. Something I started thinking about. So, I think one, you're gonna get a criminally insane defense. Two, and then what we're gonna get is we're gonna see a self defense because look, why are there balloons going up? Why are there balloons going up? I didn't do that. Did you guys see that? What the hell, man? What the hell is happening? That terrifies me. I feel like that clown, the it clown, is underneath the desk. I have no idea, Miami. Yeah, I have no idea. No, there's no balloons. I'm not touching anything. My hands weren't on the computer. That's the third time that's happened. 2 times being off screen. Yeah, poltergeist balloon givers. There you go. Yeah. Oh, great. White Rabbit saw nothing. Of course. Of course she sees nothing. She thinks I'm crazy. All right, guys, this is getting ready to start. Where is it? What are you laughing at? Why is my wife laughing? All right, I'm watching to see how that happens. Anyway, so I think you're gonna hear a self defense because she used 2 knives. One was a serrated bread knife, and I was reading back over it last night, and there was two. As she dismembered him, there were 2 stabs on his side, and I think what's gonna happen is that you'll see a self defense. Yeah, you saw the balloons. I'm not crazy. Yeah, okay, so you went back. Now you see it. Yeah, yeah, I'm being attacked by like killer clowns of the internet. Wives are allowed to laugh. um, yeah, she used actually had two knives, and I didn't see a thing. You guys, it doesn't mean. Don't do this to me. Don't do this to me. Just because you didn't see it doesn't mean it didn't happen. Um, I'm out of it. Okay, you're gonna have the whole. It's gonna be sympathetic towards her. And it's gonna say she did not. It's just gonna be like, it was a mistake. She didn't intend to kill him. She was defending herself, and then the mutilation, so that probably happened because she blacked out. She does admit to blacking out in the interrogation. Um, no, there's no killer clowns. There's just the balloons are following me for some reason. You know what? I'm gonna start hating balloons because of my hatred towards clowns. Oh, jeez. Why is that? Wait, why is that still not up? Oh, all right. Hang on a second. All right, I do not know who this is, and this is a different trial. This is the link right now, though.
This is the great detective.
Oh,
This is why this kid's sitting here. They have intimidated and
They're going
threatened
to,
everybody.
hate me before today's over.
So I ask you, I beg
Oh,
you
I messed that one up, didn't I?
to consider Felicia Holmes because that tells you what's going on. When Moretti got that surveillance tape,
All right. Well,
and realized
I'm gonna have this in the background. I'm
this
gonna
young
turn it
man,
down
This
low.
little kid, excuse me for calling him a kid. He was 19 at the time, was a rap star, making more.
They're supposed to go to Schabusiness. Schabusiness doesn't start till 9:15 Eastern. Okay, that's when they're supposed to be back. They're supposed to be in court. Yeah, this is the Atlanta trial. All right, I don't even know what the Atlanta trial is, but Melly, yeah, I don't know who that is. Um, make sure I got my stuff right. There's so many things, so many buttons to hit right now.
Mom, we're so glad you.
William Devane here. If you're on Medicare and Medicaid or new to Medicare, you can call and check your zip code for a Medicare Advantage plan that may have extra benefits.
No, that's 2 days ago. I don't want that.
It's so easy. One, call the number at the bottom of your screen.
Where is my
Advantage plans that may offer
live?
transportation benefits, prescriptions, and dental coverage for fillings, extractions, even dentures. Plus, Part B premium reduction benefit that can add money back to your Social Security check every month.
No, I don't want those guys.
Find out if you're eligible for certain plans.
All right, let's see here. Live.
Groceries and utility bills for qualifying individuals. Get what you deserve. Call now.
I just became eligible for Medicare, so I called to see if a plan
Yeah, they don't have it. They don't have it.
was available in
No, 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 no. Okay, everybody's doing the same thing I am. Yeah, that's so weird. I don't understand how they. I don't understand how crime and news TV gets to do their stuff. Okay, so anyway, um, so they're gonna say that she acted out in fear of her life, under influence of drugs and a state of psychosis. Listen for the word psychosis today. Let's see here. She is. Then of course, again, she is not guilty by reason of insanity. That's gonna be her defense. These are all. This is my theory. Okay, this is all make believe. So don't take it to the bank. But if we're gonna play bingo, we're gonna try to win. This is what I think that they're gonna say in the opening statements. And why am I glitchy? I'm glitchy on my end. Yay! I like being glitchy. Let's see here. We can talk about they met. And did they meet at a rehab center? I seem to remember that at one point. He wooed her and all this stuff. And then like the night that it happened, he watch. It's gonna be that what's the guy's name? Shad. It's expected to be Shad. Shad introduced the drugs. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Let's see here. Oh, hey, you know what else? Don't. There's a thing in law, okay, where you can be the aggressor, and before it's over with, before it's all said and done, you're alive, and the person that you were aggressive against has passed, and even though you started it, you ended up doing it in self defense. It's a legal theory. I don't have it right. Well, see, I'm just guessing. Just guessing right now. This is stuff I'm trying to remember and trying to write this stuff down in a rush. I still think that he'll be. They're going to try to say self defense for insanity. Um, yeah. Okay. So yeah, that's the other thing. All right. So also on first degree, you have to have intent and malice. You have different degrees of culpability, mental culpability to intentionally kill somebody else. And what they're going to do is they're going to start try to knock those down. The reason why is because first degree murder, that's the one you get a death penalty for. You don't for the others. And at this point, it may be just trying to get away from first degree. And you know what? Oh. Here we are. Right?
Form that says, ask the following question. Ray Exhibit 116 hyphen
No.
listed, paren, start, and close paren.
I don't know who rapper Just Smelly is.
-4, does
I'm
UTC
not paying attention to that.
4 hours have been subtracted already, or does subtracting 4 hours from start and end times need to be calculated? Signed by.
Well, we're going to. I don't want to stop screen. Oh yeah, let me go back to that. So, yeah, because she admits that she did it. It's just going to be whether or not she did it to fulfill the state's requirements for first degree murder. If they do a self defense, that's always a defense for homicide. Evidence will show it. And then also, here's the thing about insanity. Insanity is a very tricky thing, and I've got the code out. I was gonna put that in the Discord, but it's one of those things where it's hard to understand. You just it's law is very difficult. You have to just have it beat into you until you get it. Anyway, guys, listen real quick. Please give a very warm welcome to a friend of mine. Yaya has been a friend of mine for just about since I started streaming, and she's a very nice and very gracious person. And we got together on this thing because of I used to do true crime, and a year ago I asked her if she'd come on, and it's been a year. Yaya, how are you doing?
Oh, well, I got my coffee.
I got my tea.
There you go.
Let's see here. Where do I do this? All right.
Morning, everyone.
Uh,
He's
yeah,
messing
guys.
shit stuff up here. So
Oh,
I
me?
was sitting here. Yeah,
Yeah, I know.
she she didn't meet Shad and
She went to high school with him, right?
she went to high school. It was her high school sweetheart.
Okay.
Her,
Well,
yeah.
it's I went to sleep. I just zonked out. Didn't I thought I was gonna take a Benadryl. Yeah, I just zonked out, and then I woke up, and that was the worst part. I woke up and I started thinking. This was, like I say sleep. It was like a nap, right? And
Yeah, that's about what I did last night. So,
we're in the same boat.
mhm.
And so, well, I got into Reddit, and that's never a good place to find
No, that'll take you
all your
down some
facts.
real bad rabbit holes.
Yeah, and then so I started scribbling stuff. And I was like, well, wait a second. Did they meet in rehab? Was that a part of the thing? Because I could see
No,
that'd be a good excuse.
no.
I don't know. This whole thing's weird.
Yeah.
Not just the case, but like how this is happening. Like I don't like that Law and Crime is the only people that have a camera in the room.
Long crime. I thought, hold on a second.
Do you know of a local place that's streaming it?
I don't know if one of the local stations actually, to be honest with you, is. I tried to Google it, but
Yeah, it's like it's like 11 Fox or whatever there.
Fox 11.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
right. I got a lot of. They had all the PDFs and stuff, but let's see here.
I think it's
What?
WFRV.
Let's see,
Fox
Fox 11.
11. Green Bay. Fox 11. Green Bay.
Yeah, they don't show a.
Because there's two stupid phone.
Well, here's what's funny about this is that because I think I would assume all this happened
Well,
during
see,
with the Kyle Rittenhouse stuff. So Wisconsin had to Law
there's
and
another
Crime.
channel that's playing it live, by the way. So
Are they YouTubers or are they a
yeah,
channel?
no, it's on YouTube. It's another person I follow.
Oh yeah, there's a lot doing it today. But oh yeah, Court TV sometimes has it. But I didn't see on Court
Core
TV.
TV. That's the other one I was trying to think.
I didn't see Court TV.
Gotcha. I got him. I got him in my
You're on top of all this stuff.
Court TV live. Yep, they're playing it too. Court
Yeah, they
TV
are.
is.
Oh, they're showing a 15-minute countdown. Well, Law and Crime got a $2 membership out of me, which I don't mind that. It's just it's funny. I'm like, well, surely somebody else has it, because here's the thing: it's public record. That's what gets me with this stuff. Our courts are gonna have to step in and have their own cameras. All right, let me see here. Let me do the share screen. I think they call it the House of Horrors.
Yeah, the House
Okay,
of
this
Horrors.
I like Court TV's um, verbiage better. It's the House of Horrors. And they're
Yeah.
also look at this. They're hang on, let me pull them up. So they're smart. See, they're just doing well, they were showing. Yeah, there they go. See, they already had the stuff up, ready to go. And whereas the other place, they're trying to squeeze in another trial. Yeah. You want to introduce yourself to everybody here. I've told me we were friends. I've talked to a lot of people for a while now. I think they kind of have a basic background of like you were. This, Schabusiness grew up blocks away from your house. I think,
So she
right?
grew up 2 blocks from me.
Okay.
Um,
So guys, this is Yaya. This is who I've been talking about. So if that's what she's gonna, it's a great thing. I get to hang out with a friend, and also she gets to tell us stuff like what it's like. It's the background stuff. This is the real person that is affected by something that you don't think about
oh
in
yeah.
situations like this.
Yeah, their family lived 2 blocks from me. I have 2 boys, 2 sons. My oldest son went to grade school, middle school, and part of high school with her. They were actually friends until about maybe the freshman year of high school.
Hmm.
And my youngest son has been friends with Taylor's brother up until last year when he passed away on
Hmm.
July 1st from a motorcycle accident. Um, but I was the neighborhood mom.
Yeah.
They'd come over, they'd be in my house, they'd be in the back in the swimming pool, they all called me mom. Now, like I said, I have not seen Taylor since probably, well, she was 19 or 15, 16, but I knew her. I mean, her brother was around a lot more. Um, she's
Well,
had a rough life. I'm not saying that excuses her for anything. Um, she's had a very rough life, and I know a lot of it's going to come out in the court hearing. Her mother passed away, I believe. I want to say in 2009.
mhm.
She was about 9, 10 years old, something like that.
Oh, I found that last time after talking to you. Um, you you told me. Well, go on, go on. I did find this though. Sorry.
Um, she was essayed by her father. Um,
Did you guys hear that? So I mean, just think about that. That's stuff like this will be waiting to
she
listen
was raised
for.
by her dad and grandparents. Her dad essayed her. She started drinking heavily, I think, around the age 13.
Hmm.
That's about, right after that is when my son stopped hanging around with her.
Hmm.
Was when she started doing that, like her freshman year in high school, 8th grade, end of 8th grade, somewhere in that. I can't remember.
You said that
Um,
her mother passed away.
yes, her mother passed away. I want to say in 2009.
That's when she got her name changed.
Oh,
I think.
2009 is when she got her name changed.
I think that's around that time because
Okay,
she was like
so I
14.
think she was around. No, she
Would that
didn't
be
change
right?
her name till she was legally an adult. That
Oh wait,
name,
hold on.
her,
She was right under 18. I know that much. But
um,
because it was a minor adults what they called her.
she tried to press charges. She wanted to press charges against her dad when she was young, and her grandparents wouldn't allow her to do it.
Hmm.
Um, I'm trying to remember things too. I'm just waking up, so
Take your time.
um,
It's well. Hey, let me ask you this. Without, I'm gonna have to. We don't have to worry about details with this stuff. My question is: so you were? Do you remember the day that this happened? When did you find out about this from the news and stuff?
I did not hear it on the news when it happened.
Hmm.
And if I did, I obviously would not have put 2 and 2 together
Hmm.
because I don't know her by Taylor Schabusiness. I knew her as Taylor Coronado.
Yeah.
Um, I was in Florida 2 years, a year ago, a year ago,
Yeah.
and my son sent me a text message, and I was actually on my own channel doing a live when I got the text message, and I didn't know who she was, and I sent him a message going, Jesus God, who the heck is that? I use different words.
Yeah.
And he's
I
like,
think I
Mom,
heard
that's
you.
Taylor. And I go, Taylor who? He goes, Taylor Coronado. And I lost it. I lost it. I
Would
Uh,
be, you know, it's
I knew her as a little girl,
yeah.
you know. And you and I've had this conversation, and I've said it up here before. You know, thinking back as a mother, and the kids were always here, I brought myself into this guilt phase where could I have done something different? Could I have been there to help her?
You
Nah,
can't. I mean, that's
no.
just
I mean, I've reflected a lot on this thing through the past year, you know, and no, you can't, you know. Um, but
well. Let me ask you. So you find out what was I don't know. It's weird. The picture that I'm thinking of painting is so opposite from my own experience because it's like you're in a small town and you imagine like people talk. I mean, I don't. I know Green Bay's big, but I'm just saying it's like you have
it's
your
not
own
that
little
big,
community. Well, and also you have your own communities in there, and
right?
because she went to the school, same school your kids did. What
Right, and
was?
we are actually we're not well, we are considered Green Bay,
Mhm.
but we're um uh I don't want to it's like a suburb on the outskirts of Green Bay.
Okay.
So it's a small area, very small where area where I am.
Hang on real quick. Squad Bob, thank you so much for the super sticker. Thank you, sir.
Wow, Squaw Bob.
Yes, I wish the little animation. I like the he's wearing sunglasses. The little
Yeah.
animation guy. Thank you so much. And yeah, Squad Bob, he's been around about
Oh, I know him.
as
Yeah, I
long
know
as you
Squaw Bob.
have. Yeah,
Hmm.
he's 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 a very deep thinker. Uh, it's funny. I noticed Squad Bob in the chat. He'd say things. People are like, "What's Squad Bob talking about?" I was like, "I think I know what he's talking about," because he's a great linguist. But anyway, thank you, Squad Bob, so much. I'm looking still. The trial they're not over. They haven't started
This
over
here,
here.
well, it said 8:15 here.
Yeah.
In the court records, it said 8:15. So, um, she was very cute as a young girl, very, very polite
Hmm.
around me. But you know how kids get as they get older, you know, they'll do and say whatever, whatever. So, um, I never had a problem with her. I didn't.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
Oh,
here's the thing. This is such a that's why I laughed. It wasn't a laugh out of like there's something
no,
funny,
I
but
get
it's just
you.
like you look at those two extremes, and that's what you always seem to hear about in anything like this, is that it is a the extremes of just one day something crazy happens, and
Yeah.
a person they're I don't know and that's what I was laughing at. It's just
Yeah, it
how
it it
this
it tore my
happens.
heart out. It really tore my heart out that someone I knew to be a nice kid, you know, back when she hung around with my son,
Hmm.
turned into this monster.
And this is something I've thought about since
You
you've.
wonder, wow, why, what, you know? I don't know.
Oh, you know what? That's what I think they're going to try to outline in the opening statements.
Well,
What made her a monster is it's the easy word to that everybody uses, and you're right.
I
What created this?
I heard in the last trial they had, was it Friday?
Hmm.
I don't know how many of y'all know this or not, but they did 5 competency tests on her. 5. Only one, which is the last one done by her current attorney, has said she's not competent to stand trial out of 5. He was trying to say, here's a couple of things that one of the things that they're trying to say, that the meth, cocaine, and marijuana, yes, marijuana, made her mentally unstable, her brain mentally unstable. That's when I came in here and I was like, oh my God, if I was in court, you guys would be bailing me out.
You're getting ready to go off.
No, I'm keeping it calm this morning. I'm not, she was very promiscuous towards one of the, psychologists. He ignored her at first, and she did it again, and he told her to stop, and she was fine. Since she's been in jail, she has taken a staple and cut herself. Now this is her attorney saying these things right here make her incompetent. Some of the things, not standing for a head count in jail.
Hold on, let me pause you for a second, because when you told me this last night, and I want to make sure people understand. You think she is competent? Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, so that makes it a lot easier when you're going through this, because I was like, last night it was about halfway before I realized what you were saying. So, guys,
Yes.
Yaya, what she's going to tell you is it's crazy. I mean, it
Yeah.
is.
Well, yeah.
But this is, anyway, I'm sorry. Go on, Yaya. I just want to make sure that everybody knew that you think
No,
she is competent, and this stuff is
yes,
what.
I do. And I don't want people to think that I'm here saying that she's not competent, she's insane. She knew. I'll explain it all later.
Yeah, I mean,
She
it's
did wrong. I mean, what she did is horrific, and she needs to be paid for her crime. And sorry to say this, but unfortunately, Wisconsin doesn't have the death penalty.
oh, does it not?
No, we do not. She wrote happy birthday in blood on the wall for one of the correctional officers. She was standing nude in her cell in front of the door, and then walked around the lunchroom nude.
Hang on a second. So when you say that she wrote "Happy Birthday" in blood, like, I don't know. I mean, I know that the jails are. There's nothing good happens in jails,
Well, no.
and to think that it's one that she knew that it was an officer's birthday. It just, to me, it makes me think, like, what is she? Was she targeting that one guy? Like, say,
I I
oh,
think
that's
she
my
was just
chance.
being a smart ass. Sorry for my dog.
No, that's fine.
Um,
We have dogs around here.
She threw a chair at the female, which was the last psychologist that did the last comp.
The competency analysis,
Yeah,
whatever.
yeah, on her. And they go back to where she attacked her first attorney. And I got a little thing here that Court TV just went live.
Well, let's see here.
Um,
Here we are.
Gizmo, chill.
What a cute name. All right, let me go to. Let me try court.
Somebody's probably in front of the house, or a leaf blew by.
A leaf blew by. That's what we deal with. All right, let's see what this one
is instructive on that 2014 WI 67, essentially talks in great deal about the bifurcated process and the rights that a defendant is entitled to as it relates to that NGI presentation.
Okay, well,
All right, this is it.
I received the report this morning, so I haven't even had a chance to review it, so.
Guys, this is the
risk
trial.
of hearing all the same arguments again, which I
Awesome
don't
judge.
do.
You guys, he was my divorce
Mr.
attorney
Freilich,
for my
any-
first
any
marriage.
response
He's
to that
awesome.
at this
Did you
particular
catch
point?
that, y'all?
Yes,
She knows the
I
judge.
had been in contact with Dr.
I told you I
O'Donnell.
had a special guest.
He had to review information, and he gave me
Oh,
an
she's
opinion
not
for
in
trial.
orange.
That's what the
Looks
court
like she
wanted me
brushed
to
her hair
do.
today.
I received that. I suppose we could take this up. I'd ask that we take it up at a later date. We're here to
Long
do
Crime
phase
just
one.
went live.
This would apply to phase two. if
I'll
it even
switch
gets
back over
that
to them
point, but,
in a second.
I haven't had much of an opportunity to review all of the documentation that was provided, but I know that Dr. O'Donnell apparently has testified in the state of Illinois with regards to the NGI plea and toxicity and opinions on the toxicology of methamphetamine. So all of that, I think we could take
he
up at
goes
a later
again.
point. I know today we're here for the fact-finding part of this case. Thank you.
Okay, well, we will take it up at a different time. Okay, then, as soon as the jury
Yes,
arrives,
truth and justice. I knew
we'll
it.
get underway.
She grew up with
I
my
will,
kids.
Instruct them with 601, as I had indicated to the parties I was going to do.
Yeah,
and
truth
we'll
and
get
justice.
underway with opening
That's why
statements.
it's the best chat on
indicated on
the
Friday.
tubes right here.
Opening statements will be limited to 30 minutes each.
All right, 30 minutes each.
You'll get a warning at about, when you have about 5 minutes left.
Awesome.
And anything else from the state? From the defense, Mr. Freilich?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay, then we are in recess until the jury is assembled.
Oh.
All right,
So,
so jury's gonna come in and
Yeah,
so
her
that's just like
first-
clear up stuff before. Sorry.
yeah, no, her first attorney. Now, I just figured this out. Well, I figured it out the other day, but you and I were talking about it last night. And when I told you this, you're like, holy crap. Her first attorney, Jolly, was he was a public defender, and he was
Yes.
also her father's, at the time, same time, her father's public defender, because he was had charges for SA against his stepdaughter. Taylor had tried to charge her dad for SA within the last couple of years, I think, and it was dismissed. So because this public defender
Yeah.
was doing both her and her dad's case, I think she got upset with him, and that's why she tried to attack him, because she didn't want the same attorney working on that who was doing her father's hearing.
So after we talked last night, I went back and I saw that original
That's
video.
just my opinion.
Well, you watch that video, and all the people are saying, "Oh, they're saying it's because he was asking for a continuance," and Taylor didn't want that. That was part of the commentary, and I was looking at it, thinking about what you said, and what you watch her, and you can
Yep.
see her just growing madder and madder at the attorney. And when I put it in the back of my mind, I was like, he defended her dad on the SA charges with her stepsister, and the same dad that supposedly did things, her
Did it to her. Yep.
Yeah, that's I see that anger. Yeah, it's a different look.
Right.
For me, I noticed it. But
Yep.
then, of course, I have been around a lot of people that do these kind of crimes. I don't know what I'm looking at, right? But yeah, she went after me. And then you know what was funny? For the first time last night, I
hmm
told her, they said,
Yep.
"Taylor, do you know what you did?" And she says, "No, what happened?"
I think it was a setup too.
From her.
Yep. To set up to make her look like she was crazy or something. But anyway, her father, somebody in chat just asked what her father was on trial for. Her father was just sentenced actually last week for essaying her stepsister, and he is now in prison for 12 years.
Isn't this great to have a local on the stream? Yeah, I appreciate this so much. This is so great. And you know what's gonna happen? I'm gonna be like, at some point, I'm gonna be like, so, you got any good places to eat up there? Which I know,
Well, we have some good
Wisconsin,
places.
you can say what you want to about like weather or anything else about it, but man, Wisconsin's got great food. They have great
Hmm.
food.
Oh yeah, that's why we're all fat up here. Oh, maybe that is that the beer? Sorry.
So right now the Law and Crime is in a commercial break, and so
White Rabbit, he pleaded guilty to no contest, and but he's got 18 years after that of supervised whatever really oh, I have it all.
oh, it's yeah, I know what you're talking about. The
Okay, the jury is assembled. Anything to bring up?
all right, they are coming up
No. Mr. Freilich?
No.
The jury's ready?
now. The jury is ready.
Extended supervision, and he's got a list of things that he can get in trouble for.
Law and Crime. Oh wait, hold on. Maybe I'm behind on them. I think I am. Hold up, catch up. That's great. Because the internet's already messed up over here. You know that judge? He looks just like a guy I know.
Talking about
He
So
is
funny.
no problem.
one of the nicest guys you'll ever meet. He is no
Welcome back,
bull
ladies and
crap.
gentlemen. I hope you had a good weekend.
Oh, here we go.
First thing we're going to do here this morning is administer the juror's oath. So I'm going to ask all of you to stand up and raise your right hand.
Is that as loud as I can get it?
You and each of you do solemnly swear that you will well and truly try the issue between the plaintiff and the defendant and a true verdict give according to law and the evidence in court, so help you God.
Have a seat.
Who I wonder
The
if
next
I
thing I
knew
want
anyone on that
ladies and
jury.
gentlemen, is briefly explain to you about the process. We have obviously 16 jurors. There's only going to be continue to have 12 because if we drop below 12, the trial has to end and we need to start over. That's why we have 4 extra.
Can y'all
At the
hear
end of
that?
the first phase of this trial, the computer will randomly select
I
4 of
can.
you who are going to be excused and won't
Yeah,
participate.
I'm trying to get it
in the
louder.
deliberations. That's the purpose of the alternate, and that's the purpose of having 16 instead of 12 right off the bat. I gave you a number of instructions on Friday, and I want to give you one more instruction here this morning to help
Hey,
you better
Susan.
understand the process.
All right, this will be interesting.
In this case, Taylor Schabusiness has entered 2 pleas to the charges in this case. Not guilty and not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect.
There we
The
go.
law requires that the issues raised by the 2 pleas be decided in a continuous trial.
What'd I do?
Yeah, clicked it off.
I did because I'm an idiot.
So while he's finding that, this judge is a no bull crapper,
Consider any issues other
straightforward.
than those presented to you for each verdict. In the first phase of the trial, you will be asked to determine whether the defendant is guilty of the charges of first-degree intentional homicide, mutilating a corpse, and third-degree sexual assault. You will make this determination solely upon the facts which deal with the actual incident alleged in the information. During this first phase, you will not be asked to determine whether at the time of the incident the defendant was suffering from mental disease or defect. If, after the first phase of the trial, you find the defendant
Oh, that's
not
interesting.
guilty, the trial will be over. If you find the defendant guilty, the trial will move to a second phase.
Oh.
During the second phase, you will be asked to determine whether the defendant is responsible for criminal conduct. Wisconsin law provides that a person is not responsible for criminal conduct if, at the time it was committed,
Listen.
the person had a mental disease or defect and as a result lacked substantial capacity either to appreciate the wrongfulness of the conduct or to conform the conduct to the requirements of the law. If the trial proceeds into this second phase, you will be instructed more fully as to your duties at that time. We'll now begin the first phase of the trial, and I again caution you that this first phase is concerned solely with the question of whether the defendant committed the crimes of first-degree intentional homicide, mutilating a corpse, and third-degree sexual assault as set forth in the information. The lawyers will now make opening statements.
That's a
The
biggie.
purpose of an opening statement is to give the lawyers an opportunity to tell you what they expect the evidence will show so that you will better understand the evidence as it is introduced during the trial. I must caution you, however, that the opening statements are not evidence. Having said that, Mr. Saunders, are you prepared to make an opening statement?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Good morning. The evidence
This
in
be
this
good.
case will show that in the early morning of February 22nd of 2022, the defendant strangled her friend Shad Therian to death using a dog collar. That after he was dead, engaged in sexual acts with him, with his body, subsequently dismembered him using kitchen knives found in the home. Over the next few days, in the first phase of trial, the state of Wisconsin, myself, District Attorney Lassay, will present a number of witnesses who will testify about what happened in this case, and that'll show and demonstrate to you that the defendant committed these acts. You'll hear testimony and evidence will show that in the early morning of February 23rd, is a Tuesday, kind of a normal cold February in Wisconsin, at a house on Stony Brook Lane. It's sort of, if you know the area, the west side of Green Bay, Fireman's Park, West Mason Street, that area. Tara Pakinich is kind of in her home and is awoken by a storm door shut. There's a door that's sort of abuts the garage, driveway to the residence, normal single-family home in the area. Hears a storm door close and is awoken from sleep. It's early morning, 2:30, 3 a.m., somewhere in there. She goes and gets up. It kind of wakes her up, and she's aware at that point that her son, Shad, was in the basement with a friend, Taylor. They had been over the day before, February 22nd, February 21st, in that time frame. And she kind of goes and sees what's going on, right? We hear this noise late in the night, early in the morning, and she sees the basement lights on. At that point, she's aware that, they were down there throughout the day of the 22nd, and she goes down and sees, because the light's on in the basement, and she's seeing what's going on. And you'll see sort of the scene, sort of go down the stairs to a normal basement. It's partially finished on one half, partially like a utility area, laundry, that kind of storage area. And right next to the stairs, there's a 5-gallon bucket that you get at a home center. And she lifts a towel that's covering the bucket. It's a beach towel.
Bucket.
And unfortunately, sees essentially a mother's worst nightmare. That her son's head is in the bucket. Understandably, you'll hear testimony about that and the shock that caused. Tara goes and talks to her boyfriend who lives in the home, Steve. You'll hear from him. He goes and checks too, and ultimately they call 911. And that's how this case comes to be. You'll hear from the officers this morning, likely, who arrived on scene and what they observed, obviously confirming the information that was reported to law enforcement about Shad's circumstances, how they find the bucket and it has parts of Shad as well as knives. You'll hear about, at that point, a relative lack of other indicia of a crime occurred. It's not a significant amount of blood on the walls and on the floor. There's some, you'll hear about that, but it takes law enforcement time to see what actually happened, the full extent of what the defendant did in this case. By that point, they're actually interviewing the defendant, and she's providing them information that, no, Shad's still in the basement. The rest of him is still in the basement. And ultimately, you'll hear about what officers find in that basement. There's, as I mentioned, the living area has some mattresses, blood-soaked. Once you remove the blankets, other clothing items. There's a tote, a teal tote, kind of a larger Tupperware that has knives as well as body parts of Shad. There's bags, a sort of duffel bag type item, a backpack, all of which contain parts of Shad's body, as well as knives that were used in the dismemberment. And you'll hear all about that. The officers who responded on scene and processed the evidence, ultimately locating the parts of Shad. You'll hear about then other things that are found. Signs of methamphetamine use, which the defendant later acknowledges happened with her and Shad right before this crime occurred. Cleaning products. As I mentioned, you may have an idea in your head of this crime and what that looks like and what law enforcement would encounter when they got there, and you'll see what actually encountered. You'll hear about Clorox wipes and how the defendant would go to the shower and sort of clean up and use a squeegee and clean up the scene. You'll hear about the medical examiner and their team who arrive and are dealing with this situation, and it's determined that not all of Shad is located in the basement. There's certain parts that are missing, and ultimately in the van that the defendant is driving, gold minivan, there's additional legs of Shad found in that van. You'll hear from Dr. Vincent Tranquita. He's our medical examiner at the time, and he will testify about cause and manner of death. And you'll hear about the cause being strangulation. Significant force applied to the neck, significant signs of strangulation that you'll hear about, and then ultimately, obviously, a significant amount of dismemberment after the fact. You'll hear Dr. Tranquita talk about that. That's all happening at Stony Brook. And 23rd, throughout that day, you'll hear about significant investigation that goes on at that house. And then you'll hear about then, a few hours after that initial 911 call, how law enforcement kind of gets word that, Shad was with the defendant, Ms. Schabusiness, before this offense, and they locate her at her apartment on Eastman Avenue, sort of on the other side of Green Bay, east side. Encountered as she's leaving the apartment that she shares with another person. And you'll see that encounter, how the defendant is essentially literally caught red-handed, blood on her hands. There's a significant knife wound that she talks about later was suffered in the course of the crimes. There's blood on her clothing. There's black sweatshirt, black sweatpants. And she talks with law enforcement for a pretty significant amount of time. Detective David Groff, who's seated at counsel table here, interviews the defendant along with another detective, and they start to learn more about what happened in this case and sort of the hours leading up to the crimes. Again, it's a significant and lengthy interview, and the defendant's providing information that you'll see jives with what law enforcement's encountering in that basement.
Love the word jives.
She admits to, as I mentioned, methamphetamine use before this. She and Shad were sort of hanging out beforehand. They were friends from school back in the day, and it seems like they were in a friendly state at the time of this offense. And you'll hear then they go to the Stony Brook Lane home and go to the basement. They're let in by Steve. You'll hear about that in the early morning of the 22nd. You'll hear the defendant describe that what apparently begins as a somewhat sexual encounter escalates to a dog collar being placed around Chad's neck. And the defendant quite vividly describes what she then did. She's yanking on the chain. She's describing what's happening to Shad. It's evidence that you'll hear, and you'll hear it from the defendant's own mouth, that shows that this is an intentional act. It's not one pull of a gun trigger. It's an intense act. You'll hear about that from Vincent Tranquita, Dr. Tranquita as well. She's pulling harder, just hoping that he eventually passes, and it takes a significant amount of time. It takes several minutes, so you'll hear her say. After that, after Shad's deceased, she describes what she then does with his body, again, engaging in sexual acts, ultimately dismembering him quite significantly. She reports that afterwards, that law enforcement would have fun finding all the body parts that are located throughout the basement, told law enforcement where to find certain body parts. Like I said, it wasn't obvious to law enforcement who initially respond to that basement what happened. It's information being provided by the defendant that later is corroborated by law enforcement. You'll hear the defendant admit to
law
cleaning up,
enforcement, good luck finding all the body parts.
avoiding guilt, avoiding responsibility for this. You'll hear her talk about that. You'll see the signs of that, as I mentioned earlier. That dismemberment process takes that entire day of the 22nd, essentially. As I mentioned, Tara wakes up to Taylor leaving at about 2:33 a.m. on the 23rd. The investigation doesn't stop there, despite the defendant's confessions. Law enforcement continues. They send DNA to the lab, and it confirms the accounts that we're getting here. Blood on the defendant's hands, left and right hands, or Shad's. Blood on the knives, some of the knives that are used is Shad's. The clothing item, as I mentioned, the black sweatshirt, black sweatpants, has red substances, blood on the sweatpants, all consistent with what happened, with the defendant's statements, with what law enforcement's seeing. So this case is really not a whodunit. You'll hear about the crimes that clearly occurred. You'll hear the defendant's statement saying, yep, I did it. And you have DNA evidence and other investigative tools that kind of corroborate everything else. So for this, the defendant's charged with the three crimes that the judge read off earlier: first-degree intentional homicide, mutilating a corpse, or dismembering a corpse, and then third-degree sexual assault. So we'll get into what that all means later. We'll have closing arguments where we kind of provide summation and provide all that to you. But for now, as you kind of listen to the evidence, count one, the state needs to prove that the defendant caused the death of Shad and that she did so intentionally. As I mentioned, you're going to hear a lot about that, and it's nothing but intentional. This is not an accident. This is not a mistake. It's a significant act the defendant did. Dismembering a corpse for the purpose of concealing a crime, you'll hear a lot about that. And third-degree sexual assault, how she engaged in oral contact with Shad's body and inserted objects in his body as well after the fact. I know in voir dire, some of you talked about, you've heard some about this case, and that's to be expected potentially. It's really important to stress that our system of justice is not based on media accounts, on word of mouth, on what you hear. The evidence is what happens in these four walls, and what you hear and see. And ultimately, the evidence in this case will point to 1A. The defendant is guilty of these three crimes. So again, this is just meant to be an overview on the evidence we expect you to hear over the next few days in the first phase. But ultimately, the case comes down to choices and responsibility. The defendant made a series of choices February 21st, 22nd, and 23rd choices to use methamphetamine, choices to kill her friend, Shad, choices to then utterly degrade him after the fact. The choices the defendant made. And when we come back in closing arguments later this week at some point, we'll argue to you that the evidence in this case is clear. The choices the defendant made indicate that you're not going to have a reasonable doubt about what the defendant did, that she's guilty of all three crimes. So, thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, I am, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
I think I did a pretty good job laying out the facts.
Your Honor, may it please the court, ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
It wasn't
Mr. Lassay,
controversial.
Mr. Saunders.
I agree, but I'm going to mute during this
Thank you for your
turn.
service as jurors. We definitely appreciate you being here, serving on the jury, because a jury is an integral part of the court process. Without you jurors, our court system simply couldn't function. The lawyers couldn't do their job, and the court couldn't do its job. So we appreciate your time, your attention to detail, and your anticipated focus over the next several days that you're going to put into this very serious case. Now, in this case, the state of Wisconsin, through the Brown County District Attorney's Office, has the complete burden of proof. The state must prove to all of you jurors, beyond a reasonable doubt, each and every element of the crimes charged beyond a reasonable doubt. The United States Constitution presumes that every person who is accused of a crime is presumed to be innocent. And in this case, Taylor Schabusiness is presumed to be innocent. She doesn't have to prove anything. The defense does not have to prove anything in this case. Why? Because the complete burden of proof rests with the District Attorney's Office, with the state of Wisconsin. They have to prove up all the facts. And in this case, you're going to hear a lot of different facts. You're going to hear a lot of different accounts from witnesses, citizen witnesses, detectives, police officers, experts, DNA analysts, medical examiners, all of that. You're going to have to take all of that information into consideration when you deliberate. But the entire burden rests with the state in this case. My client, Taylor Denise Schabusiness, also has an absolute right to remain silent. Under the law, she has a right not to testify if she so chooses, and if she elects not to testify, you cannot use that fact alone against her in this trial. She doesn't have to testify, but she may testify. In this particular case, ladies and gentlemen, Taylor Denise Schabusiness was friends with Shad. They went to high school together. They went to school at Bayport.
There you go.
And they had classes together. And they were, when they were younger, they dated for a short period of time. But basically, they were friends. You're going to hear some testimony on, it was a Wednesday, February 23rd of 2022. You're going to hear, I believe, a 911 tape. You're going to hear testimony from Tara Pakinich and Stephen Hendricks. They live at 829 Stony Brook Lane in Green Bay. There was a call from Mr. Hendricks that he apparently went downstairs in the basement and saw a bucket, saw a human head in the bucket, and he had checked it out because his significant other, Tara Pakinich, had initially went down there and saw this and had him go check. He didn't have glasses on, but he apparently called 911, and that caused the officers to come to the scene at 829 Stony Brook Lane. And there'll be some testimony about this residence. It's a small, quaint home.
No, I
It's
did
got
not,
a
Jen.
loft upstairs where I believe Tara Pakinich and Stephen Hendricks were sleeping. And it has a floor level with kitchen, living area, and then it has a basement. And there will be testimony. We believe that Stephen Hendricks last saw Shad at the house on Monday night, which I believe would have been February 21st of 2022. He will indicate that, both of them will indicate that they really did not see Taylor Schabusiness leave. They heard a vehicle start, a door slam, caused them to wake up. Officer Wanish, you'll hear from him. He came to the house and went down the basement to make some observations. That the officers did a protective sweep. They walked around the basement and the entire house to see if there were any other people there on February 23rd, 2022. And the only people that were there were Tara Pakinich, the owner, Stephen Hendricks, and daughter Ava Wheelock. Those people were there. No Taylor Schabusiness was there. She wasn't in the basement. She wasn't anywhere in the house.
Oh, this is gonna get good.
But obviously, there was some investigation, and evidence was apparently found. And it's true that law enforcement officers didn't have a clear picture, or clear understanding of what was really happening or what happened, and so they're trying to figure things out as they went along. There would be some testimony from other officers with regards to the other scene, which is 2353 Eastman Avenue in Green Bay. That, I submit, was Taylor Schabusiness's apartment. And she lived there with Scott Thoms, Thoms. And law enforcement officers came over there, and my client came out of the apartment complex, and she was arrested. She had a warrant. She was taken into a squad car and taken down to the Green Bay Police Department for questioning by Detective Groff and Detective Kevin Kempf. Also, law enforcement arrested the other person in apartment 1, that was Taylor's apartment, Scott Thoms, and he was ordered to lay on the ground, and he was taken into custody as well. You'll hear from lots of different officers, in this case law enforcement officers. The officers found a gold Chrysler Town and Country minivan, I believe 2006, and they found it parked in the Eastman Avenue parking lot, and there were some concerns about it. Now, this vehicle is owned by Scott Thoms, and I believe that will come out that he was the one that owned that vehicle. But inside that vehicle, there was a crock pot box, and there were some human body parts in there. In this particular case, you'll also hear from Dr. Tranchita. He's the medical examiner, did a lot of investigative work, looking at cause and manner of death of the deceased. So you'll hear about all of his findings. You're also going to hear from Kevin Scott. He's the DNA analyst for the State of Wisconsin Crime Lab, and his testimony, I believe, will show that he took various swabs as part of the DNA analysis, and items were swabbed. There were sweatpants, there were blades, there were light switch, there was boxes, hands, people's mouths, and a dildo, because that was found. The swab of the dildo, he will testify, I believe, that the possible contribution of DNA from Shatherian as it relates to the dildo is inconclusive due to the complexity of the mixture. So the state is going to argue that there was a sexual assault by use of the dildo, and the deceased DNA is not on it. So that's something you'll have to take into consideration. You're going to hear from Sergeant Kurt Brester from the Green Bay Police Department. He was dispatched to 829 Stony Brook Lane regarding a suspicious situation on February 23rd, 2022. And that he conferred with Officer Wanish outside, that he had contact with Tara Pakinich and Stephen Hendricks, and that he did a protective sweep of the residence, and they didn't find anybody else other than Ava Wheelock, who was the young lady, she's 16, sleeping in a bedroom. You're going to hear from, I believe, Officer T.J. Buckman, that he arrived on the scene as a supervisor to this apartment complex. And he actually went to 2353 Eastman Avenue in Green Bay, and he saw that gold van parked outside, and he had several other officers keep the van under surveillance. And at least from his initial investigation, he did not have enough information to determine whether or not Taylor Schabusiness was the suspect or the victim. And so those are some other things that you're going to have to take a look at and think about. You're going to see the videotape in this case where there was a lengthy video down at the Green Bay Police Department between Detective Groff and Detective Kempf and my client, Taylor Schabusiness. And they talked, and Detective Groff asked her lots of questions about what she knew and her whereabouts and what may or may not have happened. So you have to pay close attention to that and think about the things that are said. In a case like this, and really in any case, you have to assess the credibility of each and every witness. You have to take all of that into consideration in this matter. I'd ask that you, when you're considering all of the evidence, don't jump to conclusions, don't rush to judgment. Please keep an open mind. Listen to all the facts, listen to what every witness has to say carefully and weigh what they have to say. And remember, there's always two sides to every story. You jurors are going to have to decipher the facts of what may have occurred or what didn't occur. But at the end of the case, we ask that you find our client not guilty on all the counts. Thank you.
And then, Mr. Saunders, are you ready to call your first witness?
Another good job.
Yes.
These guys have practiced
Maybe
a
we
long
have just a very
time.
brief sidebar before the first witness.
Sure.
Jamie, how you doing?
How can he say find her not guilty without putting something behind that? Because she already admitted to it.
I heard just the other day, this is an example, like this past week, some dude has claimed again to have be responsible for the murder of John Benet Ramsey. And the police have cleared the guy like 5 times already. So there are people that just, you have to have evidence. You know, the system, it goes both ways, you know, and you do have to have evidence to prove that they're guilty. They can't just say, yep, it was me, I did it. Because that's another, it's just another part of the whole process. But if you admit to being guilty and you have evidence, you know, I guess like, well, let me take it back. She also said she did it. That was not in trial. When she went to her hearing, she said not guilty to both charges, or to all charges.
Yeah.
The state calls Amy Shannon.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter now before the court, so help you God? Please have a seat and state your name for the record.
Amy Shannon.
Before we go on, it wouldn't be a jury trial if we didn't have technical problems. So there's going to be an audio played shortly, and we're having a hard time getting the audio on. So I'm just going to take a minute and see if we can, if we can't get it done quickly, I'm going to excuse the jury and call somebody out who can take it.
Well, there's a lot of audio problems. All right, did they say who this witness was?
I didn't hear, but I don't think this is the mother. I think this might be the 911 operator. I'm not sure.
Oh. Brutally Honest here says that more than 250 people have confessed to killing John Benet. Is that not crazy?
Yes, Ellie did Mirandaize her.
Yeah, I saw that was part of the thing. Also, was that the attorneys were saying that she was so messed up that she wasn't coherent
I'm not sure
to
exactly how long
accept,
that's
to understand
been
that she was being Mirandized.
Yeah, but she was coherent enough to tell what she did.
Does the court wish that I make the sort of foundational questions? They're relatively brief.
Sure, why don't we do that? That will give us some more
Does the
time.
court want me to go ahead and start?
Thank you. Ms. Shannon, can you state for the record how you are employed?
I'm the Assistant Director for Brown County Public Safety Communications. It's the 911 Dispatch Center.
Can you just explain for the jury how the 911 dispatch center works in Brown County and how it relates to the other law enforcement agencies?
So the 911 Center takes the calls for all law enforcement, ambulance services, and fire departments within Brown County. As part of that, all calls and radio traffic that come in through our center are recorded, and then they are held in our center as evidence for 120 days. As were requested by agencies, we release that evidence back to them because it's technically their evidence. We're just the holders of that evidence.
And if a law enforcement agency makes a request that you retain a particular call or record, is that something that your agency does?
We do.
And are those calls, are they something that are easily discernible by the date and the location of the call?
Yes.
Does the system actually store the location of a phone call that comes in?
It depends on how it comes in, but yes.
And essentially, are you able to serve as a record keeper or records custodian for the 911 center, given your current role?
That is part of my role, is to be the records custodian.
And how long have you worked with the 911 center overall?
Overall, over 10 years.
And were you asked by the Green Bay Police Department to record and maintain a call from February 22nd, actually February 23rd, 2022, I believe, at 3:24 a.m.?
Yes.
And as part of your work with the 911 center, did you have an opportunity to review a recorded phone call that came in on February 23rd at 3:24 a.m. from a residence located at 829 Stony Brook Lane?
Yes,
You had a chance to listen to that entire call?
I did.
And if we played that phone call for you, would you be able to identify that call?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point, I would like to have that call used as an exhibit.
Any objection?
Well, I didn't hear what he said.
He wants to offer the recording as an exhibit, and then he wants to play it.
I have no objection.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you are about to hear an audio recording. Recordings are proper evidence, and you may consider them just as any other evidence. Please listen carefully. Some parts might be hard to understand.
Oh, here we go. This is going to be big, for me at least.
Oh yeah, I've not heard this yet.
Shizzy, they say it's supposed to be 1 week, but we don't know. Ultimately, I mean, we don't know, but it's scheduled for just this week.
Brown County Public Safety, how may I help you?
Yes, I'd like an officer at 829 Stony Brook. Girlfriend just woken me up and swears that she found her severed head of her son in the basement.
Oh, gosh.
The address, sir?
829 Stony Brook.
Okay, S-T-O-N-E-Y?
Is it EY, right? Yes. No E. Just Y.
Is that a house, apartment, or duplex?
It's a house.
What's your phone number?
My number is 327-3748. My name's Steve.
327-3748?
Yes.
What's your last name, Steve?
Hendricks.
Okay, tell me what's happening there again?
I have no clue what's happening with my girl. Swears that she's found her severed head of her son in the basement.
Did you go down there?
In a bucket. I went down, I can't tell what the fuck it is.
Look at
Pardon my
Schabusiness.
language, I'm kind of a little freaked out.
Okay. Did she just wake up and say that?
Yeah,
And whose head is it?
she's claiming it's her son.
How old is her son?
24, 25?
Has he been missing or?
No, yeah, he was here yesterday with some chick, and then now all of a sudden nobody's here. And she came up to use the restroom a couple times, and she keeps calling and calling, and now she's saying that she hears the phone down there too.
Okay. Is she with you right now?
Yes, yeah, she's upstairs. She's a little freaked out, and I don't know what to do.
Okay. All right. Stay on the line. And you said you went down there, correct?
Yeah, and I lifted her toe, but I can't see very well, and I can't tell what the hell it is.
So there's something in the bucket.
There's something in the goddamn bucket there.
Okay.
If she won't look again, I don't know what the hell, man.
Do you think she's hallucinating, or do you think that?
I don't think so. I went down
Do you
there.
think she's
Something in the
hallucinating?
damn bucket. I don't know, man. She's a little freaked out and kind of freaking me out.
What's your girlfriend's last name?
Pakanek?
How do you spell that?
Oh, he said, you want to spell it? P-A-K-A-N-I-C-H.
N-I-C-H. What's her first name?
Tara, T-A-R-A.
What's her middle initial, date of birth?
What's your middle initial? Hello?
Hello?
Hello? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm still here.
Hello?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Oh, yep.
Okay. What's her date of birth?
What's your date of birth? 5/14/74.
All right. Can I talk to her?
Why does that matter?
Yes, you can.
Hello?
Hi, Tara. So can you tell me what's going on?
Very positive my son's head is in a bucket, a round bucket in my basement.
What makes you think that?
Because I looked in the bucket,
What did you see?
exactly what I told you.
Okay. Where's the rest of the body at?
No idea.
Holy cow.
When's the last time you saw your son?
Well, I guess today is Wednesday, so I picked him up from his dad's on Monday. And because he doesn't normally stay here, he's going to stay here for a few days. He brought us the laundry. He was here a couple hours, then he left with Taylor. And they had some big Taylor,
Who's that?
girl, Taylor Coronado.
You know how to spell her last name?
Coronado. No, not exactly. But it's the common spelling from around here.
All right. That is
He
great.
went to middle school and high school with her. I don't know if he doesn't live with me.
When's the last time you saw him?
Well, he left with her. They both came back. I believe they both came back while we were sleeping Monday night. And I assume they slept all day yesterday, so I haven't seen him since Monday night physically. I thought they were sleeping all day. I was gone for a little while yesterday, Tuesday, and he's 25 and I'm going to basement.
All right.
What are you doing? You know what I mean?
All right. Well, we've got help.
And then I heard my door and her minivan start. And I went downstairs and I went to the bathroom. The lights were out in the basement. I turned them off and I looked around and no one was there. So then when I turned around to come back upstairs, there was a 5-gallon bucket with a towel over it. And I'm like, oh great, that's why they were out here all day yesterday. They were pissing in a bucket. And I looked and that is not what was in that bucket.
What is your son's name?
Shadirian,
C-H-A-D.
S-H-A-D.
How do you spell his last name?
T-H-Y-R-I-O-N.
date of birth?
9797.
Is there blood down there?
No.
Oh.
Okay. All right, ma'am. I have officers that are headed over to your house right now, okay?
Head over. Okay, I'll go down there.
I guess just stay away from it. Just stay away
From that area, but we're on the second level, so we're gonna go down to the kitchen and not to the basement.
Okay,
We
yeah.
can answer the doors and stuff.
Okay, all right, ma'am.
My 16-year-old daughter is sleeping.
Excuse me?
My 16-year-old daughter is here sleeping.
Okay.
So they do not make a lot of noise. I don't know.
Okay, just let them know that. I'm sure they won't try, okay?
My heart is jump out of my head for being so.
And, I mean, you're sure it couldn't be like a fake head or something?
Oh.
I'm not touching it. I'm not looking at it again.
Okay. All right, ma'am. Just go ahead and wait for the officers, okay?
Did she just say
All
her
right.
16-year-old was sleeping and not to try to wake her up?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Just checking. Good luck with that.
Yeah, right?
Ms. Shannon, the audio recording that was just played, is that consistent with the recording that was retained by the 911 center for the call from the address on Stony Brook Drive on February 23rd of 2022?
Yes.
Your Honor, for the record, I believe that we played the entirety of the audio recording, which is 7 minutes and 13 seconds. I would ask that the recording be admitted as an exhibit.
Any objection, Mr. Freilich?
No.
All right, that exhibit will be received.
I have no further questions for Ms. Shannon.
All right, Mr. Freilich, cross-examination?
Sure. Ms. Shannon, morning.
Good morning.
How is a recording like that kept by the 911 dispatch center?
All calls and radio traffic coming into our center are recorded automatically. We have a recording system. And regardless of how it's coming in, phone or radio, it's recorded. And it stays in that recording. We have it set for 180 days.
Okay. Do you, at least for the recording that we just heard, was that then downloaded to a disc or something?
Yes. And then we also keep it on a separate drive to make sure that it doesn't go away, because those do automatically clear after 180 days. So we downloaded it to a disk as evidence, and then we also keep a recording of it in-house.
So is it your testimony that you preserved that tape from February 23rd of 2022?
Yes.
And then it was, what, was it sent to the Green Bay Police Department, the district attorney's office? Can you tell me a little bit more about that?
It was sent to the district attorney's office,
Okay. And then they kept it in their custody?
as far as I know.
Okay. But 911 dispatch center still has a copy as well?
Yes.
Was there any way that that recording was altered in any way?
No.
Do only certain people have access to it?
Yes.
Who was that?
Myself, and then we have a group of supervisors. They are the people who make the recordings. We have one person who is assigned to do it, but if he's not there, then any of the supervisors can. But they're the only ones that have access to that drive.
That 911 tape that we just heard, it wasn't excised or modified in any way, shape, or form, was it?
No.
And it was downloaded off the mainframe computer at the dispatch
The
center?
server, yes.
Okay, off the server?
Yes.
All right, thank you very much. Oh, one more. This was kept in the regular course of business of the 911 dispatch center?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Nothing further.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
So he's asking about the chain of evidence. Make sure they follow their own procedures. You saw that with the Rittenhouse trial, guys. Remember the drone and the
State
all of a sudden a new drone shows up.
The state calls Officer Alex Wanish.
I don't think, unless it's her grandparents sitting behind her, none of her family besides her dad are alive, and he's in prison.
Oh gosh.
And officer, if you just want to step right up over here, and before you have a seat, turn and face her and raise your right hand. She'll place you under oath.
you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter now before the court?
Well, this is
So
the
help you
officer
God.
at the scene.
Please have a seat and state your name for the record.
These are the guys I feel bad for.
Officer Alex Wanish, W-A-N-I-S-H.
Okay, and then if you could just make sure you stay close to the microphone so we can all hear you, and with that, Mr. Saunders, the witness is yours.
Thank you. Officer, how are you employed?
With the City of Green Bay Police Department as a patrol officer.
And how long have you been employed?
No,
as a
I've never
patrol
been
officer with
arrested by him.
Green Bay PD?
Since April of 2000
There's a few
2019.
girls here that want to be arrested by
And
some of the cops
is
being
that
shot.
the totality of your law enforcement experience?
I worked about a year and a half prior to that with City of Manitowoc.
So about 2017 is when your law enforcement career started?
Oh, Manitowoc.
And can you outline for us what training you received to be a police officer?
I went through the 720 Academy at NWTC. Before that, I went to UW-Platteville for my 4-year bachelor degree in criminal justice.
And what are some of your regular duties as a police officer?
Taking any dispatch call that comes out, traffic, that kind of stuff.
Sort of respond to the initial incidents?
Correct.
And then do you kind of conduct follow-through investigation as well?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Officer, I want to ask you about February 23rd of 2022. Do you recall if you were working in that capacity on that day?
Yes, I was.
Directing your attention to about 3:25 a.m., were you dispatched to a call around that time?
Yes.
To where were you dispatched?
The address was 829 Stony Brook, City of Green Bay, Brown County.
And is that an area of Green Bay that you're familiar with in your regular patrol duties?
Yes, it is.
And I guess what area of Green Bay is that?
It's the west side, I guess the closest major intersection between Mason and Military.
And what was the reason you were dispatched to that residence?
No, that's pretty close.
The initial call came out that the complainant's girlfriend found her son's severed head in a bucket in the basement.
And did you arrive at the Stony Brook Lane residence?
Yes, I did.
But were any other officers with you in that initial time period?
Officer Plunky arrived at the same time as I did.
And what happened
Officer
when
Flunky?
you got to the residence?
We made contact with the complainant and then his girlfriend. We started talking to them, and then we were directed to the basement where the bucket was located. Officer Plunky remained upstairs just to keep an eye on the rest of the house. I went downstairs. At the bottom of the stairs to the right, there was a green bucket with a shower towel on top of it, just to verify we had an actual head in the bucket. Lifted the towel off, and there was, in fact, a human severed head in the bucket.
So I want to back up just a little bit. When you got to the residence, you said you met with the complainant. Was that Stephen Hendricks?
Correct.
Okay. And then you said his girlfriend was also present?
Yes.
And who is that person?
First name was Tara.
Tara, okay. And Officer Plonky stayed with those individuals? Is that
Correct.
right? Okay, and then you went down to the basement?
Yes.
Is that right? Okay. And you mentioned observing the bucket. I guess where in the basement was that located?
As you go down the stairs, if you turn to the immediate right, it was at the bottom of the stairs to the right.
Was it in pretty close proximity to the stairs?
Yes.
After you made that observation, what did you do?
After I pulled the towel off,
Yes.
I had Officer Plunky come downstairs and just verify we had in fact found a human head in the bucket. And then we started to notify a supervisor and then ask for additional units.
And at that time, on February 23rd, 2022, did your department utilize body-worn cameras?
Yes.
Is that something that was operating on that day?
Yes.
And did you have the chance to review your body-worn camera prior to your testimony today?
Yes, I did.
If you were able
Oh,
to
good Lord, I
observe
hope
that
they
in your
don't show
court, would
it.
you be able to recognize it?
Yes, I'll be able to.
Okay.
Can't imagine.
Your Honor, I'd propose to play Exhibit 2. It's approximately 6 minutes.
Any objection?
No objection.
Every trial I've ever seen, they don't show the pictures, so.
which I am playing Exhibit 2 beginning at 0 seconds.
Oh dear God, look at the snow.
Hey, look, the sidewalk's nice and clean.
You have to. You get fined.
Are you kidding me?
No, I'm not. Love that noise.
Okay. Did you both see this?
I opened the towel, I picked up the towel and dropped it, because I don't know what
Hi,
the fuck it
Misty.
is, man. I have bad vision, and she's like, is that what I think it is? I'm like, I don't fucking know. What the fuck it is?
Do you want to just stay with those two? I'll just go see it.
Where's
that?
So right there, look right, there's a button with tall on it.
No, it's February, not August.
This is. Okay. Oh boy, I got worried there for a second. They passed.
They passed.
Dude, it is.
Look, he's holding a flashlight. He's like,
Oh, hell no.
was good.
Oh.
They took it away.
Come here. Hold on 1 second. Let's just.
I pray they get that 16-year-old out of the house.
Oh, that's your dog. Oh, God, that scared me. Ah.
That's what I'm about. Oh, I got 4 Edmund 82 Sam.
I like that packing machine he's got.
I know you're busy over there, but this is actually what it's going to be. It's not going to be a 961 thing or a 96 thing, so we're going to need more units here.
We're going to need more units here. Tweety's already checking out the officers.
We have a lot of thick people here in Wisconsin. Don't worry about it.
I think she means good looking thick. Kudos to Court TV for the way they handled that. I'm shocked that there is no blood. I mean, I didn't think about this until, you know, it was like.
Is that red one?
Well, it could be further. It could be covered up by the blankets there. I'm not sure.
No, for right now.
Right, Misty?
Oh yeah, that's true. The sheets are off red.
If we could get more units here sooner rather than later, that'd be appreciated. We got
more units. That'd be appreciated.
quite a bit of blood down here.
Oh, there is?
I want to clear this rest of this house. We've got 2 people in the house for sure.
But I think it was brutally honest that said earlier, said you don't know what type of situation you're going into here.
No.
And that's what, yeah, see, now the guy's got his gun out for a flashlight. He's not using just a regular flashlight. He's like, wait a second. So was there was blood under the sheets?
I'm assuming so. That's
Because he said there's quite a bit. I wasn't paying attention to it. Him walking over there.
So we're gonna obviously contain this area, okay? So whatever someone needs, okay? Right? And then we're not.
Okay, and for the record, the entirety of Exhibit 2, approximately 5 minutes 59 seconds was played. Officer, having reviewed the exhibit, do you recognize the video that was depicted?
Yes, I do.
Does that appear to be consistent with your body-worn camera footage that you observed?
Yes, it is.
And does that appear to also be consistent with your recollection of the scene on Stony Brook Lane on February 23rd?
Correct.
I'd move Exhibit 2.
Any objection?
No objection.
The Exhibit 2 will be received.
So, Officer, I want to ask a few questions about that. When you arrived, which door to the residence did you enter through?
It would have been the side door off the driveway.
Okay. And was there a sort of a storm door that was a part of that door as well?
Yes, I believe so.
All right. After you observed the bucket, it appeared that you walked around the basement area of the residence. Is that right?
Yes, it did.
At that point, did you see any other parts of a human body?
No other parts of a human body, no.
Did you notice any areas of potential blood?
Yes.
And where was that?
Beyond the stack of mattresses, there appeared to be blood on the floor and then small chunks of human flesh.
In other areas of that basement, did you locate any obvious signs of blood?
There was a dried blood stain on the mattresses, and that was all that I remember seeing.
But still, it's not that much.
You and Officer Plonky, was that the officer who is also depicted in that video?
Yes, it is.
Did other officers arrive on scene?
Yes.
And what did you and the other officers do at that point?
Sergeant Brester was next to arrive on scene. I kind of informed him of what we had up to this point and then what we needed to do next. We had two other officers responding. Once we got all the officers there that we needed, we conducted a protective sweep of the residence just to make sure there was no other people that we needed to know about, just to make sure that there was no other potential threats.
And you're the first officer to testify, so I'll ask you this because we've heard this term. What is a protective sweep?
It's not a search or anything like that. It's just conducting a sweep of the house just to make sure there's no other people hiding or no other threats.
So essentially a search for people?
Yeah.
Okay. Other than the towel that you lifted off the bucket, was any object moved or rummaged through by officers?
Not the initial responding officers, no.
Okay. And then at some point, do detectives and other personnel arrive on scene?
Yes.
I guess, what do you do after the protective sweep then?
We maintain the scene. Officer Linsmeyer and Officer O'Donnell transported Stephen and Tara to the police department along with their 16-year-old daughter, Ava. Sergeant Brester, Officer Plonky, and I remained on scene just to secure the scene and then wait for additional resources to respond, such as detectives.
What efforts did you undertake as part of your maintaining the scene that you referenced?
Just making sure that no one got in or out of that residence. Started a crime scene log just to keep track of who was coming and going as far as officers go. And then we ended up putting up crime scene tape around the house as well.
The crime scene log, is that something that you maintained?
Yeah, until I was relieved by day shift.
And I guess that just tracks who enters and leaves the residence?
Correct.
And there was, I think you mentioned crime scene tape that was affixed as well around the house?
Yes.
I don't know, Pass. This is the one that happened in my town.
Thank you, officer. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Officer Wanish, good morning.
Morning.
You were working for the Green Bay Police Department on February 23rd of 2022, correct?
Yes, I was.
And you were on uniform patrol in a fully marked squad, correct?
Yes,
And you were dispatched over to 829 Stony Brook Lane, correct?
correct.
That area is kind of by Fireman's Park where all the kids go sledding, correct?
Yes,
I know exactly
It's
where
behind
that
it?
is.
it would be to the east of it.
Okay. Who dispatched you over to this location?
It was a dispatch call, and we were the only available units in the city, so Officer Plank and I responded.
Okay. And were you told that there was a suspicious situation over there?
I believe that's how the call was coded.
And the complainant was the male that you heard on there, correct?
Yes,
Did you later find him to be Stephen Hendricks?
correct.
Who was the first person you talked to when you got to the Stony Brook Lane residence?
Female by the first name of Tara.
Was it Tara Pakinich?
Yes,
And that video, the officer that first entered was Officer Plonky, correct?
that is correct.
And then you followed behind?
Yes,
And the complainant said there was something in a bucket, but he couldn't tell what it was. Is that correct?
that is what he told us.
And you talked to Tara Pakinich, and she said that she thought it was her son's head in a bucket down in the basement?
That's correct.
And then did you ask where the body was?
I don't recall asking that specific question.
But after you did a search, you didn't find a body, did you?
I did not.
Okay. In the basement, you didn't find any people down there, correct?
Correct.
The only people that were at the house was Tara Pakinich, Stephen Hendricks, and Tara's daughter Ava Wheelock, is that right?
That's correct.
And this house, is it essentially have like a basement, floor level, and then an upstairs loft?
Yes, that's accurate.
There's like, kind of like 3 floors, correct?
Yes,
And when you arrived, you knocked on the door, that side door that we saw, correct?
yes,
It's right off the driveway, correct?
yes,
And this was at nighttime, correct?
yes, it was.
About 3:25 a.m.?
Correct.
And the people that you had contact with, Tara and Stephen, were they in shock?
Yeah, they both seem to be in a state of shock.
Had they been sleeping prior to your arrival?
They were both awake and in the kitchen when we made contact.
But before you got there, was it your understanding that they went to bed and then something happened where they woke up and then they called the police?
Yes,
Okay. And did both Mr. Hendricks and Ms. Pakinich attempt to describe to you what they found or what they saw?
yes,
Did they indicate that Shad Therian would come to the residence on Stony Brook for a few days and then would leave and come back and do laundry and things of that sort?
yeah, they said that it was not his primary residence.
You're the first one that went down in the basement,
Correct.
and you had a flashlight with you?
Yes, I did.
It's kind of a high-powered flashlight so you can see, right?
Yes,
You went down to take a closer look at the contents of the bucket?
correct.
And when you got to the bottom of the stairs, was there a laundry room area?
Yes, as you go down the stairs, the laundry room was directly to the left.
And then there was an open room as well?
Yes,
Was the open room to the right?
yes, it was.
And was that used for storage?
It appeared to be. And then there was a stack of mattresses in the middle of the room as well.
And at some point then you saw the bucket, correct?
Yes,
And was there anything over the bucket?
there was a striped towel.
And was it over the top of it?
Yeah, it was completely covering the inside of the bucket.
Was it your discretion or duty to move the towel?
Yes, I had to verify what we had.
Okay.
Yeah,
Now,
man.
did you have gloves on at all?
Yes, I did.
What kind of gloves?
Just regular patrol gloves.
I can't
When
even
did you put those
imagine.
gloves on, do you know?
Typically, I put them on as soon as I get out of my car to go to any call.
But for this particular night, did you have them on?
Yes, I did.
When did you put them on?
Typically, I put them on right after I get out of my car, because I believe I would have put them on at that point.
Right after you got out of the squad car?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have them on when you went in that side door?
Yes, I did.
And did you keep them on during the entire time that you were in the Stony Brook Lane house?
Yes.
No, he took him off and played in the blood.
You removed the towel?
I
Hey,
did remove
Lori.
the towel from the bucket.
And then at some point, did you ask Officer Plunky to come and take a look as well?
It's a
Yes,
standard
it is.
question.
At any point in time after you were done looking, did you put the towel back?
Hey,
Once it
Lori.
was removed from the bucket, it was not placed back on the bucket.
Was it just allowed to lay on the floor, or what? Tell me what you know about that.
I believe it was just moved to the side and it was put on the floor next to the bucket.
He's my divorce
Do you know
attorney,
if anybody in the house, Mr. Hendricks or Miss Pakinich, had touched what was in the bucket or moved it in any way?
I believe they both looked at it based on what they were saying to us, as far as Stephen couldn't tell what it was and Tara was positive it was her son's head.
You asked for additional units, correct?
Yes, I did.
And you asked for a supervisor?
Yes.
Did they come right away?
Yes.
On the video, we see that you pulled out your service revolver, correct?
That's correct.
Were you doing a protective sweep to make sure nobody was in the residence in the basement?
Yes.
Did you go through the entire house to see if there was anybody
Did
else
you
in
say
there?
service revolver?
Eventually, once we had more officers on scene, we cleared the rest of the house.
Okay. Did you see Taylor Schabusiness in the house when you were there?
She was not present when I was there.
And when you were looking around in the basement, it's true that you did not observe a body or any other body parts belonging to the severed head, correct?
That is correct.
So chunks of flesh.
Mm-hmm.
Tara's daughter was in a bedroom on the
Thank you for being here,
on the
Rainier.
ground level, correct?
Yeah, main floor.
And she was sleeping?
Correct.
Did she get up at some point then?
Yes, during our
Yeah, do you know
protective
who
sweep,
that
she
guy
woke
is
up.
sitting behind?
And then did
business?
you
I haven't looked. I'll look.
Did you transport Mr. Hendricks, Miss Pakinich, and Miss Wheelock to the police department, or did someone else do that?
Officer Linsmar and Officer O'Donnell completed that.
Okay. Did you maintain a crime scene log?
I started the crime scene log until I was relieved.
Okay. And who were you relieved by?
Officer Zawicki.
And then did you secure the crime scene?
Yes, we remained on scene to secure it.
Was that with Officer Plonky?
Yes.
And when you secure the crime scene, how do you do that?
That's all that.
We eventually put up the crime scene tape, but in the meantime, we just maintained the residence as the primary point of entry.
Now, on that video, when you're walking up the driveway, whose vehicles are in that driveway? Do you know?
I don't recall exactly who's the registered owner of those vehicles.
Do you know if the vehicles belong to Miss Pakinich, Mr. Hendricks?
I don't know for certain, but it's possible.
Did you confirm if
The guy on the right side of the screen.
any vehicle belonging to Taylor
see his shoulder
Schabusiness was
now.
in that driveway on that particular date when you were there?
I personally did not.
Okay. And was Sergeant Brester on the scene as well?
No, it's in
What
the
was his
beer.
role?
When I requested the supervisor, he was the supervisor that responded.
And did he come into the residence?
I'm
Yes,
proof.
Did he go down in the basement to verify anything?
I believe he did, because he assisted with the protective sweep.
Okay. When you were there, did anything happen that would have caused the crime scene to be disturbed in any way?
No.
And did Mr. Hendricks indicate to you that he wasn't able to see what was in the bucket?
Yeah, you did mention something about difficulty with his vision.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much.
Any redirect? No, you're. Okay, thank you. You can step down.
I mean, that was like pretty standard questioning, you know.
Yeah.
It's, we hear them like repeat them the same question. I'm always thinking what they're trying to do is to impeach the witness. I mean, even though I don't know what it would mean in this trial, but it's I don't know, a tactic.
Want to come right up here, officer, and then before you have a seat, if you can turn and face her and raise your right hand, she'll place you under oath.
Broken Baker. Unsubscribe from your channel. YouTube is the best.
Truth and nothing but the truth in the matter.
Good
now
seeing you,
before the
Baker.
court, So help you God. Please have a seat and state your name for the record.
My name is Ethan Plonky. I work with the Green Bay Police Department.
And then, sir, if you could just make sure you stay close to the microphone so we can hear you. You're pretty close right now, so you're probably good. With that, I will, the witness is yours, Mr. Saunders.
Oh, he is so cool.
So how are you employed with the Green Bay Police Department?
We got
I'm a
Judge
patrol officer.
Hartsob up here.
And how long have you been employed as a patrol officer?
Just over 3 years.
Is that the entirety of your law enforcement experience?
Yes.
Okay. And I want to ask you, Officer, then about February 23rd of 2022. Do you recall if you were on duty for your department on that day?
I was.
And do you recall being dispatched to a residence on Stony Brook Lane
I
that
do.
day? And do you recall approximately what time you were dispatched?
I don't recall the exact time.
Was it like in the morning, the night, in the middle of the day?
Yes, early morning.
Okay. And why were you dispatched to that residence?
For a report of a female who had supposedly observed her son's severed head in a bucket in the basement.
And when you got to that residence, what did you do?
I made contact with the two individuals inside the residence. They were, I believe, a Stephen Hendricks and a Tara Pakinich. And then myself and Officer Wanish were the first to arrive on scene and make contact with them.
And then what did you do after you met with Tara and Steve?
I asked them what had occurred, to which Tara began to tell me her side of the story. While she was telling me her story, Officer Wanish had gone to the basement to look into this bucket that she had found. And that's when he told me that he did find a severed head in the bucket.
Did you then go down to the basement as well?
I did.
And what did you observe when you got to the basement?
I observed a black 5-gallon bucket to the right of the stairs as I go down. There was a beach towel over that now had been moved away, and in that bottom of that bucket was a severed head. And that's how I located.
What did you do at that point?
I then looked around the basement. Myself and Officer Wanish decided that we were going to have to clear the residence for any other threats that were going to be in the house.
And I guess was anyone else in the house other than the people you talked about earlier?
A teenage daughter, I believe, of the complainant was sleeping upstairs in her bedroom.
And I guess upstairs, what part of the house was that?
Either the first or the second floor. I believe it was the first floor, though.
And did other officers then arrive on scene?
Yes.
And what did you do at that point?
I stayed with the complainants, Tara and Stephen, while the other additional officers cleared the residence.
And by, I guess, what do you mean by cleared, just in everyday jargon?
Oh, sorry. So they would make sure the residents didn't have any other threats, like anybody else that was not supposed to be in the residence were not there. And I just stayed with Tara and Stephen to make sure that they were safe while this residence was being checked.
Were they, and by they I mean
That tells a lot.
Tara and Steve, were they transported away from the house?
Yes, by additional officers that had arrived on scene.
What did you do at that point?
While after they were transported?
Yes.
I just stood by on scene with Officer Wanish and Sergeant Brester until detectives and more officers could arrive to relieve us.
And Did you assist Officer Wanish with crime scene tape around the area?
Yes, at the front of the residence before we had left.
And I guess generally were you sort of monitoring if people were coming and going in the house?
Yes, made sure nobody else had entered the crime scene.
The people who had entered the house, were they all members or affiliates of law enforcement?
Yes.
Thank you, Officer. I have nothing further.
Cross-examination, Mr. Freilich.
Thank you. Officer Plonky, a couple questions for you. So on Wednesday, February 23rd of 2022, you were working in full uniform patrol, correct?
Correct.
Was this zone 4E2?
That was my call sign.
Okay. Were you dispatched over to 829 Stony Brook Lane in Green Bay?
Correct.
And you received some information over dispatch, right?
Yes.
This residence, was it near like the Fireman's Park area?
Yes.
What report did you receive?
That it was the boyfriend, Stephen, who called, but his girlfriend had woken him up, stating that she had gone into the basement and found her son's severed head in a bucket.
So you went over there to that residence, correct?
Correct.
By yourself in a fully marked squad?
I went over there in my own squad, but Officer Wanish came at the same time as I did.
Okay. And so then you parked on the street?
Yes.
And the two of you officers walked up?
Yes.
And it was dark outside, there was snow on the ground, correct?
Correct.
And who made contact with the residents first?
I believe I interacted with them first.
Okay. You're the one that knocked on the door, correct?
Correct.
And then the door opened and you kind of went inside a bit?
Yep.
Did you see some vehicles in the driveway?
I can't recall vehicles.
You don't recall if any vehicles were in the driveway when you walked up?
I don't recall. There might have been.
Okay. Do you know if the vehicles belonged to Tara Pakinich and Stephen Hendricks?
If there were vehicles in there, I didn't run the license plates and didn't ask about who they belonged to.
Okay. And when you got to the door, you had some discussions with Ms. Pakinich and Mr. Hendricks, correct?
Correct.
And then what did you do? Did you go inside?
Correct. I was inside talking to them.
Okay. And then did Officer Wanish follow behind you?
Yes.
So were you on the first floor in the kitchen area where there was a table?
That's where I spoke to Stephen and Tara.
Okay. Try to find out what was going on, correct?
Correct.
And then was there a decision made between the two of you for one to go down and check what was going on in the basement?
Correct. Officer Wanish decided to go down and confirm what they were telling us.
Okay. As far as seniority, who had more seniority, Officer Wanish or yourself?
Officer Wanish has more seniority than I do.
Okay. So he took the bull by the horns and went down in the basement to check it out?
Correct.
And you maintained things upstairs?
Correct.
And then did you stand at the top of the stairs looking down to kind of keep in contact with Officer Wanish?
Correct.
And at some point then, were you asked to come down and verify as well what was in the bucket?
Yes.
And you did that?
I did.
Did you talk to Stephen Hendricks?
I made some conversation with him. I mainly talked to Tara.
Okay. But did Mr. Hendricks tell you that he went down to look at the bucket and you couldn't tell what it was?
Yes, I believe that was partially because he had just woken up and was almost in a state of shock.
Tara Pakinich was in a state of shock too? Is that fair?
Seemed to be that way.
And was it your understanding that Tara woke up for some reason, correct?
She heard the door close, I believe, to the residence.
The side door that you would come into?
My son just came in and says,
And then
yeah, she looks
did she-
sedated. And he doesn't even
What
know
made
who
her
the
go
guy is
downstairs?
behind her.
She was woken by the door, and I believe she wanted to check if there was anybody still inside of the house or if they had entered or left.
Did she find anybody inside the house?
She did not locate anybody that was alive in the house.
And did she tell you that she went downstairs to verify the basement situation?
Correct.
And then that caused her to have the police called?
Correct.
But before the police were called, was it such that Ms. Pakinich went up to tell her significant other, Stephen Hendricks, what she saw?
Since he called for police, I believe that's what happened.
Okay. When you were talking to Tara Pakinich, did she indicate that her son would sometimes come over for meals and do laundry and things like that?
Correct.
When you were in the residence, when you came in the residence, did you have any kind of patrol gloves on at all?
I don't recall.
Okay. When you went down in the basement, did you have gloves on?
I don't recall.
Okay. After
crime scene was contaminated.
Is it fair to say when you went down the stairs into the basement?
I'm wondering if
you
she's having
looked
flashbacks.
you looked inside the bucket
She looks
several
like
times?
her head's in, like she's in
Yes.
pain.
Did you have a flashlight as well?
I always had my flashlight on duty.
Did you use the flashlight?
I most likely did, yeah.
Okay. And then you looked around in the basement, correct?
Sorry.
I glanced around the basement, yes.
You didn't see anybody down there, correct?
Nobody
That's
else
my
down
son.
And at some point you went back up the stairs, is that fair?
Correct.
Did Dahmer live in Green Bay?
Milwaukee.
The bucket that you saw, what color was it?
Black, I believe.
And where was it located?
Just to the right of the stairs if you were to walk down.
Like if you walk down the stairs, would it be like around the corner?
To the right, you would be able to see it as soon as you got down at the bottom of the stairs.
Okay. So as you get off the last step, then you would see the bucket on the right?
Correct.
Expert want to make a bet?
Did you move the contents of the bucket at all?
No, I did not touch any of the contents.
There was a towel on the
$50,
bucket, and it
he
was
goes
removed
crazy
by
by
Officer
the end of
Wanish,
the
correct?
Yes.
Did you look at the
trial.
towel?
I
think
believe
that's
I
what everybody was
would also
waiting
have seen
on.
the towel, yes.
I was thinking about that earlier.
Where was that sitting?
We should have had
Was it
a
right on the floor next to the bucket?
pole or something.
It might have been.
Yeah.
I cannot recall exactly where the towel was at that point.
Backup officers arrived, correct?
Correct.
And then who transported Tara Pakinich, Stephen Hendricks, and Abel Wheelock to the police department?
Additional officers, it was not me, and I don't know which officers exactly took that responsibility.
Was the daughter woken up right away after you got there?
During the protective sweep, officers had awoken her as they were going through the bedrooms.
Where did these people sit or stand when you were there? I mean, Tara Pakinich, Steve Hendricks, and Abel Wheelock. Were they sitting at that kitchen table, on chairs? Were they standing in the kitchen?
There was points where Tara and Steven might have been standing, but they were in the kitchen when I was with them.
Okay. When you were there, did Tara, Steve, or Ava go down in the basement?
No.
And was it your understanding that Stephen and Tara, they slept upstairs in the loft part?
Correct. That's what I believe that it was laid out as.
And then was it your understanding that the ground level, it had like a kitchen and a bedroom, and that's where Ava slept?
Correct.
Then there was this finished basement, correct?
Correct.
In the basement, there was a laundry area, is that?
Bad. Hang on, my earphone fell out.
Fair?
Correct.
Storage area?
Correct.
It was kind of messy down there, correct?
It was cluttered, like as a lot of basements are.
Lots of stuff down there?
Correct.
And officers did a protective sweep of the house and found no other threats, correct?
Correct.
And then you waited on the scene and you started a crime scene log, correct?
Correct.
When you start a crime scene log, can you tell me what that involves?
So starting a crime scene log is you put the address, and then you start listing all the occupants who have entered and left the crime scene. So like my name would go on it, Sergeant Brester, Officer Wanish, and then we would mark like their reason for being there and then their time in and out.
Okay. And you did that?
I started it, yes.
Okay. Did you also assist Officer Wanish with putting up crime scene tape?
Correct.
Is that kind of like the yellow crime scene tape that we see on TV?
Correct.
Where did you put the crime scene tape?
I believe we just outlined the front yard of the residence, holding it around trees and making sure that everybody could see that they were not supposed to enter the property.
Did it cover the front door of Stony Brook
It would have encompassed the front door.
and the side door of Stony Brook?
I can't recall exactly if we had brought crime scene tape up to the back point.
Okay, nothing further, thank you.
You have to remember is that from the video, these guys they didn't know what to do. You know, I mean, this doesn't happen every day.
Ladies and
Oh,
gentlemen,
no, definitely.
Well, yeah, he called in. He says, "We're gonna need some more people."
all rise for the jury.
Yeah, could you like bring some more people in?
Exit sign. So, were they taking a little break?
Yeah. The only thing I can think of, and my son just said he didn't really know the guy behind her, might be the guy that she was living with at the time, but he may be a witness, so he wouldn't be able to be in the courtroom. Isn't that correct?
Counsel, anything
Yeah.
coming up before
Yeah.
we take a recess, Mr. Saunders? No. Mr. Fraley?
No.
Very good, so 10:15.
Yeah, it was MLS lost it. Who is that guy back there? He keeps I noticed it too. He had his he was like showing on his thumbnail like that, and I don't know, he was just like going like every fingernail he was chewing on.
Yep, exactly, Jen, with no filter. The responding officers were patrol officers. They're not equipped to handle a situation. No, they just ride the streets and eat donuts around here.
Well, you heard the first cop. He said that he gives traffic citations. I mean, that's a big difference.
Mm-hmm.
It's not so much of seeing the gruesome, scene that we're not used to. I mean, this isn't something like normal people see and walk away normally from. But it's not just that. It was just that, here I am, not expecting this one tonight. This is not the call I thought I'd be getting.
Yeah, she did attack her first attorney. I have a theory behind that. Yeah, past she actually went to school with my older son. She lived 2 blocks from me. She's been in my house. This was years ago, though. Let's just get that straight.
Yeah. Oh, come on. I want to be like, she was over at Yaya's
I'm
just a
not
couple
going
nights
to lie and
beforehand.
say no.
No. We had a conversation last week. It was, do you think that creators make up stuff like that just for views? And I was like, oh, yeah, absolutely. It's like they don't last long, but
No, I'm not making this up.
no.
I could pull out the kids' yearbooks if I had to prove it. But I won't do that either. I wouldn't do that either because I don't have to prove it to anybody.
No, you don't. You don't. I believe you. I mean, that's something we have gotten into a society where we don't believe people. And people are naturally supposed to be good, and you're
Yeah.
supposed to believe them for their word. And then when they give you a reason to not believe them, is when you stop.
Yeah.
But I've
Murph's
known
turf.
Yaya for a while. I trust her.
Yeah. Murph's turf. It in the beginning, it was really hard on me. Last year when I found out, it was very hard. I cried a lot, like this girl has been in my home. She was good friends with my son up until like freshman year of high school, She was a neighborhood kid and they always came to my house.
Yaya, the interview that you did with me last year, I've always in the back of my mind thought that I didn't do a good job with you because I was so I could tell at the time you were still upset,
Well,
and I didn't know that until just recently when we've started to talk again. You know, like today, for instance, we've talked more than we have in a while,
Yeah.
and it's just I can tell the difference now a lot.
Well, you have to remember, I think when we talked about it last year, it was around the same time, I think. And
Yeah,
AJ had just died in the motorcycle accident.
and that's Taylor's brother.
Yeah, Taylor's brother. Um, that that was very devastating to me because the son that's in the house right now, that was his best friend. So,
Um,
it was just a year, July 1st, that he passed away. Um, and they actually, him and the guys all go to the cemetery and party by his gravestone yet. So, I mean, it's been very difficult because, again, and I wasn't allowed at his funeral because of his dad, because I had done a um, documentary with somebody else, and he saw it. He was not happy, so I wasn't even allowed to go to AJ's funeral, which was really hard.
it was a weird time. It was a
Mm-hmm.
weird time. Um, and you know what? I started thinking, I was like, well, why wasn't like our paths? Why didn't they cross more after that? I was like, oh, like that's right when my mom got sick. 'Cause it was, you said July, and it was in August my mom got sick,
Yeah.
and it wasn't. I mean, honestly, I haven't been able to start doing this the way I envisioned until just this past month or so. This is
Mhm.
wow. It's crazy how YouTube time is not real. Have you ever noticed that?
Yeah. I don't have the documentary anymore because
Uh-huh.
I shut my channel down. There's a channel I I really can't I
Yeah,
can't
it's just
say.
a lot of
No,
stuff.
I can't say because of certain reasons why.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry about the piano in the background. Yes, that's my son. He's practicing.
Don't be sorry. Like when you were telling me about it last night, and I was like, when I heard him start up, I was like, oh, there it is. I was like, it sounds like background music. It's it doesn't. It's not bad. The only thing that gets you on a stream or gets me is like something high pitched. Some dogs are very high pitched. Of course, children. Stuff outside like wind. Wind to me is a high pitched sound.
Yeah, I'm
So
triggered. I get a lot of noise there. Ugh. But yeah, it was, I don't know. Like I said, I put some guilt on myself a year ago. Like, was there anything I could have done? But no. In reality, no.
let's see here. So my mic's that low. Keep playing with it. I didn't mean it like that. Ah, okay. Let's see here. Why is oh it is. Boy, look at that. All right, how's that? Should be
Yeah,
well.
better.
There's a background noise filter that I was using, and that didn't work out. Yes, I do scream when the white rabbit slaps me. Um, well, it does give that old Western bar sound.
Yeah, her father was just sentenced. Look, he was charged with first degree SA, uh, person under 16, use of threats and violence. One, two, three, four charges on that. Um,
4 charges.
something like that. Yeah. Looking through the screenshots I took because I didn't want to have to go in the yeah.
I tried to find his stuff last night, and I didn't.
July 17th, 2023, he was sentenced to state prison for 12 years. Defendant is not eligible for challenge incarceration and substance abuse program, and then extended supervision 18 years. And there's a lot more that they have on here, what he can't do. And that was for what he did to his stepdaughter.
You know, I don't know. I don't know what I want to say. I don't understand. The easiest way to explain what I'm feeling is that the devil is strong, and it's very terrifying to think that some of these people, they don't have a chance from birth, and they're I don't know. It's a reflection of society or something. But
Yeah. I mean, there's my buddy. I'm telling you, this guy's a stand-up guy. He's a no BS. He was a no BS attorney when he was my divorce attorney, the judge, and he was like up straight. I don't play dirty. I play by the rules, you know. But Wisconsin's a 50-50 state, so
you can tell the attorneys that are on there that will end up being judges. I think if you spend enough time around them, you can tell they think of the law in a very deep historical context, and they are, like you said, no BS, just straightforward. What is happening here? Why don't we have sound?
Mattifin, I've known expert for over a year, and I live in Green Bay, and Taylor was friends with my oldest son up until freshman year in high school. She lived 2 blocks from me, and I knew her when she was younger, and her brother up until he passed a year ago.
Yeah. Yaya is very well vetted around here.
I'm a smart ass. This is my safe space.
Well, I love this, and it's funny because I think this is great. Nobody else has, somebody has, I mean, literally, you're an expert on this.
Well, I wouldn't say I'm an expert. But
you're more in one than I am. But here's the thing: is the chat likes it. The chat likes to be able to have someone who has that human interaction with people when they see somebody on there. It makes it very real for everybody.
Yeah.
Sir, if you want to come right up here, and then before you have a seat, just turn and face her and raise your right hand to place you under oath.
Now who's coming up?
I don't know. Another cop.
Another police officer.
Kurt Brester, B-R-E-S-T-E-R.
Okay, then the witness is yours, Mr. Saunders.
Can you tell us how you're employed?
He could
I'm
pull
a
me
patrol
over
sergeant with the City
anytime.
of Green Bay Police Department,
How long have you been employed in law enforcement?
approximately 15 years.
Is the entirety of that
I was
time with the Green
waiting
Bay
for
Police
it.
It
Department?
is not.
Okay. And how long have you been with Green Bay?
11 years.
You mentioned you're currently a sergeant, is that right?
Yes.
And I guess what are some of your duties as a sergeant as opposed to a patrol officer?
There's a wide range of responsibilities for sergeant, from administrative and scheduling work to managing larger scales calls.
In some respects, do you act as sort of like a supervisor for a shift?
Correct, yes.
But you still work patrol?
Yes.
So is it the case that you still respond to incidents?
Yes, sir.
And were you a patrol sergeant in February of 2022?
Yes.
I want to ask you about February 23rd of that year, at about 3:24 a.m. Did you respond at some point to a call on Stony Brook Lane?
Yes.
And what was the reason you responded to that residence?
We had received a call that a resident inside that house had found what she believed was a severed head inside of a bucket.
Were you the first officer who arrived?
I was not.
And which officers were those?
Officer Wanish and Officer Plonky arrived on scene prior to my arrival.
And when you got there,
Anything
I guess
in
what
West Side
happened?
Story?
When I arrived, I made contact with Officer Wanish outside.
No,
and
it
he
does not
explained to
bother me if you
what
guys
he
make
had
jokes
seen
about
in the
her
basement
in
of his
chat.
residence. And that's when I had entered the residence at that time.
Okay. And what did you do when you entered?
Well, I made contact with two individuals in the kitchen, and I explained to them, due to the severity of what was happening, we were going to do a protective sweep of the residence.
And a protective sweep, that's essentially looking for people that may have been in the house?
Correct, for the safety of us and others inside the house that we're speaking with.
Apart from the two individuals you encountered in the kitchen, was anyone else found in the residence?
There was a juvenile female in a bedroom on the first floor that we had contact with during our protective sweep, yes.
Okay. And I guess was she essentially woken up by officers?
Yes, and we had her go back into the kitchen by the other two adults.
And you indicated you didn't locate any other persons in the residence?
Correct.
At that point, Officer Wanish had previously told you about what he observed in the basement, is that right?
Yes.
During the course of your protective sweep, are you going through the entirety of the residence?
Yes.
Including the basement?
Yes, sir.
And when you're in the basement, did you observe any other parts of a human body?
I did not see any more parts of a human body, no.
Okay. And did you locate any areas of suspected blood or other related
Yes,
material?
I was very
Yes,
surprised
there were
and
red
shocked.
spots on the concrete floor that was consistent with blood. And also, I was advised by another officer that there was a piece of what appeared to
Objection
be-
hearsay, Your Honor?
Not necessarily offering it for the truth, Judge.
Yeah, overruled.
Go ahead and answer.
A piece of what appeared to be a bone fragment or fatty tissue on a drain on a stand-up shower in the basement.
And so you mentioned the areas of suspected blood were drops, is that right?
Correct.
Were there areas of large-scale pooling at all?
I did not see any, no.
Okay, so with the drops that you observed, where were those located?
They were on the concrete floor, from what I recall, near the bucket.
Other areas of the basement, did you observe anything of that nature other than what you talked about earlier? And what did you do after the sweep of the residence?
I again made contact with the adults upstairs and advised, or asked if we could ultimately have consent to search the rest of the residence regarding to the crime. And we obtained verbal consent at that point.
So the initial responding officers, you're doing the protective sweep to look for people. Is there a larger scale, search of the house?
At that point, no.
Okay. Is that done by other members of your department?
Yes, later on in the incident, yes.
And did they ultimately arrive to the house as well?
Yes.
Expert, I'm going to jump down for a while.
Okay.
I have to go
Thank you, sir.
do something else, and I'll be back in a little while.
All right.
Sergeant Brester,
thank you so much.
morning.
And
Yep.
I look forward to seeing you again.
You were
and,
on
Alright.
uniform patrol on February
Alright,
23rd,
I'll be back.
2022?
All right. Bye-bye.
What was your
Alright.
shift?
I was a night shift sergeant at the time, so I started at 10 p.m. and worked until 6:30 a.m.
And you were on patrol in a different area in the Adam district, correct?
Yes, I was on a other call at the time.
Okay. And were you asked to come over to 829 Stony Brook Lane?
Yes, sir.
Who asked you to come over there?
Officer Wanish.
And was it regarding a suspicious situation over there on Stony Brook?
Yes.
Did you hear something from dispatch? Did they give you any details as to why you were supposed to go over there?
Yes, while I was on the initial call I was on, I did hear the Stony Brook call being dispatched out, and I did hear the nature of the call at that time, yes.
So then you left the Adams district, went over to Stony Brook, and where did you park?
From what I remember, I parked down the street, not far from the actual address of the incident.
And you walked up on the sidewalk?
Sidewalk into the driveway, correct?
Okay. And did you see Officer Plonky and Officer Wanish there then outside?
Yes.
And did they kind of brief you on what was going on?
Yes.
Was that outside?
I believe it was outside, yes.
And did you try to figure out a game plan as to what to do?
Yes.
Officer Wanish needed your assistance because this was kind of an unusual situation. Is that fair?
Correct.
And they wanted you as the supervisor, as the sergeant, to kind of verify what they were seeing, correct?
Yes.
And you had responded to this location at 829 Stony Brook Lane with your emergency lights and sirens on, correct?
Yes, sir.
It was a kind of a dire emergency situation, correct?
From what we're gathering at the point, yes.
So then you walked inside the residence?
Yes.
And who did you talk to first?
I talked with a male and a female at the kitchen table. I believe her name was Tara and the male was Stephen.
Okay. And did you have any concerns about what they were saying? Whether
Not that they're saying, I don't know if they're in shock, but it's, yeah, they were, he appeared to be drinking alcohol, but other than that, I think, yeah, there was nothing out of the ordinary at the time.
You were able to converse with them?
Yes.
And then were you asked to go down to the basement to check it out?
Yes.
And did you?
Yes.
Did you have patrol gloves on?
I cannot recall.
Okay. Tell me what happened when you started your descent down into the basement.
Well, we went down the basement and from what I remember, I asked where the bucket was and we found the bucket at the bottom of the stairs off to the right. And there was what appeared to be some kind of toweling or cloth over the bucket, and we opened it up and I confirmed that it appeared to be a human severed head.
Okay. And when you were down in the basement, were the other officers down there, Plonky and Wanish?
I believe at least one came down there with me. I thought maybe one stayed upstairs with the two adults.
Okay, just to maintain?
Right.
And then did you decide to call for additional assistance?
We did at that time, yes.
Was it your call?
Yes.
Who else did you call to come over?
The other officers that were on scene, and then we had another sergeant was working as the shift commander at the time, and he began making phone calls to detective division and additional supervisors above my rank.
This residence at 829 Stony Brook, was it essentially 3 levels with a basement, a floor level, and then an upstairs?
I know for sure the basement and the main level. I can't remember about the upstairs. I believe there was an upstairs.
Did you go up there and check it out?
Not that I know. I remember for sure the basement and the first floor.
Okay. You found no other people besides Tara, Stephen, and Ava, correct?
Correct.
You didn't see Taylor Schabusiness there, correct?
No, sir.
You didn't see any body parts there, correct?
Besides the severed head, that's it.
The downstairs, was it fair that it was sort of in disarray?
It was it appeared to be a live-in basement bedroom that people were somebody was living in. Yes.
How long did it take before Mr. Hendricks, Miss Pakinich, and Miss Wheelock were, taken out of the home and brought down to the police department?
I would say within the first 20 minutes, half hour I was there.
Okay. And was her bedroom on the ground level off the kitchen?
Whose bedroom?
Ms. Wheelock, Ava Wheelock, was her bedroom like on the same floor as the kitchen?
Yes, between the kitchen and the living room.
Can you describe that ground level when you come in that side door?
Sure. So you come up the side door, you walk up a few stairs into the kitchen to your left, and then when you go through the kitchen, there's a hallway that runs, I guess, north and south, with the living room on your right and the bedroom in the right as well, down the hallway.
Is there a bathroom there on the first floor?
I believe there was.
Okay, and that's all there is to the first floor? It's
Yes.
it's a very small house, correct?
Yeah, it's a smaller house.
Cape Cod style?
Yeah,
There's a separate garage there?
there was a detached garage, correct?
Did you see vehicles parked in the driveway on that particular evening?
Not that I could recall.
Okay. It's a while ago, correct?
Pardon?
This was a while ago,
Yes, sir.
correct? But it was dark outside and there was snow on the ground, correct?
Correct.
Kind of a cold night, correct?
Yes.
And then you asked Tara Pakinich if you could, search the residence, correct?
Yes.
She gave written consent, yes?
Once she got to the police department, she put pen to paper on the consent, yes.
When you were there, Sergeant, did your other officers, Wanish and Plonky, start putting out police crime scene tape?
They did outside, yes.
Did they follow all the procedures?
Yes.
Was there any way that the crime scene was disturbed in any way, shape, or form?
No.
At this property, there's like a driveway and then there's a separate detached garage, correct?
Correct.
And there's a backyard too?
Yes.
Did you ask Tara Pakinich if she had moved the bucket at all?
Not that I recall.
Did you ask Stephen Hendricks if he moved the bucket at all?
No.
Was it your understanding that Abel Wheelock did not even go downstairs?
Correct.
And is it fair to say that prior to having additional detectives and supervisors come to the scene from the detective division, that you didn't do any other searching of the residence?
Correct.
You and the other two officers just kind of stood by and maintained the scene?
Yes.
And then other detectives then came, Detective Biller, Detective Scanlon, Lieutenant Strauff, correct?
Yes.
And did you brief all of them on what you knew?
Pardon?
Did you brief all of them
Yes.
on what you knew?
Yeah.
Okay, nothing further. Thank you so much.
Redirect? No, thank you.
Thank you. You can step down.
And your next witness, Mr. Saunders.
The state calls Stephen Hendricks.
Okay, sir, if you just want to step up over here, and then before you have a seat, turn and face her and raise your right hand. She'll place you under oath.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter now before the court, so help you God? Please have a seat and state your name for the record.
My name is Stephen Hendricks.
And then, sir, if you could move up a little closer to the microphone so we can hear
Stephen
you.
Hendricks.
All right, and with that, Mr. Saunders, the witness is yours.
All right.
This dude,
Is
right?
it okay if I refer to you as Steve?
Yes,
Okay. Steve, how old are you?
50.
Okay. And where do you live?
Green Bay?
Okay. And does he still live on Stony Brook Lane?
Yes,
And that's in Green Bay. What area of Green Bay is that?
west side.
All right. How long have you lived at Stony Brook Lane?
Almost 3 years.
And who do you live there with?
Tara.
Yeah, they are.
And what's Tara's last name?
Packnett.
And are you in a relationship with Tara?
Yes,
All right. And how long has that been?
almost 3 years.
Okay. And that's, I guess, why you live at that house now?
Yeah.
Okay. Does anyone else live at that house?
Part-time Ava.
Okay. And
Her daughter.
who's Ava?
Tara's daughter.
And she still a juvenile?
Yes.
So somebody
Did,
asked about the
Tara have any
parents?
other children who, on
This is
occasion, would
the
be at the house?
boyfriend of the
Yes.
mom.
And who is that?
Shad.
And Shad, was that her son?
Yes.
And did he live there full-time, part-time? I guess what was that arrangement?
It was partially when he wanted to eat, change, or do his laundry and whatnot.
And I guess looking in like February of 2022, by that point, was Shad an adult?
Yes.
So I want to ask you, Steve, about February 21st, 2022. It was a Monday. Do you recall the date I'm talking about?
Yes.
And on that date, or were you still living at the Stony Brook Lane house with Tara?
Yes.
On that date, did you?
That's what I was thinking.
Have contact with Shad on that day?
Yes.
Okay. And I guess what happened on the 21st?
Well, 21st during the day. It depends what you're referring to. There's several different occasions.
At some point, did you and Tara go to dinner?
Yes,
And who did you go to dinner with?
with Shad.
And do you remember where you went?
Courthouse Bar and Grill.
Is that also in Green Bay?
Cornholes?
Yes, east side.
Do you remember what time you would have gone to dinner?
It was during the day. 3 years, maybe? I'm not positive, but
Okay. And then.
I like to get my drink on
Were you
early.
there for a little bit of time?
yes.
Do you remember what you did after dinner was done?
I believe we went home.
And what time would that have been, if you remember?
I'm not positive. It's still light out.
All right. And you went home, do you mean the Stony
like
Brook
5
Lane house?
o'clock.
Yes.
And what happened when you got back to that house?
I don't recall, but I remember Shad leaving. I'm not sure.
Did you see who Shad left with?
Yes,
And who is that?
that was Taylor.
And did you know who Taylor was
It's like
prior
halfway
to
he was
that
like
day?
Shad.
I
Who
met
is
her
that?
several times.
And I guess, how did you meet her? I guess, what was that?
Through Shad.
Would she come over to the house?
Well, there was only one time prior that she was at the house, but they weren't in the house.
So it was just sort of in passing you had had contact
Well,
with Taylor?
yes, I pulled in a driveway and they were trying to break into the house.
So you had known Taylor prior to February 21st?
You got it right.
Just that one occasion.
And they left the Stony Brook house, is that right?
Yes.
Did you see how they left the house?
No, I did not.
Was Shad driving at that time?
I don't believe so. His truck was in the pound.
All right, so he didn't have a vehicle?
No, not at the time.
And I know it's a while ago.
This guy's
Do you
a
remember
plethora of
what time they
knowledge.
would have left the house?
Not exactly.
No, man.
By that point,
This
was
is
it
the
dark out or
dude. This
still
is the
light?
Big
I believe it
Lebowski.
was still light out.
All right.
I had a drink here, man.
And
I'm not the dude.
at any point
You are.
that night,
No, I'm the
did
dude.
Shad return to the home?
About 1 in the morning, 2 in the morning, somewhere around there.
So 1 or 2 in the morning, would that have been then into the morning of the 22nd?
Sure.
He didn't know what time he went to dinner or what time he got
And,
home, but he knows what time
happened when Shad got
Shad
home
got
in the
home.
morning?
He rang the doorbell 6, 7 times in a row. That's his little key. Yes.
And
That's why he knew.
did you open the door for him?
Yes.
What door did they enter through?
We only use the back door of our place because that's where the driveway is. So that's the only door we use.
So the door that sort of is next to the
It's on
driveway?
the side. It's on the side of the house, yes.
Do you use the front door?
No, not really.
Right, biker?
Is it kind of
It's
locked
kind of
usually?
blocked. It's kind of blocked off. We have junk in front of it.
So is
We
it
have
that
junk in front
whenever
of it.
people are entering or leaving
It's
that
always,
home?
it's always back side door.
Oh,
And
back
so,
door, man.
Shad kind of rings the doorbell 6, 7 times, you said, is that right?
Yeah.
Was anyone with him?
Yes.
Who?
Taylor.
And did you see how they had arrived at the home?
No, I did not. I just opened the door.
And what happened when you opened the door for
She
him?
came
They
in with
came
a
in and
dog
went right
chain and a
downstairs.
purple dildo.
In that time, in that 1 or 2
But I didn't
a.m.
think
on the
anything of it.
22nd there, did you notice anything out of the ordinary behavior-wise with either Shad or Taylor?
No.
Had you previously had contact with Taylor, right?
Yes.
Anything different from that time versus the prior times you met with her?
No.
When she came over earlier in the day to pick up Shad, did you have contact with Taylor then?
Yes, she came in the house.
Sort of asked the same questions. Was there any kind of odd behaviors that you were observing?
No.
So then when Taylor and Shad then go into the basement, how do you get to the basement from that door, that storm door?
Straight down the steps,
So it's
right by the door. The door continues to go down. If you take a left right at the top, you'll go into the kitchen. But if you go straight down, it goes to the basement.
So they go right down there. What do you do?
I went back upstairs. I went back to bed.
So I want to ask a few questions then about the layout of the home.
Okay.
So the area that you're talking about, the door, is that on the main level?
Yes.
Are there any bedrooms on that level of the home?
Yes.
And who is using those bedrooms?
One of them is just a empty room, an empty bed that Shad keeps his stuff in, and then Ava's room. That's on the main level.
Your room and Tara's room, I should ask first, do you share a room?
Yes, it's
And
on the
where is-
second floor.
Okay, that's on the second floor. Are
Yes.
there any other rooms on the second floor of the home?
No, it's just a long hall, closet space, and then a bedroom.
So after they go to the basement that morning, you go back up to the to your room?
Second floor, yes.
All right. And do you go back to sleep?
I'm not sure. Pretty sure.
Okay. After that point, do you have any other contact with Shad?
No, it was the last time I seen him.
And that was 1 or 2 a.m. on the 22nd?
Yes.
What about Taylor? Had you had any contact with Taylor after that point?
At one point, I was in the kitchen, and she had come upstairs, and
Get a knife.
I borrowed her a pair of reading glasses.
Oh.
Do you remember when that was?
It was about 9:30 a.m.
Oh.
Is it the same day that you're talking about?
Yes,
Would that be the 22nd?
the 22nd, yes.
So you're in the kitchen about 9:30 in the morning and Taylor comes in the kitchen?
Yeah,
And I guess the kitchen, is that right off of those stairs?
it's right off the stairs, yes.
And I guess what happens when Taylor comes into the kitchen there?
Nothing. She asked if I had a pair of glasses. I had a pair. I wear readers, and I buy them by the case because I lose everything.
And then I guess, did she take those glasses?
Yeah,
Okay, I guess, were they like, what kind of glasses were
they're
they?
just black glasses, black frame readers. They're just cheaters.
But like a black, is it like a
Cheaters.
thicker frame?
No, not really.
But just like more than a wire frame?
Yeah, it's just the black plastic, but they're not like super thick.
And during that time you had contact with Taylor there, did you notice anything out of the ordinary?
No,
Any sort of odd behaviors or anything like that?
not that I was aware of.
So then,
Did you
the
notice
rest of
anything out of
that
the
day, the
ordinary?
22nd
No, nothing
there,
I was aware of.
What are you doing throughout that day?
Arguing with Tara.
Okay. So you had a little bit of an argument throughout the day?
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay. Did you leave the home at any point?
Yes, I did.
And I guess at any point during that day, do you go into the basement?
No.
All right. And you left the residence. How long after that 9:30 a.m. time do you think you left the home?
Well, it wasn't far after that, about 40 minutes after that, maybe.
And then how long were you gone for?
About 6 hours.
So you got back to the home sometime in the late afternoon?
Probably, yeah. That's it.
And when you got home, I guess, what is that evening like?
I really couldn't say. I was out drinking, and I came home and passed out.
Okay. Anything, out of the ordinary that you remember seeing?
No.
Okay. Still aren't going in the basement at any point?
No.
I then want to ask about the following, I guess, morning time. Do you remember anything happening of note in that early morning of the 23rd?
Except for when I was woken up, you mean, other than that?
Yeah, so were you woken up on that time?
I was woken up, yes.
And can you tell me what happened with that?
Tara had woken me up and said she thinks she found Chad, her son's, that's how she put it, I found my son's head in a bucket. So I'm dumbfounded. Didn't believe her. Thought she was having a mental issue or something.
Sure. So do you remember what time this would have been?
Had to be about between 2 and 3 in the morning. I know it was the middle of the night.
And you said you were woken up. Were you sleeping in that room up in the second floor?
Yes,
And Tara had woken you up?
yes, after she heard her door slam.
Is that something you heard, or that's information Tara's telling
I
you?
don't recall if I heard it, but I know that I woke up a little bit when she got up.
And at some point, she comes back and tells you
Yes.
some information?
Yes.
What do you do then?
I go downstairs and see what the hell she's talking about, and I can't see anything, so we go back upstairs and contemplate what the heck to do.
I guess, what do you do specifically when you go downstairs?
I went to the basement and observed a bucket that she said, but I don't know, my mind blocked it out. All I seen was like hair, like an animal or something. I didn't know what the heck.
The bucket that you remember seeing, is that typically located right next to the stairs there?
No, it just happened to be there that day.
So after you see that stuff in the basement, contemplate what to do, I think you
Yeah,
said?
we go back up to the second floor bedroom, and I called the police station, and it took me a while to get through. I didn't call 911 because I wasn't sure what was going on yet at this point.
Oh, it's crazy.
If, it's a ways away, but if you can remember, from when you kind of remember getting woke up when Tara got up to the
Yeah.
time you call the police, are you able to approximate how long a time we're talking about?
Within 30 minutes, I can't really say exactly, but it was within 30 minutes. I mean, she woke me up, went downstairs, went back upstairs, and then it took me about 10 minutes to get through because I didn't call 911, I called the police department.
You got through to a dispatcher at some point?
Yes.
I like how they muted everything. Oh. I dig this guy's gray shirt.
So after that point, did officers arrive at your home?
Yes, 2 uniformed officers.
Did you speak with them about sort of what you observed?
Yeah.
And
did
they
you
said,
go
I've been
down to
drinking.
the police department then and speak further with officers?
Well, they had us put our phones on the table and then waited for, I think they escorted us to the Green Bay Police Department.
Murph's taking notes. I like that.
Thank you, Steve. Nothing further.
Guys, be sure and check out the Discord. Put stuff in there you have questions about, whatnot.
Mr. Hendricks, good morning.
I'll be in there like tonight and everything.
Shad Therian is the son of your girlfriend, Tara Pakinich, correct?
Yes.
He's not your son, right?
Right.
And he wasn't living at the 829 Stony Brook Lane property in February of 2022, was he?
No.
He lived with his father, Michael Therian, correct?
Correct.
He would come over to the residence on Stony Brook to eat, take a shower, do laundry, things like that?
Sure.
And to come and visit you and Tara, his mom?
Well, more Tara.
Okay. But you knew him, right?
Yes.
You had only met Taylor Schabusiness one time before?
Prior to that, yes.
And that was a brief meeting, is that correct?
Yes.
And sir, was it your understanding that Taylor Schabusiness went to high school and maybe middle school with Shad Therian?
That was my understanding.
And that they went to high school at Bayport together, correct?
I understood that, yeah.
The last time you saw Shad Therian was when?
About 2 o'clock in the morning on Monday night, going into Tuesday.
February 21st of 2022?
22nd, it was one of them.
Okay. On that Monday?
I believe so, Monday.
And
Monday.
was it, sir, was it your testimony that you went to the courthouse bar and grill in Green Bay with your girlfriend Tara Pakinich and then with Shad Therian?
Yes.
Okay. You had some dinner there, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Appetizers.
Okay. Some drinks?
Yep.
Yeah.
And then you came back home to Stony Brook?
Yes.
Continue to drink.
And then at some point, did Shad leave the residence then?
Yes.
Do you know what time?
Not exactly. It's
And-
still light out.
Okay. Was it your understanding that Shad was picked up by someone?
Yes.
Who was that?
Taylor.
Okay. So she picked him up and they left together?
Yes.
Was anybody else with him?
Not that I know of, no.
Okay.
How do you know it
And
was
then
Taylor
you
that
didn't
picked
see him
him up?
again?
Not till late that night.
On February 22nd of
Yeah,
2022?
I think that's what it would be, 22nd by then, because it was after midnight. Yeah.
Okay. So you heard some pounding on the side door?
No, I heard the doorbell ring 6 times.
Okay.
Yeah,
That's kind of his clue to be let in, correct?
Yeah, it was key.
And so then you came down, you opened the door?
Yes.
And is it your testimony that Taylor Schabusiness and Shad Therian then went right down the basement?
Yes.
And you were tired, so you went back upstairs to bed, right?
I went upstairs, yes.
When they come back, we'll get together.
You remember when the police came to your house on
Darn.
February 23rd of 2022, correct?
Yes.
You were waiting for them, correct?
Yes.
You're the one that actually called 911?
Yeah, I didn't call 911, I called the police department.
Okay, you called the Green Bay Police Department non-emergency line?
Non-emergency line, yes.
Okay.
It was an
And
emergency.
then,
The head was in the
You
bucket.
asked to have someone come over?
Yep.
And then do you recall meeting with an officer or officers at the door?
Yes, 2 officers.
And that's at that side door, correct?
Correct.
And the side door to the house is like right by the driveway, correct?
Correct.
Now, on this particular night, there were vehicles in the driveway, correct?
Correct.
Whose vehicles were they, sir?
Tara's and mine.
Okay, what kind of car do you have?
I have a Forester.
Okay,
He drives a
and
Subaru.
Tara?
Doesn't look like a
She has
Subaru,
a
man, does he?
okay. And they were parked like off the side door in the driveway?
Yes, in the driveway, yes.
Any other vehicles in the driveway?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Okay. And then you talked to the officers, correct?
Yes.
And you told them what you knew, or is that correct?
Yes, and then they went down and took a look themselves.
Okay. They went down in the basement?
Yep.
And where did you go?
I sat at the table, where they told us not to move.
Okay, and you followed directions, correct?
Yes.
And where was Tara Pakinich? Was she
She's
sitting
right
at the
next to
table?
me,
Okay.
yes.
And when did Ava Wheelock get up?
I didn't even know she was there at the time, and right around the time they were here, they came over, I didn't realize she was even there yet.
Okay, did she come and sit at the kitchen table as well?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have issues with your vision?
A little bit.
If you don't have glasses on, do you have a hard time seeing?
Yes.
Okay, glasses help, right?
Yeah, for reading, yes.
Okay, sure. If you don't have the glasses on, is it difficult to see real far?
No.
Okay. Can you see, are you nearsighted or farsighted?
I'm just getting old.
Okay. But as far as you can see, can you give me like a distance?
Just words are blurry. Other than that, I can see you just fine.
Okay. And on this particular night, February 23rd of 2022, when you went down the stairs, sir?
Yeah.
You didn't have any cheaters or glasses, right?
No.
Everything was kind of blurry?
Yeah.
And you thought that maybe Tara Pakinich was seeing things, is that correct?
Having mental issues, I don't know if she was hallucinating or anything like that. It's just, I got woke up out of dead sleep and I'm tripping out now.
You were pretty stressed out, fair?
Well, yeah. She wakes me up crying, telling me she found her son's head in a bucket. Yeah, a little disturbing.
When you were, when she was trying to wake you up, were you in a dead sleep?
Not really. I mean, I was sleeping, but I was aware that I needed to get up.
And is it your testimony that when you looked in the bucket, you couldn't tell what it was, correct?
Correct.
And after you and Tara Pakinich talked, did you talk in the kitchen? You know, after you went to the basement, you came back up, and did you talk
No,
with her in the kitchen?
We went back up to the bedroom. That's where my phone was.
Oh, okay. And then you kind of contemplated on what to do?
Yeah.
You didn't know if you should call 911 or
I
not?
didn't know whether to call 911 or I just called the police department because I didn't want them screaming in sirens and all that crap.
Okay, all right. How long after you made that call did it take for the police officers to get there?
It was late at night, probably 10 minutes, not even.
Okay. Did anybody move the bucket at all?
No.
Did you move the bucket?
Nope.
Okay, nothing further, thank you.
Let me redirect. No, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay, you can step down, sir. Thank you.
I'd ask the witness be excused from any subpoena and sequestration order, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, he's released from the sequestration order.
Well, he can go
Next
home.
witness then?
State calls Tara Packard.
Ma'am, if you want to step right up here, and before you have a seat, turn and face her and raise your right hand. She'll place you under oath.
You're right, Truth.
solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter, now before the court, so help you God.
Yes.
Please have a seat and state your name for the record.
Tara Packinick.
This is the
And the
mom.
witness is yours, Mr. Saunders.
Can we have a brief sidebar, Your Honor?
You may.
Oh, I just realized they cut out. Gosh, I was freaking out thinking it was me. Oh, man. So this is the mom of Shad, right?
I'm going to have you accompany the bailiff to the jury room, and then we'll be back within 5 minutes or so. All rise for the jury.
All right, there's going to be a 5-minute break. Yeah. Chris, I thought that was me, though. I thought I'd done something. See you, Yamaha.
Clarify with
Be safe,
the,
bud.
the media in the back that this is a victim and she's not to be live streamed. She's not to be videoed. My understanding is that that's what's happening right now, so we need to stop it, okay?
Oh. Whoops.
Okay, it's been stopped. We're ready to have him back.
Oh. Well, that makes for something interesting, doesn't it? Yeah, you guys got it. For those of y'all that are here, you got to see what she, the victim. Holy cow. Bad court cameraman. You're right, Chris. Holy cow, man. Okay, now what happens if the judge holds them in contempt? Because it's this courtroom. It's like, you get your damn cameras out of here. Oh my gosh.
Everybody can have a seat.
I don't think it would be. I mean, the witness can say who they are. Why is this showing that I am running low on the internet?
Then we're good to go, Mr. Saunders. The witness is yours.
Chair, if you don't mind me asking, how old are you?
49
All right. And where do you live?
on Stony Brook Landing.
Oh, now they're cutting the stuff? Oh my gosh. Now they're... Oh. Oh man, Oh, Yaya. I didn't see Yaya come back in. Yeah, so Yaya, Shad's mom goes up there, and then the judge stops the trial and says, "Hey, are we filming this live? Because she's a victim. This isn't supposed to be happening." And so they came back and they asked her, said, "Well, what's the, who are you? Where do you live?" And started to tell, and the camera just rolled away like this. Holy cow, man. Oh, this is weird. Holy cow. Oh, that's not right. All right, hang on. Sorry, I went over to Law and Crime, see what they were doing. And, okay, we got the volume back. I know we don't. Oh man, what is happening? Holy cow. Like Law and Crime, I don't even know what they have. That's not it. Oh, hang on. There's still no sound over here? They have messed this up. how come when I get a law and crime, I don't even have the show over there? Boy, they screwed this up, man. So, okay, what's happened is that she's the victim, and so they're not showing her testimony. This would be like a rape shield law type of situation. I use that because that's a very common referred to thing. I wish Michigan law was here. He would, because I have a question about that. It's the question was once brought up a long time ago. Was are rape shield laws constitutional? Because you have a right to face your accuser. Anyway, but I mean, that's obviously that's not. I don't know what is going on here. I've never seen anything like this. But of course, I'm looking at it from the entertainment perspective. You know, I don't I don't do trials. Holy cow. Oh, okay. Awesome. Boy, you're on this, Chris. How do you have all this? Like, no. Mind of Monsters, good to see you running the trial. Hey, Mind of Monsters, this is there's no sound because the mother was the witness and she's a victim in this, and they're just going right ahead with showing her. She came in, she sat down, all of a sudden the judge stops and says, "Hey, are we showing video of her because she's the victim? This is not supposed to happen." Do they have sound? Because I'm on their feed and it shows a dude in dreads talking in a courtroom. Sean D's sarcasm's got us up. Where's comments? Do you have comments turned off? This is funny. That's funny. All right, let's see here. Go back over here. Where's Law and Crime? There it is. No sound. Okay, they actually say no sound on theirs, so you know what's going on. Per the judge's order, no audio or video of the witness. Well, that's good. All right, so let's see here. So what we've got so far is you guys. You want to? Hey, Lefty, how you doing? Let's try to get the chat. Try to figure out what do you think of the trial so far. That's right, Rabbit. That's exactly what I was gonna. I didn't see your comment. I was getting ready to ask about that. I was gonna say, hey, let's start talk about what do you guys think so far has happened. I don't do a lot of trials, right? It's probably been last trial I saw was really was probably some of the Johnny Depp stuff. So I was first of all, like the murder trials, stuff like this. These are oh hey, that's not playing. My bad, my bad. Where'd that go? Why'd that stop? So, why is that? Stop her time. Speed up. But this judge is doing exactly like what Yaya said he would. He's a no nonsense type of guy. When he was an attorney, he represented her in her divorce. Is that not crazy? The more she talks, the more you're like, wait a second, you're connected to that to her. This is just everyday life. To us, we're going, oh my gosh, like we expect the TV news reporters and stuff like that to be out front. What's the name of the chick in Scream? Courtney Cox's character. No, Darth. I covered Brooks when he did the stuff, and I was planning on covering the trial, and I had 3D World get in my way. Yeah, a lot of people are in the trials. You guys, I'll tell you what, I'll start doing them if y'all like them. Just gotta let me know what's next. Um, and Squad Bob is 100% correct. But you have to respect man's law, or you have Sharia. So, layman terms, my educated guessing is that this is a judge that is no nonsense, and he's starting to see how these things are becoming political theater, right? Not political theater, but the theatrics involved. Yeah, Sarah Boone. Now that's going to be Michigan Law is going to be covering that one. MLS Law. You need to go check him out. He can't wait to do this. Sarah Boone. It has meat, taters, and gravy. I love that. I might get into it a little bit. I don't know. Anyway, so the judge here, he wants this trial. Think about it. You have all these trials that they go on and on and on. Even MLS, who we were just talking about, came in and said he thought this trial, there's no way it can be done in a week. But man, we're flying through witnesses. These witnesses, they have everything down pat. Which that sounds bad because it sounds like they've been talking. Witnesses aren't supposed to talk before the trial. So they, what is that look that she's giving? Like she can't believe what the mom is saying, and she's mumbling to herself and grinning. Yeah, she's been doing that all during the trial. See, it's like talking to herself in her head, or to somebody else in her head. See, there's like a conversation going on up there. This dude back here just always wanted to be on TV. What do you think about the Delphi stuff, Rabbit? I'll tell you something real quick. Looking at both of these, I like looking at it from the perspective of the defense. You know why? Nobody else does. It's 50, you've got a 50-50 court, but it seems like all these trials are always 100% for prosecution. And it's not that if they're guilty, I don't want them to get off. But I do like a good quality defense because you're going against the government, and the government has unlimited resources. Even public defenders, they're not as well funded. They constantly are in lawsuits to get funding for their offices. I love Chris Mullins thing. So I don't know about Zachariah Anderson. I didn't see that. There you go. There's the man right there. Innocent unless proven guilty. Instead of squirrels, she has grizzly bears in her head. Yes, she does. She does. Well, Hala, I wish Yaya was still here. She'll be back though. It was she's just cool. It's a very interesting take. She like she said she was like the neighborhood block mom. She's talked to me before. She's always cooking, and her house was the house where everybody went to. Had all the drinks and all the food you could handle, right? So of course Taylor lived 2 blocks away, and I saw like some of the area in the map. If you guys have ever been to Green Bay, it's very flat. It's not very difficult to ride your bike 2 blocks. Um, it's just it's so even as a child though, because how do you go from a child where you're like, oh hey, here, have a pudding pop or whatever, to now you're looking at this grown woman who did things. Well, she told the police that she liked the bread knife best because it's easier to cut with. Which reminds me, I don't have a bread knife, and oh, here we go.
But you didn't see anyone in the basement?
I did not.
And when you heard the door slam, did you hear any other noises?
Well, this is interesting.
Not that I recall.
After you saw what was in the bucket, what did you do next?
I went back up to the second floor of the house and woke up Steve to have him verify that I saw what I saw.
And what did Steve do?
He got up and he went downstairs with me. And he looked in the bucket, but he could not verify that it was what I thought it was.
What did you and Steve do next?
We went back upstairs to the second floor because that's where our phones were plugged in, and decided if we were calling 911 or the non-emergency number. And that's when we called.
The audio we heard earlier, was that the call that was made to law enforcement?
Yes.
That was you and Steve?
Yes.
After that point, did officers arrive?
They did.
Are you able to approximate, the time you hear the storm door slam to the time Steve and yourself call 911, about how long that is?
Not really. Time wasn't moving the same as it normally does after you notice that.
And then does officers arrive soon thereafter?
They did.
Thank you, Tara. I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay, cross-examination, Mr. Freilich.
Thank you. You are Tara Pakanik.
I am.
You've been involved in a relationship with Stephen Hendricks for how long, ma'am?
Approximately 3 years.
And you live together at 829 Stony Brook Lane in Green Bay?
We do?
That's over by Fireman's Park area, right?
Yes.
With regards to Stephen, does he wear cheater glasses?
He does.
Does he sometimes have issues with missing his glasses or losing his glasses?
He does. I order 5 pair at a time.
Okay. Does he have difficulty seeing if he doesn't have his glasses?
Yes.
With regards to this case, you talked to police detectives, correct?
Correct.
And you talked to Detective Groff, who's here, correct?
Yes.
You told him everything that you knew about this situation, correct?
Yes.
With regards to this home, you own the home?
I do.
And is it, it's got a basement, a ground level, and then an upstairs, correct?
Yes.
Would it be fair to say that it's kind of like 3 levels, so to speak?
So to speak.
Okay. Your bedroom and Stephen's bedroom is upstairs, correct?
Yes.
Is there a bathroom up there?
No.
On the ground level?
The ground level there is.
Okay, and there's also is there a kitchen there?
Kitchen, living room, and 2 bedrooms.
Okay. And you have a daughter, Ava?
Dude in the background's got his fingers in his mouth again.
Correct.
When this was all going on, she was 16, correct?
Yes.
Is she still 16?
No.
Okay, 17 now?
Yes.
Okay. And she was sleeping in the residence when the police came on February 23rd of 2022, correct?
Correct.
You and Mr. Hendricks have vehicles, correct?
Yes.
What kind of vehicle do you have, ma'am?
I have a Volkswagen.
Oh. He has a
An
Subaru.
SUV, or what kind is it?
No, it's a Volkswagen Jetta.
Jetta? Okay. And what kind of vehicle does Mr. Hendricks have?
A Subaru Forester.
And do you typically park them in the driveway?
Yes.
At your house, if you're standing in the street looking at your house, there's kind of a long driveway, and then there's a garage that's detached, is that correct?
Yes.
Then there's the house. Your house is kind of like a Cape Cod style, correct?
Yes.
And then you have a backyard, is that fair?
We do have a backyard.
On February 23rd of 2022, when the
We do have a
police
backyard.
officers came there to talk to you, is it fair to say that the only 2 vehicles that were in the driveway were the Subaru Forester belonging to Stephen and the VW Jetta belonging to you?
No.
What
When
other
I
vehi-
watched the video earlier, Ava's Toyota RAV4 was in the driveway.
Okay, she has her own car?
She does.
Okay. So there's basically 3 vehicles, correct?
Correct.
And they're all kind of parked in line on that driveway?
Right.
Okay. Did you see any gold minivan parked in your driveway on February 23rd of 2022?
No.
Okay. When the front door to your house, you don't really use that, correct?
Correct.
The main entrance is the side door off the driveway?
Correct.
Okay. Do you have curtains in the front of your house?
I do.
Okay. And on the front door as well?
I do.
With regards to the bucket that was in the basement, you went down to the basement to bring the cat down there?
Earlier in the evening, yes.
Okay. And then you went back down there because you heard the door slam?
Correct. To see if Shad was still home. If he was not, to turn off the lights and
Because the
lock
light,
the door.
the lights were left on in the basement, right?
Correct.
And you didn't see anybody downstairs, correct? When you went down-
What made you
No, I did
see the
not.
bucket?
And as you're going up the stairs, then you saw this bucket?
Right.
Okay. And was there,
What? I didn't do anything. I didn't do anything. I was getting comfortable. What happened? It's not my fault. No, I didn't touch anything. It wouldn't be a live stream, right? Unless this happened. Jeez, man. What's happening here?
Hendricks made the call to 911
There we
at some
go.
point.
To the non-emergency
Well.
number, yes.
They get
And
upset
then you waited
about their little
for
logo.
the police officers to arrive, is that right?
Yes. In our kitchen, we waited.
You let him, and then you let him in the side door, correct?
Correct.
The officers came in and had you sit at the table in the kitchen?
Yes.
Did you look in the bucket only one time?
I believe I looked in
Only
the
one
bucket
time.
again when Steve looked in the bucket.
Was he in front of you?
Next to me.
Okay.
Guys,
Remember
please be
that
sure and
detail.
subscribe. Hit the bell. I'll be covering this
Now-
trial all
In
week.
February of 2022, your son, Chad Therian, was living with his father, Michael Therian,
Correct.
and your son would come to your house to eat sometimes, correct?
To eat, hang out with his sister, me.
Put his dog chain on his girlfriend.
What?
Do some laundry, right?
Yeah.
And would you have to tell him to take a shower?
I don't know that I had to tell him, but
Oh.
shower there.
Were you worried that he didn't always take care of himself?
Ooh.
Yes.
Look at your business's face.
When you heard the storm door slam, excuse me, when you heard the door slam, did you see anybody go outside?
No.
Did you see anybody drive away?
No.
Did anybody come upstairs by you and Stephen on February 23rd of 2022?
No.
Did Ava get up at all and go downstairs or come upstairs by you on February 23rd of 2022?
Ava's room is on the main level of the house.
Yep.
She was woken up after the police were already at the house. She never went into the basement.
Okay.
Hey, Iris.
When the police officers arrived at your house on February 23rd, you didn't go back downstairs, correct?
I did not.
The officers had you stay by the kitchen table, correct?
Correct.
And then at some point, is it fair to say that the officers had you, Stephen, and Ava all go down to the police department to give a statement or at least talk about things?
Yaya's back.
Correct.
I'm back.
Now I'm falling down in the chair. I lean back. Whoops.
In your neighborhood, ma'am, the houses are kind of close together, is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. Do people park on the street sometimes?
Occasionally.
Overnight sometimes?
They do. Probably not in the winter.
Okay.
With snowplows.
Is your street, is it busy with people coming and going?
No, it is not. You probably don't drive down my street unless you live on it.
On February 22nd of 2022, when you and Stephen had a little bit of an argument, that was that Tuesday?
In the morning,
Okay. He left and went to a bar?
he did.
Was he drinking all day?
I wasn't with him,
Did
but he was at a bar, so.
Yeah, court
When he
TV
came
is
back,
completely
had-
gone.
Had he told you that he had some drinks?
What is the relevance of whether or not this guy was drinking in a bar?
Do you know what time he got back?
I do not.
It was still
I
like
can speculate, but
February, that's gotta be
I got a feeling they're
5
gonna
or something.
lead to their reason why. But it's
What time did you go to bed on,
they have to prove that it was Taylor that killed him, ultimately.
what time do you typically
Wow.
go to bed?
Um,
11, or we are watching TV in our room, so I don't know if we're actually sleeping, I don't know.
And you have one cat?
One cat.
And the cat usually, does it stay downstairs or does it come
The
upstairs?
cat goes through the entire house, but
Free-
the litter boxes are in the basement.
Okay, it's got free reign of the house, huh? Did you hear any talking on either Tuesday, February 22nd, or Wednesday, February 23rd, prior to that storm door, slamming?
I did not.
Blame the cat.
If you were upstairs in your bedroom, would it be fair to say that it would be difficult to hear anything going on downstairs or hear a conversation downstairs?
I would not be able to hear anything in the basement, no.
Okay. All right. Nothing further. Thank you.
Can you redirect, Mr. Saunders?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dan. You can step down.
Yeah, it's the reasonable doubt right now.
Your Honor, the next witness is also a statutory crime victim, and I would just ask that she not be filmed. Also a juvenile, Your Honor.
Okay, so for the next witness, only audio, all right?
State would call Ava Wheelock.
Yeah. The court TV, they won't shut down. I went over there and looked, and it's not back up. It's like
Yeah, I
done for the
saw
day.
part of it. I saw part of it.
That's
That's
crazy.
why I was kind of watching on my phone, and I said, "What happened?" Because Mr. Judge Walsh didn't look happy.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't. He doesn't play around. Your guy does not play around.
I told you that.
I know. I love it. It feels weird because after talking to you last night, well, I was the one told by Rabbit. I said I feel so much better after talking to Yaya, and it's I don't know. You calmed me, and because now I had more certainty as what was going to happen today.
Face her and raise your right hand. She'll
I like knowing the characters in the play.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter.
I turned my mic down. I hope it helped. And I also did the background noise.
Yeah, it came in. You were loud, but you got an awesome
I'm
mic.
Ava.
It's just my computer. I don't have
What's
a
your
mic.
last name, Ava?
It's better
spell your
than
last name for
so
the
many
record,
people
please?
that come on.
WHEELLOCK.
And can you scoot up a little bit to the microphone if you could? And try to speak right into that microphone if you can. Ava, how old are you?
I'm 17.
Oh,
are you
this
still in
poor
school?
girl.
Yes.
And I know it's summertime, but what grade will you be in next year?
Senior.
And who do you live with, Ava?
Both my mom and my dad.
Do you split time between the two of them?
Yes.
And who is your mom?
Tara.
Where does your mom live?
Stony Brook Lane.
And I'm going to ask
16?
to have
That
you
was last year?
recall February of 2022. Did you have that same living arrangement in February of 2022?
Yes.
So at that time, you were living half-time with mom and half-time with dad?
I don't know how to.
And do you have any siblings?
Yes, 2.
And are they older or younger?
Both older.
Do you have a brother or sister or both?
Brother, sister, yeah.
And how about your older sister? How old is she?
I believe she's 25.
And how about your older brother?
25.
And who was your brother?
Shad.
That's Shad Therian?
Yes.
Did you have a pretty good relationship with Shad?
Very close, yes.
Was he a nice guy?
Yes.
Do you know where Shad was living in February of 2022?
I believe with his dad.
Would you see Shad occasionally at your mom's house?
Yes.
What were the nature, or what were the reasons why he would come visit at your mom's house?
To hang out with me, to do laundry, and to hang out with us.
I'm going to ask you to specifically remember February 22nd of 2022. Do you remember that day?
Yes.
Started out as a day of celebration, right?
Yes.
What was going on that day?
I was at my dad's traditional wedding.
And was that in the general Green Bay area?
I don't know.
How far away was it from your mom's house?
I don't know.
At some point on that same date, did you return to your mom's house from the wedding?
Yes, at the end of the wedding.
And do you know about what time it was that you returned to your mom's house?
No, but it was dark outside.
And how did you get to your mom's house on the February 22nd?
I drove myself.
And when you arrived at your house, did you see anyone in the residence?
No.
What did you do when you got home?
I immediately went to bed.
And which door
Why
did
is
you
she
use
laughing?
to enter that residence?
The side door.
Is that the door off of the driveway?
Yes.
Is that the door that everyone used?
Yes.
And you said you went to your bedroom. If you were to enter that residence through the side door, how would you get to your bedroom?
I entered the house, and down to the basement is right in front of me, and to the left is a kitchen. So I went to the kitchen, and there's a hallway. When you go more into the kitchen, I went down the hallway to my room.
And that's on the first floor of the residence, your room?
Yes.
And then there's a basement, and is there also a second floor?
Yes, there's a second floor.
What's on the second floor?
My mom's room.
What's in the basement generally?
Where we do laundry, and sometimes people stay there.
And that where Shad
People
stays when
stay
he
there.
comes over usually?
Yes.
On that night, you said you went right to your room. Did you go to the basement at all on February 22nd?
No.
And you said you didn't see anyone in the residence when you came home, is that right?
Yes.
At some point, did you hear other people in the residence?
Yes.
What did you hear?
I just heard footsteps downstairs.
When you say downstairs, are you talking about the stairs from the second floor to the first floor, or the stairs from the basement up to the first floor?
The basement up to the first floor.
Is that something that you heard frequently throughout that day?
Yes.
How about people's voices? Did you hear any people's voices on the night of the 22nd to the 23rd?
I heard a female voice.
Did you know who it was?
No.
Did you ever see a female in the residence on that date, the 22nd or the 23rd?
No.
Do you recall specifically anything that the female voice had said?
No.
Did you hear two voices or one voice or more than two voices?
Just one voice.
Did you know anything about who the female was talking to, or if she was talking to anyone?
No.
At some point, did you fall asleep on the night of the 22nd into the 23rd?
Yes.
And how were you awakened on that day?
I was awakened to bang on my door from the police.
What happened when
That's never fun.
the police banged on your door?
I woke up and they told me to come to the kitchen.
And did you do that?
Yes.
And who was in the kitchen when you got there?
My mom and Steve.
And did Steve live with your mom at that time?
Yes.
And you had not seen either of them prior to that time frame, is that right?
Yes.
And did the police want to speak with you at that time?
No.
Did you ultimately go to the Green Bay Police Department and speak with police about what you observed that night?
Yes.
Did that occur that morning, the 23rd?
Yes.
And you told them what you could remember?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions, Ava.
Mr. Fairley, cross-examination?
Court TV just came back on.
How are you?
All right.
Do you know Taylor Schabusiness?
Yes, when I was a kid.
How do you know her?
My brother's best friend.
Okay.
I may go back over
Where
there
does your brother
in a
go to
second.
school?
I don't remember.
Okay.
I think I had a clearer picture.
But you're going to be a senior this fall?
Sorry?
You're going to be a senior this fall?
Yes.
Where do you go to high school?
Objection, relevance.
Yeah.
How
I was
would
gonna say
you-
you sound like he's
I get
hitting
you.
on her. So where do you go to high school at?
So you have a car, correct?
Yes.
You have a RAV4?
Yes.
And your mom has a car, right?
Yes.
It's a VW Jetta?
Yeah. Maybe. I'm not sure.
Okay. You've ridden in it?
Huh?
Have you taken a ride in your mom's car in the past?
Yeah.
Okay. And then Steve Hendricks, that's your mom's boyfriend, correct?
Yes.
He's got a car, right?
Yes.
So when you're at the house, when you're at your mom's house, do you all park your cars in the driveway?
Yes.
Okay. When you went to your dad's wedding, that was on February 22nd, is that right?
Yes.
I think it was a Tuesday, right?
I believe so.
At some point, the wedding was over and you went to your mom's to spend the night, correct?
Yes.
And did you pull into the driveway at your mom's house on Stony Brook?
I don't remember.
Okay. Typically, when you go to your mom's house, do you park your car in the driveway?
Yes.
Did you see any other vehicles besides your car, your mom's car, and Steve's car?
Yes.
What else? What other cars did you see?
A van
Where was it?
in the driveway.
When did you see it?
Sorry?
When did you see the van?
When I came back from Dad's wedding.
Okay. So did you pull behind the van then?
No.
Okay. Where did you park your car?
The side of the road.
Okay. Did you went in the house then after the wedding, correct?
Yes.
And what did you do?
I went to my room.
At
You
least,
went straight to your room?
Yes.
Did you talk to your mother at all?
No.
Did she know that you were home?
I don't know.
How about Steve Hendricks? Did you talk to him?
No.
Okay. And you went in your bedroom, did you leave the door open or did you close the door?
I closed the door.
Okay. And then, did you go to sleep?
Yes.
What time did you go to sleep?
I don't know.
Okay. Do you remember what time you got to your mom's house that day?
No.
But it was in the evening,
Yes.
after dinner time?
This poor girl is so probably so devastated. How does
When
she
you came
even
in the
want-
house, did you
remember
ever
this
see
shit?
Taylor Schabusiness in the house on Tuesday, February 22nd of 2022? Did you see your brother Shad Therian in the house on that
I mean,
day?
you know what I mean.
Yeah, you just.
Did you ever hear his voice?
I don't know. I
How
don't
about
know.
Taylor's voice? Did you hear her voice?
I mean, she was what, 16 at the time?
You didn't know who it was though, correct?
Yeah.
She has to be totally.
Did you go in the
I
basement
don't.
on
I just
February 22nd, that Tuesday?
putting a 17-year-old on stand.
Did
I
you go in the
don't
basement
get
after
this.
you woke up when the police came to your house on Wednesday, February 23rd of 2022?
No.
When the police came to your house, is it your testimony that they knocked on your bedroom door?
Yes.
And you woke up then?
Yes.
And then you went to the kitchen?
Yes.
And did they have you sit by the kitchen table?
Yes.
And then you waited for further directions, correct?
Yes.
And then is it true that at some point then, you, your mom, and Steve were all taken down to the police department to talk?
Yes.
Your brother, Shad Therian, would he have people come over oftentimes to play video games or hang out in the basement?
Object relevance.
Well, it goes to
My series of
people coming
questions.
in the house, people that he would invite over.
Objection. Ask another question.
How often would your brother come to the house?
I don't know.
Was it just kind of sporadic, like kind of whenever?
Yeah.
We need to take a
There
shower and
wasn't
get
any kind
laundry.
of set schedule, is that fair?
Sorry?
There was no set schedule, is that true?
Yeah.
And were you at the house on Monday, February 21st of 2022?
I don't know.
Relevant, I can tell you for one thing for sure. They
Did
actually
you
do not live at that address anymore either.
Thank goodness.
get up on February 22nd to look out the window at all?
No.
When you went to bed, you were out? Is that fair to say that you were sleeping until the police knocked on your door?
Yes.
You didn't wake up to go get something to eat or anything like that?
No.
And the house at 829 Stony Brook Lane, there's a basement down there, correct?
Yes.
It's kind of like a finished basement, right?
Yes.
And then there's the floor level with a kitchen, living room, and your bedroom, right?
Yes.
Bathroom, correct?
Yes.
And then the upstairs, kind of like the loft area, that's where your mom and Mr. Hendricks, that's their bedroom?
Yes.
I don't
When you
know.
were
Relevant.
there on February 22nd, you couldn't hear any conversations or anything like that, correct?
Yes.
That's true, right?
Yes.
Okay, nothing further, thank you.
Redirect.
I have no redirect. I just want to confirm that the state had not subpoenaed this witness. I want to make sure that she's released from the defense subpoena.
Yes, she can be released.
Right, very good. You can step down.
So, you said, why are they putting her through this? There you go. It was the defense called her as a witness.
Judge, I think we could call another witness. However, this is a good natural break in the state's case at this point in time. I wonder if the court would entertain allowing us to break for an hour at this time.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it's about 10 minutes to 12. We're going to break for lunch, and I'm going to ask that you be back in the jury room, ready to go at 1 o'clock. All right? All rise for the jury.
All right.
Hey, you got 10 minutes left till noon, buddy.
Yeah. All right, so they are gone now for the next hour. And I haven't thought about this one, what I do next. Do I try to do I keep this going, or do I stop and do another stream? That's what I got to figure out here a little bit. Yeah. Do you have any? What are your observations after this morning?
Her behavior in court is, I guess, a little bit to be desired. I guess she needs to. Somebody should have. I don't know. I'm waiting for her to
flip out.
Flip out. Yeah.
That's what I'll put a poll up for that at some point
Yeah.
here.
Hey, Tweety U.S. News, come on now. Trust nobody from Wisconsin. Come on now.
Tweety,
we're not all bad.
What was I saying?
I don't know why they put a 17-year-old up there. That's probably one of the most traumatic experiences this child has gone through in her life and ever will. And
well, here's for me what it sounds like, and this is just I listened to the same thing everybody else did, right? They keep asking about that side door. And, who went in and out of that door? Was that your main way into the house and whatnot? And I think, I hate to say it, it's something so simple as we saw the video when the cop goes in there. He has his flashlight. He's just looking around. He doesn't see any blood. He's like, why are there people here just saying there's a head in a bucket downstairs? The 911 call was like, is it a prosthetic? Is this real? Because this is so shocking. This doesn't happen anywhere.
It's not norm around here.
Yeah. And then so the guy, he's like, yeah, maybe we need some more people here. And then he's like, he kind of keeps walking around the room with just his flashlight. Then he sees blood on the other side of the bed. And then he pulled out his gun. And because then he's like, oh my gosh, we haven't secured this area. And that's when the cop goes into that side room, the laundry room, and they keep asking about that door. And that's where I'm like, is it something that's just as simple as like, hey, wait, he pulls out his gun right there, you know? But whatever it is, that's the line of questioning that I keep hearing.
But okay, let me explain. A lot of the houses in that area around most of Green Bay, they're the older homes like that. You have the front of the house, the front door, you have your driveway, and there is a side door into the house. And most of those homes have this detached garages. So you have a side door and possibly even a back door.
Yeah.
Like
You just
even
described my grandparents' house.
my
Perfectly.
house is 19 years old. We have a front door. We had to pay extra to have a side door to get into the garage to put onto our house. And then we have the back doors. But the older homes have that side door. So it's very normal in this area for those homes to have those side doors.
I'm glad you explained that because that's not something you think about, and it's a difference of like where you are, like where you live and stuff. My one of my best friends, he lives in Las Vegas, and they don't have fences around their yards. They have walls, and it's the weirdest thing to me. It's big cinder block walls, and that was first time when I saw that is when I started realizing that how different every part of the country, is in the way they build houses and stuff. I know y'all have much better built homes when it comes to wintertime.
Right.
In the South, we get like a week of cold air, blowing, like the wind's blowing. Oh my gosh, we can't keep the house warm. But yeah, this is, so from this morning, I mean, this is straightforward. This might be done in a week.
It sounds like her attorney is going to try to say, well, how do you know somebody else didn't come in the house and do it?
What other defense is there?
But she admitted to it.
But she was high, is what he's going to say. That's why.
Yeah, but if she was that high, she described the whole crime scene when she was high.
Yeah. I don't know. You know, he's using language where that's not being brought up.
Yeah, I mean, when was the last time? They used, you know what I mean? What was the time frame from the last time they smoked the meth, shot up the trazodone, to the time she was arrested?
Yeah,
I don't think we've heard that yet.
Not hearing it at all. I think you're right. It's the pictures being painted that you have this side door and somebody else could come in. I mean, it's hard though. You look at her sitting there. She's a big girl, and you see the pictures of Shad. He wasn't that big, and so, because I was gonna say, like, there's no body at this point.
Yeah, they haven't even seen the torso yet.
No.
And I thought the only thing she had in her van was a leg and an arm, was it?
Inside of a crock pot box. That's what everybody here knows. That's my big wonder thing. I'm like, why was all the reports about it? Like, it was in newspaper reports, and it was in the course the crime report. That was in a crock pot box.
Right. But, oh God, I just thought of something. I can't remember now.
I love it when that happens to me.
It happens to me all the time.
Yeah, you just got to keep on going.
Or she said to the police that she said, good luck trying to find all the body parts.
Right. What does that mean? I mean, you know, I'm say it, and it's very morbid, but with everything we've heard, I mean, did she did she eat a part of him?
I don't know. I really can't with that one.
I know, but she's running around saying about Dahmer, and why are they putting in that crock pot box thing?
I
Why is
don't
that?
know if I don't know if that's true or if those are rumors, to be
I
honest
think
with you.
it it's got to be just rumors. I mean,
I don't remember. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that's been said, um, but
oh look, Natalisa, she just came in.
um,
She's a good friend here. I'm assuming
yeah,
this murder chick was severely abused or worse as a child. Yeah,
um,
yeah, was some of that earlier.
yeah, not yeah. She was essayed by her dad. Her mom died when she was young. Her dad forced her to go to school the day her mom died.
Hmm.
Um,
Chris Mullen, I've
she
got
had a lot. She started drinking at 13 heavily.
yeah, and well, I mean, it was the
No,
drinking.
her real dad did that to her, Chris. It's her real dad. In fact, he was just sentenced to 12 years on the 17th of this month for doing the same thing to his
Stepdaughter.
stepdaughter.
Yeah. Yeah. Chris, see where you said that legal vices went over that. Yeah, I did that last year. He's late
Did you
to the
see?
party.
Did you see Purple's message?
Uh oh. Uh
Hey, Bill and my
oh.
BFF, I need to send you my bill
Send me
for
a
my
bill.
co-host rental fee.
Hey, listen. There's no way I could pay it. There's no way in the world I could. You know what this is? This is a moment to shine. And I hope this helps everybody. I want everybody to grow from this, and all of our channels are. There are people that are interested in this case, and they're going to go to a lot of places where they're not going to feel comfortable, and I think they're gonna love it here. Yaya, by the way, man, I've had about 4 messages that were like, "Oh my gosh, I love Yaya. She is so great," and I'm like, because I was like, "Wait, hold on, what's going on here?" And I was like looking around, and I didn't start like put them all together until like you left. I was like, oh my gosh, like these were coming in like an hour or two ago. It was as soon as you got in, it was like this is so great, and some people have been like uh, just are just so glad you're here. And
Yeah.
I know, oh, I had one. The girl said, "I can't come by today. Is Yaya gonna be there tomorrow?" I was
Yes.
like, "Well,
Yes,
I'll
I
send you.
will.
I'll send you the
I'll be
links."
here all week. I'm gonna watch it no matter what. So I'd rather be here with you watching
I
it
appreciate
where we
that.
can talk about it. We have someone to talk about it, you know. So if I have questions, you have questions, or somebody in the chat has a question, you know, like how the hell do you know this shit about these people? And well, I know.
And here's the perspective that you get to give that I think is so great is that you just know the area, you know the culture. It's
Hmm.
like how you know about the houses. I mean,
Hmm.
no other streams talking about that. No other
Yeah, I
stream
mean,
just
I wish I could find a house because it's hard to Green Bay. The houses are kind of, I don't want to say a cottage house. They're it's hard to explain how they are. Like my old house was about 100 years old, and
hmm
we had the downstairs, and then we had an upstairs. But the upstairs is kind of was weird. You walked up the stairs, and you had like storage on both sides of the hallway, and then there was like a big bedroom
yeah.
towards the front of it, which my two boys shared when they were younger.
hmm
And So the construction of the, I don't know if it's like a Cape Cod. I'm not really sure how you explain it, but a lot of the houses in the, I don't want to say downtown area because it's not downtown, but even the east side, west side, the
Yeah.
older homes, they're very square looking, front door, side door, just garage not connected to them.
So
But
that's like my parents. Their
that's a very
house.
standard for this area.
Well, see, like my parents, I think it was maybe part of like an era. Like it's like my parents' house was like in the '70s and they bought it. I mean, they didn't buy in the '70s, but anyway, it was like they've always been convinced that there was where the garage was like an add-on. Like it would used to be like probably just be like a carport, and the what is now their den would have been the walkway from the house to the
Bungalow,
carport.
thank you. Bungalow style house, yes. Purple said all week that's going to be very expensive. My BFF is amazing.
Oh, I know, I know. Um, well, you know what? I don't have all the stuff up right now. I need to put the links up for purple stuff. I see. I don't know what I'm doing. Sorry.
I can put it
Is
in
there?
chat or somebody has it, unless somebody
Yeah.
has it.
What I like to do is I like to have it in my description, so that way it becomes part of the whole thing. Actually, you know what? Duh, I can probably edit that, can't I? Um, you know what? I can't because I can't do two things at once. I can't type and talk at the same time. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, words are hard, I know.
Yeah, they're hard. They're real hard. It's So I'm hearing repetitive questions when it comes to the side door of the cars in the driveway. Not hearing anything, not seeing her. Maybe their only hope for a reasonable doubt. Well, here's the thing, Murph. Reasonable doubt's what they're trying to get to. So you have to make sure. My camera's now going out. No. Thank
They
you,
can
Rabbit.
they can do all they want, in my opinion, to create like a reasonable doubt, but part of the body parts were found in her van.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
gonna be a hard part.
I mean,
Nice. I promise you that was by accident.
I don't even know. I'm like, what the heck?
So okay, like Rabbit said, he gave me $2 to defray the trial coverage cost, right? And so whenever I get a super chat, I try to do a thing. And then I was looking through, and you said, well, part of the body parts were found inside her house, right? And my
Well,
finger accidentally touched it, and he went, nice. Totally inappropriate. Only I can do that. So it's gonna happen, and I don't mean to. I don't mean to.
Like I told you, you asked me last night, people are gonna make jokes and stuff, and I said, I don't have a problem with that whatsoever.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
There's only one part of the whole story that I would have an issue with, and I won't even say what that issue is because some people might
don't need to.
Trolls or something come in and say something about it. So, but it's funny, and yes, for people just coming in, yes, the judge was my divorce attorney from my first marriage. Yes, I do know the judge.
So, okay, so that's a new one. Okay, I never in the world would I ever think that would happen. I mean, think about what are the odds. So, I don't know of any coverage, not just YouTube, but I mean, like national media coverage has ever had something like this. So this judge, so you are currently married, and
Yes, I
not
am.
to the guy you got divorced from. Okay.
No, I've been remarried 19 years next month.
Well, you know what
So
you tell him that you said 19 months, and you
no.
say, no, you tell him that say, you know what I said today? I said we've been married 19 months, and just say I've been in such bliss that it just seems like it was just yesterday. That's how I would say it to the White Rabbit, and she'd be like, you probably think it was 19 months ago, you dummy. I'm like, well, I am dumb.
Yeah,
No,
yeah, no, but he was my divorce attorney. And when he took the first time I saw him, you know, when this was started with the courts and stuff, I'm like, oh my god, what's he doing this? I didn't even know he was a judge.
it's crazy. So, how did you pick him as a divorce attorney?
Oh god. Oh, my one of my best friends worked as a paralegal,
Hmm.
and she referred me to him.
Now, was
So
she his paralegal, or she just knew him?
she just knew him,
Oh, that says a lot.
and she said he was very good, very fair, and that's all I wanted, you
Did
know.
she did but did hold on now. I'm gonna ask the hard questions.
Mm,
Did she
eh,
also say he was easy on the eyes? Because I've noticed
No,
some of the girls here have
no,
said that.
no.
Okay.
And
Just-
at that time, that eh,
well, at that time, no, but it's nice that you can joke about it now. You got
why would that be a
that part over.
conflict of interest? Because he was my divorce attorney. I'm not
I
have
know
nothing
it
to do
would
with the
be.
trial.
I know it would be. Well, you can always look at the menu, but you don't have to order the dessert.
Yeah. No, I mean, I'm telling you, like I said, he said right from the get go, I am not the type of attorney that's going to try to lie and screw somebody over. And I said, I don't want that.
No, no. The White Rabbit says, her and I have been married for 300 years.
Wow.
Yeah. So you've been, see, 19 months. I said, that was
19
nice. You
years.
hear how she puts it, 300 years. Um,
I was
but
married
he
to the
was,
first one 11 years, and we lived together 4 years prior to getting married.
oh, wow. Oh, wait a second. You lived in Florida for a bit, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Okay, I remember you telling me this
With
story.
my ex, yeah. We lived there for about 7 years. My oldest son was actually born in Florida.
That's so crazy.
Yep.
I don't know why. It just is. It's just
And
like
then
it.
after my son was about a year, I want to say, not even, or just a
Mhm.
year, we moved back because I had it with Florida. My husband then was getting the bank he worked for had been bought out, and we had to move from Orlando to Jacksonville. We were in
Oh,
Jacksonville for a year,
yeah.
and the bank was being bought out again. And I said, oh, hell to the no. I didn't want to raise my kids there. I did not want to
No.
raise my kids there. I wanted
No.
to move back home where all my family was. Plus, I had lost my grandfather,
Mhm.
and there was no way to get home for his funeral. So I missed my grandfather's um, funeral. And I said,
Uh,
I'm just not going to go through this anymore. I want to be back home by family because this is
yeah.
where I was born and raised.
Jacksonville is one of those
You,
towns where I always drove through it and I was like, boy, I love it here. And then I lived there. And I was like, why am I
Mhm.
here? It was weird because I'm from Memphis, right? So and I emphasize that because of the Mississippi River.
Yeah.
It's a river town. Well, you go to Jacksonville and if you're not from there, you think, oh, hey, this is hey, I'm right here in Jacksonville. You're by the beach, all this stuff. No, Jacksonville is the St. Johns River. It is an old river town, and it is exactly.
It's a
It's like,
beautiful town for the
yeah,
most part. But if you put 100 people originally from Jacksonville Jacksonville in one room, you'd be lucky you'd have a full set of teeth.
I had the entire time I was there, I never met anybody that was from Jacksonville.
Oh,
Like I made
I
that
tell you
comment one time. I was
stories.
like, I've never met anybody that's from here. Now there's a lot. There's so many people you run into that are from Tennessee, and finally, I started asking. I'm like, how did people like? How did you get here from Tennessee? They joined the Navy, and Mayport is where they let them out. Right there, it's the naval base, right there by Jacksonville.
Yeah. In fact, where I live was real close to there.
Mayport.
Yeah.
I bet you lived off Beach Road.
I don't know what. So I couldn't tell you. Relevance. I'm thinking my son was born in '96, so I lived there from '97, October '90. But wait. He was born in October '96. I moved there January 1st of '97, and we left in February of '98. I left Jacksonville. We left Jacksonville.
Now Danielle here in the chat, she lives in Orlando, and Orlando's a fun place. I thought.
Yeah, I lived in Orlando for 6 years.
It's not just all theme parks, even though they do make up a good part of it.
And I generally go back to Orlando every 2 years.
Oh wow!
Mhm.
Or do you go back
My
to
parents
like
have
Disney World or something?
No. My parents have a timeshare, and they never used it, so they give it to us to use because I know people down there. But
It's not
there's coming
it's
here,
not
they're
a
using
Holiday
it.
Inn timeshare, is it?
No. Mm-mm.
Because they have a friend of my wife's mother had one of those, and it was right close to the gates of Disney. And I was like, oh my gosh, if you had the same timeshare, I would die.
Oh no,
'Cause
Murphy's
we
Turf.
stayed in the same
I
place.
say that all the time. I
Mhm.
always say that. You take a shower, get dressed, put your makeup onto your hair, you walk outside, and it just goes. Plump. The humidity is so horrible.
Yeah, and it's gonna thunderstorm every day at 3 o'clock.
Yep.
Yeah, it's yeah, Florida though is neat. Don't
We have the first week of March is when we use our timeshare, and that's the perfect time of the year to go.
Yeah, that's a great time. We went last time we went was in like middle September. Disney World has just started to put up its had just put up like the day before their Halloween stuff, and so nobody's there. You have all the park to yourself because everybody's at all the kids, all the families have school. So we had a great time.
Yeah.
We did 5 parks in one day.
My favorite is Epcot. What in the actual hell is going outside my house?
Do
Oh,
I?
my son must be doing. I heard banging on the side of the garage. I'm out in the garage having a cigarette, and I hear noises on the outside of the house, and the dog's growling. So he must have went out the front door. Or he must be cleaning the cat box and the rabbit box.
You have rabbits?
When he moved back, he brought a cat and a rabbit with him. A lion's head rabbit.
I have no idea what that means. All I know is that since streaming, I've collected a lot of rabbits in the chat.
Yeah, I know that it's a gray, and the fur around his head is real long compared to his body hair. So yeah.
Oh,
He's got a cat
yeah.
and a rabbit, along with
That's cool.
my dog.
Now, I just looked this thing up. Now, this is not this isn't the same color as what you're saying, but I see why it's called a lion's head, though. Look at this sucker. Look at that guy. Well, I don't have it pulled up. That's why.
No, I was
Not,
gonna
nobody.
say, what you
Yeah,
talking
look at
about?
that. Isn't that cool?
Yep.
It does look
That's
like
what
a
they
lion.
look like. Yep.
That is so
And he's
cool.
gray. He's all gray. Gray. His is like a dapple gray.
I've never heard of. I didn't know there's so many different kinds of rabbits and stuff.
And they're actually very, very loving rabbits.
They can be housebroken too, right?
Yes, he is. He uses a litter box.
That amazes
And
me.
he will actually curl up next to him and sleep at night.
Cake or Death, how are you doing? Cake is lives in the UK, and her time and my times have gone so far apart that never hardly see her anymore.
5 or 6
But
hours.
it's so great.
Huh?
Yeah, yeah. But see, I got into the whole streaming at 9 o'clock at night thing, and so yeah, miss a lot of people. But Cake, it's great seeing you again. Cake went to the Queen's funeral
Oh wow.
and took a bunch of pictures and stuff and sent them. They're so cool. It's so cool to see that stuff. And again, like her being there is like you being there in Green Bay. Like I love this thing Al Gore invented.
Well, yeah. I mean, like I said, a year ago when I found out, I was devastated. I was just like, wow. You know, somebody I knew as a little girl, grew up to be this monster. And it's like, and you sit there and you go, yeah, she's had a rough childhood. Okay, I get it. Yeah, she was using drugs. Okay, I get it. But how? It's that where, I guess, because I can't understand it. Where does your head go to even do something like that?
That's what when you start talking about that, I was thinking, it's like, what makes you think how to dismember a human?
What goes through your head to say, hey, this would be fun? You know what I mean?
Hey, Poppy.
I want to do this.
Yeah,
See if
it's like,
can I get away with it?
well, it was so weird. Think about all the different stuff. They're into very, very kinky sexual acts.
Yes.
And then that went into, it just went too far and lost control. But then instead of getting help, decides, I'm gonna go upstairs and see what kind of knives they have.
I was thinking something. This is really grotesque, but I was thinking something. You know how they said they used the dog collar on? She used a dog collar on him.
Mm-hmm.
I'm thinking, was it one of those ones with like the spikes in it, and she pulled so hard on it that it tore a lot of his neck? You know what I mean?
That does, yeah. Because I was thinking about it, they said something earlier. It was like a dog restraint collar, and I was like, well, it's got to be like a choke collar. It goes over the top of the head of the dog, but like a pincher collar goes around the neck, and so.
Oh, Chris, I know she did a lot more than that. I'm
Hey,
just
Captain, how you
saying.
doing, bud?
Excuse me.
Yeah, like she started pulling the because those things. So we have them ever since when White Rabbit and I first started dating. She made the mistake of saying, "Hey, I think we ought to get a dog. We ought to get each other a dog for Christmas." And I was like, "Well, I can't do that. I'm in law school." But I was like, "But if I got her a dog, then I thought she wouldn't. She'd have to marry me. She wouldn't break up because I've been asking her to every day for, ever. It felt like 6 months or whatever." And yeah, I'm that guy. I'm a weirdo. Anyway, so got a German Shepherd. She grew up with German. Hey, Valhalla, how you doing, bud?
Hey, man.
Um, yeah, yeah, you're right. It wouldn't have choked him. It just pinches, and I mean she's pulling, right? I don't know how did you cut? How does it cut off the
She
air?
choked the life out of him. Then she dismembered him. Well, there was stuff in between, I guess, but
Yeah, yeah.
I'm just saying,
Oh,
if it was one of those metal choke collars
yeah, like
with
the
chain on
pincher
it, that
thing.
it would the chain. You know what I'm
Well,
saying?
yeah, it's see, and they're good for dogs, like because it just feels like a pinch to them, and they immediately stop. Yeah, I want you to meet my a new friend here, MLS Law Show. He is a Michigan law. He is a lawyer in Michigan.
Hello.
Hey,
Hello. Nice to meet you.
neighbor. Hi,
Oh, are
neighbor.
you Ohio?
No,
No,
Wisconsin.
Wisconsin,
Oh, okay. That's fine.
Yeah, she's
Green
there
Bay.
in Green Bay with Schabusiness.
Oh, nice, nice.
Yes, this is my friend that
We're just a
knew
ferry ride away
Schabusiness
from each
as a
other.
child.
I knew. Yes, I knew her.
Oh, you knew her?
Yeah.
Yes,
Oh, so how was
their
that?
family lived 2 blocks from me.
Was she okay? So maybe you can, maybe you know, or maybe you don't know. I had
Hey,
heard during the competency evaluation that at one point she was diagnosed with bipolar 1 with underlying socio or not
I heard that. Yeah.
psychopathy, which is really a bad thing. I have some clients with that, and they have no memory of what's going on. They don't know what they're doing. They are no control. They're not. They're not even along for the ride. They don't exist at the time that's going through an
Mhm.
episode. And I'm wondering if she was truly diagnosed with that, if the drugs that she was taking would expedite that, and maybe she truly doesn't know what she was doing.
I
So it
don't
might be
know
it might
that.
be an interesting evaluation and defense on that end.
Um, my understanding, and I didn't, from what I remember of watching the last one on Friday morning.
Yeah, that was the one I was talking about.
Yeah, they said that someone said she had that, and then other one said she did not have it. I
Yeah,
don't
it's just
know. The
yeah,
last
I
time
don't.
I saw her, she was about a freshman, sophomore in high school, and now they're 20. She was friends with my son, and they're 26 now. So I
She
know how she
he's
grew up was horrible.
okay. I was just wondering, was there like any signs of anything? Did she always seem a bit off?
Um, she was a normal teenager. I do know her mother died when she was young, 9 or 10. Her father made her go to school that day. Um, he SA'd her after, I don't know if it was during, before, or after the mom died. They were raised by their dad and grandparents. Um, she started drinking heavily at 13. Then started getting, that's when my son kind of distanced himself away from her at that point. Um, she did I remember, I know I told expert this once. We were coming home from somewhere one night, and it was in the middle of the winter, and this would have been when they were like 16, 17. And we saw this car in front of us. No, this is in our city limits here where we are, which is a small area, and most roads are like 35. She was going like 70 down these streets, jumping curbs, jumping snowbanks, hitting people's mail, and she just kept going. And we're following behind. The cops finally got there, and we kind of pulled away from it. Well, we stayed away from her, but we were watching her. I didn't know at that particular time that it was her. my son then told me it was her. And so she was, I believe she was drunk then when she did that, or on drugs. So she has a very long history of drugs and alcohol.
And voluntary intoxication is not a defense.
That's
However,
right.
if you have an underlying mental health issue, it could still be a defense, even though your intoxication might.
I was just telling expert this last night. The state of Wisconsin does not consider the consumption of illegal drugs to make you incompetent. To make you incompetent.
Yeah, and that's most states. I don't know a state that does. Expert,
I
you
don't
mind if
know
I
either.
answer some questions in your chat?
Yeah, go for it, man.
Murph's Turf. If she doesn't know what she's doing, would she go through the efforts of trying to clean up and conceal the body? So the individuals, the clients that I've dealt with that have actually been in, I've talked to them on the phone too, and they're completely different people. But they will talk about seeing things. Like one guy was hanging out smoking cigarettes with Abraham Lincoln. Another person was trying to find a Buddhist, I don't know, whatever you call them, a Buddhist seminary or something like that. And then I've had others that have gone to the police department and confessed to rape. SA. That they had nothing to do with, but they heard like this person was SA'd, and they go to the police department and confess to it and insist over and over and over again that they're the actual perpetrator. So it's not like they just sort of like zone out and do weird things. They're actually like actively doing stuff, driving, going places, doing things, involving themselves in at least the implications of crimes or committing crimes, like actively involved with things. So would it be unusual for her to clean up? Maybe not. It's not like they just sort of sit there catatonic like. That's all I wanted to say.
Sorry.
Oh, you're eating, and Yaya jumped off for a second. Anyways,
I
What
was.
did you think of the trial so far?
Well, I said I wish you were here because so far I think that the defense is trying to lay out groundwork to put the reasonable doubt, right?
Yeah, I mean, the
Because that
defense
side
doesn't
door
have
thing.
much of a defense. The side door thing, the parking thing, like we were speculating over on Vices as to what the defense is doing. Because a lot of it, a defense mistake sometimes is when you ask questions that reaffirm what the prosecutor is putting out there. You're not helping your client by reaffirming the state's case. But they keep alluding to, and Ronco brought this up, they keep alluding to the driveway and vehicles and things like that. So maybe there's an argument.
Excuse me one moment. I gotta let the dog out. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Maybe there's an argument that people are coming and going. They don't know who was there. Could have been somebody else. Maybe that's the angle that they're taking, because right now it's a whodunit part of the case, right?
Yeah.
This defendant is guilty. The defense is really just grasping at straws. What I was going to say, though, is I'm really excited to see that this case is just moving. One
it's going fast, right?
I like it. But that's a normal case.
Mm-hmm.
Normally, that's the case that you see. You don't see these long, drawn out, protracted, where you have one witness on the stand for a day and a half. That's not normal. And so,
do you think that's because of YouTube?
The speediness?
No, the drawn out stuff.
No, because we had it with O.J. Simpson. We had it with what's her name?
Well, yeah, okay. O.J. would be a perfect example. So he was televised. So it's like as long as they can be on television, they try to be on television. Or am I just speculating?
No, I think. Well, I mean, I guess it's causation versus correlation, right? Is there a correlation between these longer trials and the ones that make the TV? It's probably more of a correlation than causation, I think, because we have plenty of trials that have been streamed, that I've streamed, or at least one that I've streamed since I've been doing this not that long, that it was a short trial. It was a short, straight up trial, and it happened to be in my county in Michigan, but it was 3 days of testimony, and we're done. We go to, I mean, and you go everything from jury selection to a verdict in the same week. And that's your typical even murder trial.
Well, they were worried you were going to call them and berate them if they didn't.
I showed up the first day in
Did
court.
you really?
Yeah.
That's awesome. That's
I showed up the
awesome.
first day and I watched because I couldn't get a live feed. And so I just like, well, I'm going to show up and watch. And I was just tweeting what I was seeing. And then I went up and talked to both prosecutor and defense counsel and chit-chatted with them a little bit. And then, so then I went back and I got the feed, the live feed going forward for the next couple of days. And then the victim's mother jumped in our chat, which was really weird.
Ooh, how'd you handle that?
Save it for another day.
Because I had something similar. I had something very similar. Yeah, I covered a offing of a person, and yeah, and then it was like 3 weeks later. It's like I'm the aunt, and just berated me, and then it was like I don't know. 6 months later on, I saw you. I'm like, why? Who's putting a message up, like commenting that old thing? And it was like a different family member thanking me. So those are weird,
okay.
man. Yeah, it would.
Yeah.
So
Well,
we'll
like,
talk about that sometime.
Solomon Anderson, he's been in chat all over the place, but he's more. It was like after the fact. It was like after the trial was done. Then all of a sudden, Solomon started coming around. It wasn't in the midst of the trial.
It's a good thing her dad's in jail. We don't have to worry about him coming here.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's just weird when you have like people that are actively involved in the case that are jumping in your chat.
Yeah, that would be weird. That'd be very
MLS
weird.
loves long testimony by experts, especially GPS experts. Yes, so much so that I give them all to Baker because I let him stream those for me.
Hey, so Merce Turfs here said I'm also stuck on the confession, and that's what Yaya has been talking about too. So she confessed.
Yeah, but like I said, she confessed that day or the day after or whatever, right? When they arrested her.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, my client confessed to a crime he didn't commit and insisted that he did. So much so that I got the call from the police, or actually I called the police and I said, hey, my client is acting a bit odd, but he's saying that he's somehow tied up in this SA case. And I talked to the officer. She was like, oh, your client is so-and-so. And yeah, no, he is not a suspect. But he's been here multiple times. He's trying to turn himself in.
Oh, wow.
It happens.
Wow. Hey, Yaya,
she had his blood all over her when they went to her house.
Well, I'm not saying she didn't do it. What I'm saying is
it's
it
just
goes to the line of the insanity defense.
Yeah, I mean, she could be. When they came back from lunch and he says, "Well, she came home and found her boyfriend like that. She was just trying to clean up so the mom didn't see it." Yaya, I've got someone else who cannot believe that I actually know you, and then is so anyway, right here is Valhalla. How are you doing, Valhalla?
I'm good. How's everybody else? Hello.
Doing fine. Doing fine. Yeah, I was like, it's weird to explain to Yaya because I've known her, like, she's one of the first people I knew on YouTube, and it's like. Cool. It's hard to explain to people like, yeah, she knows your business. And people like look at me weird and they're like, what are you talking about? Who's Yaya? And I'm like, yeah, I go to Purple. She's over there all the time.
Okay.
So,
okay.
Anyway, Valhalla and I have talked about you and stuff. So, and what we've talked about, I've talked about you to everybody this week. So,
anyway. I would like to make a correction, by the way, MLS. Solomon was in chat pretty much the whole trial.
In my chat?
Over on Legal Vices.
Oh yeah, he wasn't in mine.
Yeah, him and the sister too. Oh, can't remember her name right now.
Well, that still doesn't correct anything because he wasn't in mine.
I'm just saying, bro. I'm just saying. I look like garbage.
Valhalla, what do you think about?
You won't see me on camera at all today. No.
I was still doing the caffeine and nicotine thing.
Yep.
My sleep schedule's been so messed up. What was the question, expert? I'm sorry.
What do you think about the trial so far?
I'll tell you what. This judge is super efficient, from what
He
I've
is
noticed.
awesome.
I like
This
it.
dude's keeping it on track. He's not wasting any time. He's straight to the point.
Now you heard that that is Yaya's divorce attorney.
The lawyer or the judge,
Yeah,
rather?
the judge.
Yes, the
Outstanding.
judge.
Yes.
Outstanding.
Yes. Is that not crazy? So that's what she was. We were talking about that right before you guys got on here, and she was like, "Yeah, he was just such a very straightforward, just a
No,
nice guy."
no boat BS. I mean, when I hired him, he, well, Wisconsin's a 50-50 state. It's a no, whatever. And he told me straight up, I'm not a dirty attorney. I don't go, do this, do that, whatever. And that's what kind of attorney I was looking at, because
Well, don't they all say that though?
because my
If they say
ex-husband.
he's not a dirty attorney, that means he is.
No, he's not. No, he was one of the top attorneys. Great, he nice guy, very fair, um, straight to the point, I guess is what I'm trying to say. And he I didn't want to hang my ex-husband out because we were going to do 50-50 custody, and he had to be able to take care of my kids like I would have to. So, I mean, they gave me, they were going to award me a
Primary.
substantial amount in maintenance and child support. And I told them no, because I knew how much he made, and I knew he couldn't afford the house and take care of the kids. So,
Well, we
that's
need
how-
more like-minded divorce
Too bad
attorneys.
he became a judge.
Right?
He sounds like a good attorney.
My ex-husband and I still get along.
That's
So,
important, especially if there's children involved.
well, the children are now 23 and 26.
Still,
And
though.
that's how I'm in this case, is because Taylor went to high school with my oldest son. She lived 2 blocks from me. She's been in my house. She's called me mom. And her younger brother was best friends with my youngest son up until he passed away last year.
Yeah, that's the way Yaya just explained it. That's what I feel like I'm failing at trying to explain, is that, she was like the neighborhood mom.
Yeah.
It's and you care about all the kids that come running in and out. You make sure they put some Bactine on their knees when they scrape them, and send them back home to their parents, whatever. But it's so weird to think, like, here you are, because you see, the innocence of children, and then it grows into whatever we got going on here with Taylor. But we'll see, because she's.
I'm going to ask my son something. Hold on.
Okay.
Well, I don't know really how there's even a defense here. Like, I understand that obviously she deserves a defense, and she should get one.
Okay.
But like, there's not really like a.
Valhalla. She doesn't deserve a defense. All of us do. Because if you allow the state to start taking shortcuts with the truly guilty, then you are permitting them to take shortcuts with the innocent.
Agreed.
And that's what the defense is doing.
Same concept with speech. The speech that is vile and detestable is the most important to protect, because
for the exact
it's the
same
hardest.
reason.
Exactly.
Yep. And so that's what they're doing here. But there is something to be said for her insanity defense.
I don't think she's insane. I mean, she's obviously crazy, but
yeah, but she, I if you've ever dealt with somebody with that psychopathy, when they go through an episode, so my client is completely normal, the nicest guy you'll ever meet. And then I'm got on the phone with him, and it's like I'm talking to a completely different person, not even the same person. And so it can be really bad. And if she truly has that, that's something significant.
I know exactly what you're talking about. My brother, before he died, he had some similar issues, and it was always a flip of the coin as to what kind
Who
of
you're
mood
gonna
he was
get
going to
today.
be. Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, like a completely different person, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And in all fairness, a lot of the times the drug abuse was a catalyst for a lot of it. So he'd start going down a dark road, and then it'd just go to shit real quick.
Hey, can you
Yeah,
guys
I'm
help
gonna-
me out on something real quick?
Sure.
Why does my wife say, Valhalla, you look great? I have a towel over my wet hair.
She just wanted to make sure I knew that she had wet hair right now. That was all
Like,
that was. buddy.
why? I know she got out of the shower. Why does she say that?
She's got
I've been
the hot
sitting here
for
It's
for
the
him. Oh,
only
I
thing
didn't
she
say
has
that.
on, but she wants Valhalla to know.
Yeah. This is what's crazy about this is I don't know what it is about Valhalla, but so many women are like, oh, Valhalla's here. Oh, yeah, let's come on over. I'm like, but the
Hey.
guy looks like he just got off a fight with a
I'm
dragon.
gonna say it. I'm gonna say it right here. I am married, but I'm not dead. I'm 57, and I think both of y'all very good looking men. So
Not me. This
I
is
mean,
this guy. I
yes,
don't know what
you
it is
are.
about him.
In fact, we one day over on Purple's channel when you first showed your face, we were all flipping out. We did not think you would look the way you look.
I didn't either.
We expected some Weasley little guy, like a bookwormy little guy, or something. I don't know what we thought, but when he came on, we were all like, "What the hell?"
You weren't expecting polos and Ray-Bans, huh?
No. But see, I don't have a specific type in men. Looks wise, I've dated bald men. In my lifetime, I've dated guys with long hair. Loved the guys in long hair back in the 80s. Both of my kids had really long hair. So I love long hair on men. It just depends on.
We're gonna get MLS on one of our wig streams. And it's gonna be awesome.
It just depends on their personality too. That goes with their looks. So that's where it all comes down to. Oh, she's trolling you. But I had a question.
Hang on, real quick. Michigan, did you need to leave or something?
I do, yeah, because I do have to draft a couple of things before I get back onto this trial. So I'm gonna jump off. I just want to jump on and say hi, see what you guys thought of it.
Appreciate you, man. Yeah.
Talk to Yaya for a minute, and Valhalla, I'll see you.
Yes, sir. Before, as he dips out, I guess you don't really need to be here. Me and MLS are working on a new stream coming up. We've been doing a lot of the Stolen Valor stuff lately.
Okay.
And we found a new one that's not exactly Stolen Valor, but this dude, in my opinion, is way worse. And
I could tell you a story, but I'm not going to.
Every time I look at my phone, I was like, "Oh, Valhalla found another article."
Awesome! You guys are great.
Yeah, we gotta do that like this week. We could do like an evening stream after trial with Schabusiness and stuff. We could do something.
I'm down. I'm down.
All right, see you guys
later, buddy.
See you, Michigan.
Somebody in chat asked me a question. Hey. What was Taylor like?
Yes.
Yes. Back then, okay, now that you remember, this is how many years ago? Well, they're 20, so 10 years ago, whatever.
Real quick, I'm sorry. Why is it that Taylor always comes in when I get off the stream?
He was waiting. He was waiting.
Yeah.
I heard you were leaving, and I know there's some drama between us, so I thought I'd better stay away.
For like the last several days, every time I pop off of a stream, Baker pops on, and then as soon as I click out, I see him pop up. I'm like,
Well, I kind of waited on that one on purpose a little bit. That was me.
All right, see you guys.
I want to know why men fold towels wrong. Just kidding. Just saying.
I fold towels correctly, just so you're
why
aware.
Men fold towels wrong.
I fold them correctly, and I know how to fold a fitted sheet. So what?
Don't yell at me in there. I appreciate you.
Let me tell you what. I know how to fold a tattoo. I hand it over to my wife.
Ooh, that's a slap.
No, it's not, because you know why? I am not allowed to do the laundry. She loves it. It's like it's that instant gratification of how you put it in dirty and it comes out clean. And she's like, "Don't you ever touch my washing machine."
Yeah. Well,
Yaya was answering a question real quick. I want
Oh.
to introduce you to Broken Baker. He's from Denmark, and
Oh.
yeah, he's got a great accent, and
Yes, he does.
and
He's
he's a
another
baker.
Well,
he's
Court
another
TV
favorite
just
of the
went back
ladies.
on.
All right, hang on here.
Really?
What was she like? She was, this is 10 years ago, 10, 15 years ago, really, because I knew her better when she was in middle school, grade school, middle school, first year of high school. Your typical normal child. She was a little rebellious for her age, but I had heard stories. I don't know if they're true, so I'm not going to put them out there. She was, in my opinion, she was a good kid when I knew her, and her brother was a good kid, and that's why it's shocking to see this happening in our community.
Let me ask you. I'm glad you said community. What is we'll say like Green Bay. Like you don't think of it. We don't think of it as being a place. And make sure I got this right. Don't want to remove that. I want to stop screen. I think that was it. Nope, I did the wrong
Towels
one.
should be rolled.
Yeah, that's White Rabbit.
The
Yep.
hell?
Like
And
the
she rolls
military
them.
thing there.
She rolls them.
Even bathroom towels?
Yeah, she folds
Do they
them and then
fit?
rolls them up.
Do they fit better in the closet?
They don't wrinkle at all. There's no
Asking
light
for a
on it.
friend. Who cares about if a towel wrinkles?
Well, it is in the closet, but you can stack them up like wood. You know. Well, I guess you can do it with flat towels too, but it's just I don't know. I think I really like the way it looks. It's aesthetically pleasing when I reach in there for one. I don't know why she got on that. It was cool. Anyway, what I was going to ask you though.
Okay, here we go.
Yeah,
Here.
yeah.
Green
What is
Bay
it?
population,
Yes.
107,015 people in the Green Bay surrounding areas. Now, if I pull up the area that we live in, because I'm a suburb out of, even though I have a Green Bay mailing address, we're a suburb right outside. We have 13,078 people where I live, where she lived at the time. And at that time it was a brand new development. We moved in here in 2005, so 19 years ago this month actually, and we were one of the first houses built in this development.
So I mean, it's this type of thing doesn't happen.
No.
I mean, it doesn't happen anywhere.
We've had some crazy stuff. Come on, this was Wisconsin.
There's a lot of crazy going on in Wisconsin.
There's a lot of beer drinkers here. I can't stop. I have to put that out there. People say what's in the water, and I'm like, no, it's the beer.
Hey, listen, it says we got 10 minutes. I'm going to go grab a tea real quick. And Baker, you make Valhalla behave.
It was me who... Well, I made a Valhalla angry last time, saying that he shouldn't run in the WNBA, as I'm told on the internet.
I don't remember that, actually.
Yeah, have fun with them. These are great guys. You're going to love them.
Yeah, I just got a lot of people saying I made all kinds of drama. So me and Dave have drama. You and I have drama.
Oh,
drama?
I'm very familiar with drama.
No drama.
Baker and I don't have drama.
Nobody. I don't have drama with anybody.
No, me neither. But you know how the inbox on Twitter lights up with, "Oh, I heard that you." Okay.
Well, if it makes you feel any better, Baker, I do identify as a woman. So if I was going to play basketball, it would be the WNBA over that.
You could make it interesting.
Meth has gotten extremely bad in the state of Wisconsin. And don't anybody take this wrong, because it's coming in from people moving here from Chicago and Milwaukee area, moving to the Green Bay area, and it has gotten severely meth and heroin, and it's really sad.
I'm originally from Northern Illinois. I used to live in Rockford. I used to live there.
You're
for like
not
a
from
decade.
Southern? Oh, I didn't
No,
say that.
no. I've lived in Southern Illinois. I live in East Tennessee. So I got away from all the crazy up there. And
actually, I know the town you just said. I know that town. Fair.
Could I just ask, because I've been streaming on my own, so I haven't watched anything from this trial.
Okay.
Is there a strategy we can understand? I
Doesn't
just
seem
watched
like
a pro se litigant blame. We were not sure. We thought it was the gnomes or horses who did the wrong stuff, but
both.
Yeah, maybe spider ninjas riding gnomes on horses. We weren't sure, but he's an interesting fella. But I thought when I saw this and all the hype about it, there couldn't really be anything you can prove it. You can hear about the crime scene and her house, and then it's probably going to be expert battling expert about her mental state and her drug use.
Well, if I understand correctly, in the state of Wisconsin, they're going to basically find out whether or not she committed the crime, and then they're going to go into a mental eval after that.
Oh,
to
they've
find
done
out whether or not she was sane.
Well, but they've done five what do you call them?
To mental evals to see if
yes, they've done
competent to
5
stand
of them
trial.
already, and only 1 out of the 5 said she was not competent to stand trial.
So that's the way I understand it, and I'm no lawyer, I'm not an expert by any means.
Me neither. And
the way I understand it is that so they had to figure out whether or not she could stand trial, right? And they've gotten to that point. They said she's sane enough to stand trial. Now they're going to find out. The jury has to decide whether or not she's guilty of the deceasing, if you will. And then after that, it's up to the jury. The jury has to decide if she was mentally competent at the time of the crime.
Okay. Yeah.
Right. And
so the doctors are saying she can stand trial, no problem, right? The doctors are like, yeah, she's good enough to stand trial. Now it's up to the jury. It's a matter of fact, not law, whether or not she was.
State of Wisconsin does not consider that ingesting, consuming illegal drugs,
voluntary intoxication is not a defense.
It does not make you incompetent.
No, but I could see the defense trying to put that in that she had such an altered state of mind. It's just because you probably don't know me. I do what's called layman duty in Denmark. That's our jury system.
Oh, okay.
And he's essentially a professional juror.
Yeah, we get elected for 4 years at a time.
Oh, wow.
So
it's a different system up there.
It's way different. We are only 2 jurors and 1 judge, but we do all the sentencing and stuff like that. Not like here where the judge does it, but we have a piece of paper from the psych eval saying, well, they're competent or not competent, and then again in the sentencing phase, we will hear if they need a treatment judgment or they need they can have a prison sentence. So it's interesting to see the differences in how we do things. But as I always say, most Americans would be hard pressed to understand why life in prison is maybe 16 years in Denmark. So we're not really that tough.
Tweety, Dahmer did not start it in Wisconsin. It started back with Ed Gein.
Ed Gein was gross.
Just saying. That's why I say it's not in the water, man. It's in the beer.
I remember the Dahmer trial on TV as a kid. That was everywhere.
My God, I remember when it happened.
Yeah.
Wasn't that like in the I want to say
early 90s?
Right after I graduated high school in like 84, so it was like after that. Not too far after that.
I was born in 84.
Oh Jesus! Thanks
I
for
started
making me
school
feel
the year
old.
before.
Yeah, Baker's about your age, I guess.
Yeah, but
she said she was in her 50s. Now we have
57.
Yeah, you got me by 11 years. So now Valhalla and I officially have beef.
Oh, stop
Oh,
it.
that's good.
Bugging.
That's funny.
So everyone on Twitter, go tell each other that. No,
Me
but
and Baker are beefing now because I called him old.
yeah, and I said we should play in the WNBA. I think we
just
have heard
in
worse
fact,
in our life.
we just had a 2-year-old found deceased this week in Green Bay, actually.
Oh, gross.
That's the worst kind of cases.
Yep.
It's just.
And
There's
the thing with me, I was so glad there's no way I could sit on the jury for this trial because I knew her. So if I would have gotten called for jury duty, I would have said, I'm out. Can I stay and watch?
Oh, you were asking if there was any kind of rational defense being put forth that we could tell.
Yeah, what the strategy
It
is.
seems so far the only thing the defense is kind of asking about is it seems like he's trying to say there was people coming in and out of the house all the time, and there was all these people there, and that's what it kind of seems like it's going towards so far.
And I think that's ridiculous. In my opinion, that's just my opinion because.
Well, if you don't have anything, you just throw everything at them. And talking trash and truth, Rasmus Klump, Tuborg Christmas beer. Tuborg's Christmas beer is not the best. You need the one we make on my island. It's I believe 8 or 9%, as we normally say. It's made on boxing gloves and rubbers because you either want to fight or you want the other thing.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I was going to say, at first I took you for real on that. I was going to say, hey, how much would it cost me to get some beer from Denmark sent to me?
Well, those Christmas
My
beers.
husband would love me. I mean, he already does love me, but he would think that was the greatest thing.
That would be good.
Yeah, we like beer too in Denmark. But expert, I was just coming on to have an update. I have to eat my food because I've been streaming for 5 hours myself. So I will leave you to it. I will watch you on the iPad, and thank you for having me on.
Yeah, man, jump back on if you want to. Right?
Yeah, it's almost 8 o'clock, so I'll probably.
Baker, I wish I could say that it was good to see you, but we're beefing, so
yeah.
go away. Go
if
away.
I ever see you again, I love you, Valhalla.
Love you, brother.
Nice to meet you, Yaya.
Nice meeting you too. I do not know. No, if I go into the courtroom, I'll get arrested. There's no way. No. Mm-mm. I'll jump that guy
Later,
right there
Becky.
on screen. The guy on screen, I'd jump him and smack him in the head.
Well, Taylor's going to do it before the trial's over.
Well, yeah, I know. I tried to get expert to bet me $50 on it, but he won't.
She's hit pretty much
It's a
every
losing-
attorney she's had so far, right?
Oh, it's only the second, but I have a theory on what happened with that first one, and I can
I was
tell you
getting
that
her and Sarah
real
pretty
quick. People have heard it. Her dad was in court, or was at the time was being charged with SA on his stepdaughter. At the same time, she was being charged with this. They had the same public defender, and since Taylor was SA'd by her dad, and Jolly was defending her dad, I think she did that on purpose to get him off her case. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
Yeah.
Yes, it does.
It hit me the other day, and I'm like, you know what? That made sense.
She's not like she's very obviously aware of what's happening in this trial, in her defense, around her. Like it's not a. I don't see how they could possibly find her not guilty by insanity.
Did you watch the hearing Friday?
I don't think so. I think I missed it.
If you have a chance to go back and watch the one from Friday, all you have to do is go to the very end, okay?
Okay.
At the very end, when it's done, they're sitting there, and she is as normal as can be, talking, laughing with her attorney, like there
Well,
was
look at her right
nothing wrong.
now.
Well, that's what I'm saying. But she's been laughing and smirking through the whole trial so far.
Yeah, I was watching earlier.
Hi, Just Dawn.
Hey, Just on. How you doing,
Have
babe?
you, Val, do you know who the dude back there is? Against the
No,
wall?
I
Oh,
asked
that's
my
Jeremy.
son. Okay.
That's
I
Jeremy.
asked my son, and he does not know who it is. I don't know. Maybe it's an uncle. I don't know. I mean, her dad is in prison now, and her brother's not here, so I don't know who that guy is.
That thumbnail was bothering him. He's been chewing on it all day.
And by the way, I canceled my appointment for this afternoon, so I don't have to go.
Don't do that.
Okay, we're back
This
on the
case is
record
more
then.
important than my dental appointment.
Anything to bring up before the jury comes back?
I've got to take my mom to the doctor tomorrow.
No.
Well, in all fairness,
No.
this case is recorded, or this
Yeah.
court. Yeah, you could have.
Yeah, but I wanted to be here with the expert, and then
Report tomorrow morning at 8:15 and have the jury.
She was just hoping you'd show
juror
up.
room at 8:45. That'll give us 30 minutes. To
Glad I could
address this issue.
come through
Give
for
you
it.
a chance this evening to read over Mr. Freilich's submittal, and then I'll give you a decision.
Is it loud or is it quiet for everybody, or is it just me?
yeah, he's a little quiet.
Yes, would the court in that time allow Dr. O'Donnell to get on the phone to confer with the court if you needed to ask him some questions?
I'm not sure.
Or provide
about-
testimony?
About what? I mean, I
Or-
don't think this isn't, I don't think a Dauber hearing. At the same time, I
Oh.
I
No,
don't
it's,
know that courts
Denny.
necessarily are mandated to take testimony at a Dauber hearing. My understanding, but I haven't read the submittals, which makes it a little bit difficult, is I don't think the state's objection is necessarily qualifications as to, for example, pharmacology or things of that nature. It's one of relevance. But maybe, Mr. Lezay, you brought that up earlier.
So I think it's possible that portions of the amended report wander into areas where the doctor is not qualified to render an opinion, but I don't think he phrases it that way. He phrases it as something that he viewed in other reports. So he phrases that as his review of other people's reports. I question the accuracy of his review because he mentions a condition that none of the other professionals in this case suggest that the defendant has. But to the extent that he's not going to offer a diagnosis, then I don't think there's really a Daubert relative to his qualifications. But to the extent that he's offering a diagnosis, that is something he would not be, in my view, qualified to render.
Okay,
Expert,
well,
can
then
you
I
check
think what we're
Discord?
gonna do is this, because it sounds
Yeah,
like
I
it
saw
could be
it.
more extensive than what I thought. I'm gonna have you here at 8:15 tomorrow, the jury will come in at 8:30, and then tonight I'll read the submittal from Mr. Freilich, because all this is coming in very late. First thing I wanna say is this is precisely what I tried to avoid with the schedule that I gave you guys. Doing exactly what we're doing. We're doing
I told
exactly
ya.
what I tried to avoid doing. But I have to read it now first in order to figure out what the
No,
next
Just Dawn.
thing we need to do is. So, the notion that I need testimony from Dr. O'Donnell, I can't even tell you whether that's something I need or not because I haven't read it yet, and I won't be able to do that till this evening. So
Yes, I know he's pissed.
tomorrow morning at 8:15, we'll bring the jury in at 8:30, and then from there, which means that you'll probably get a decision from me right before you need to know the answer. And I'm sure everybody would love to have a decision a little bit earlier than that so they could plan, but that just won't happen. So,
But that
I'm a
just
little bit
won't
frustrated,
happen.
but certainly that'll pass.
He's. I'm telling you,
Anything
he
else,
is
talk
an
about?
incredible judge. He was an incredible attorney.
I like him so far.
No.
All right, very good. Then
I wish
we'll bring the
He
jury
wants
in.
no
light up a
shit.
little bit.
You don't like no shit. Sorry for cussing. Are they going for the day?
No, they're bringing the jury in now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was. It's the Dauber hearing thing. It has to do with an expert witness, and he's like, "This is why I said the trial this way, and the scheduling and everything, and so this wouldn't happen. But now I'm gonna have to read this stuff." He's like, you make a motion during trial, it takes time. So I can't do it till tomorrow, and we'll bring the jury in and sequester them over to a room till 8:45, and then we'll have a decision made.
It just popped up on my phone. Green Bay man stabbed. Oh, we got a lot of
That's not
crap.
good.
We used to have like maybe one murder a year, if that. Now it's like in the double digits.
In the afternoon session, so the case is still with the state, and I will turn to you, Mr. Saunders, or Mr. Lizette. Go ahead, call your next witness.
Tell him
The
he
state
owes
will
me.
call Petra Schwab.
Go tell Good Logic that I said Jesus saves.
There's so many people streaming this trial today.
Oh, I know.
I know. It's funny. It just like kind of popped up this last week.
And you know what's funnier yet? Last year, when it all started going down, nobody knew about this murder. Nobody talked about it. Nobody knew about it.
Yeah, but that was what Yaya and I were talking about. It's like there's nothing out here about this.
Well, I do know that Vices has been talking about it
Just make
since,
sure you stay close to the
day
microphone
one.
so we can hear you.
But
I want to see who this is.
Last July.
Ms. Schwab, can you state for the record how you are employed?
I'm employed by the Brown County Medical Examiner's Office.
And what is your position with the Brown County Medical Examiner's Office?
My current position is the Director of Operations.
Oh, this might be pretty gruesome,
And how long
actually.
have you been employed
Yep.
with the Brown County Medical Examiner's Office?
About 6.5 years.
And do you have experience in that general field prior to your work with the Brown County Medical Examiner's Office?
Yes.
And what is that experience?
I did both my studies and initial employment in Cape Town, South Africa.
And
I was
what
just
type
gonna
of
say
work
she had
did you
an
do in
accent.
Cape Town that was consistent with this type of medical examiner work?
I was mainly involved in the investigation of deaths which were fire-related.
And can you describe your educational background?
Sure. I have a Bachelor of Science degree in Human Life Science. And in South Africa, we have a one-year postgraduate degree, which is called an honors degree. And that degree is in biological anthropology. I then did my master's degree in biomedical forensic science.
Expert, you
And
might want to
what
put
other
a
positions have you
trigger
held at the
warning
Brown County
thing up
Medical
on
Examiner's
panel.
Office?
I started off as the deputy lead medical legal investigator. I then moved up to the lead medical legal investigator and have since been moved into the director of operations position.
And what was your position with the Brown County Medical Examiner's Office in February of 2022?
In February of 2022, I would have been the lead medical legal investigator.
And what is a medical legal investigator?
So essentially, you could see us almost as a nurse in the hospital. We're the eyes and ears for the doctor, for our forensic pathologist. So we do that initial investigation on scene, the initial assessment on scene, and then that is reviewed by our chief medical examiner.
And you talked about a forensic pathologist. What does the forensic pathologist generally do?
So generally, a forensic pathologist, if they're board certified, they are the ones that actually perform the autopsies and oversee all of the investigations the office does.
At the time of this event in February of 2022, who was the chief medical examiner that you were working under in Brown County?
There was a transition between chiefs, but the medical examiner that I was working with on this case was Dr. Vincent Tranquita. I apologize for not remembering if he was the chief at the time because there was a switch over in leadership.
But Dr. Tranquita was the forensic pathologist who was assigned to this case?
Correct.
And at the time of this event in February of 2022, which office was Dr. Tranquita stationed out of?
Dr. Tranquita worked for the Dane County Medical Examiner's Office. At the time, Brown County had a contract with Dane County for oversight from forensic pathologists, and they provided our autopsy services as well.
And that's not currently the setup, is that right?
No, we have since hired our own chief medical examiner, who is a forensic pathologist. So we are now independently performing autopsies here in Brown County.
But as it existed in February 2022, that was the standard practice for Brown County, correct? To use the Dane County Medical Examiner's Office for autopsies?
Correct.
It's crazy how the
And
autopsy
talk
stuff
generally
works.
about the process that you
That's in
use when you are
Madison.
called out to the death scene by law enforcement.
Generally, it can happen in different ways, but the most common would be that the 911 dispatch center, they give the on-call investigator a call, and they let them know what they are responding to and where the address of where they're needed. Sometimes we get calls directly from detectives, sometimes we get call from the hospital or a hospice agency, but for scene responses, most commonly it's through the 911 dispatch center to the on-call investigator.
And on this particular date, February 23rd of 2022, what was the process for you to get called out to the scene at 829 Stony Brook?
So that morning, I believe a call was placed to our office by a detective with the Green Bay Police Department, just informing our office of the situation. That call was taken by the on-call investigator that was in the office at the time. And the policy at that, which is still in place, is that they are to then notify the lead medical legal investigator, which would have been me at that time, of such a case.
And once you were notified, what did you do?
I then tried to gather a bit more information. Things were very preliminary at that stage, and we asked to be notified once they were ready for us.
And did you receive follow-up notification from the Green Bay Police Department?
Yes.
And what did you do then?
Expert, we
before
got to
going on
talk
this?
later, buddy.
Before going to the scene, I just made sure that I had all of my supplies. We had a general understanding of what the case was that we were going to, so I made sure that I had all of the supplies I may need, and then using the on-duty vehicle, I would have traveled to the scene.
And were you or was law enforcement responsible for notifying then the actual medical examiner or the forensic pathologist?
I was actually, when I was initially notified that morning, I would have notified Dane County's Director of Operations, and they in turn would have notified Dr. Tranquita, the forensic pathologist, that his response would be needed. And we kept in touch that morning with regards to a general time. Seeing that they would be coming up from Madison, we just wanted to make sure that we timed things out correctly. And obviously with law enforcement needing to do what they need to do prior to us coming, we were just waiting for that notification when they were ready for us.
And do you know about what time you arrived on scene that morning?
It was probably around 11 o'clock in the morning.
When you arrived on scene, what did you do?
I would have introduced myself to police officers on scene, and I believe I placed PPE on and entered the living room area of the residence, where
Not the
there were
side
various
door.
members of law enforcement, and they briefed me on the scene and what information they had at that point.
What was your understanding about the information law enforcement had collected at that point?
My understanding was that the head of a male individual had been found in the basement, and that they had reason to believe that there were additional human remains within the basement. They had informed me that they had a suspect at that time, and they informed me that there might be a secondary location for human remains as well.
And you mentioned PPE. What is PPE and what is the purpose of using it?
Sure, I
Personal protective
apologize.
equipment.
PPE would generally be personal protective equipment.
Told you.
So we use that both to protect ourselves as well as the integrity of the scene. So in this case, it would have been a Tyvek suit or a bunny suit, which would have been
What?
included booties, and it goes
Bunny
all
suit.
over, and it even has a hood around your face. So,
Outstanding.
and I would have, once we went down into the basement, I would have been wearing gloves. I probably was not wearing gloves initially.
So did you make your way toward the basement of that residence prior to the arrival of Dr. Tranquita?
Correct. We tried to make the pronouncement of death as soon as possible from when we arrived. So once we gathered information, or once I discussed information with law enforcement at least, then I would have proceeded down to the basement just for a cursory view of what the situation was, as well as to pronounce death.
And were you able to do that based on your initial observations on scene?
Yes.
And again, is that something that it's typical that you would do if you're able to prior to the arrival of the doctor?
Yes.
That's kind of obvious.
And were you able to collect identifying information about the person that was deceased?
Yes, law enforcement provided the presumptive identification at that point, provided a name and date of birth, and we later then also asked for additional photographic evidence of for identification purposes for comparing.
And did the deceased have any distinct marks that allowed you to easily identify him?
Yes, he had a tattoo on his
Tallywhacker.
I can't believe I forget which side it was, but on one of the temporal regions on the side of your head here, it would have been a
Wrong head expert.
Gosh, have been so great though.
Yeah,
It had a
after
question mark on
identification
his.
was made, what did you do? After pronouncement and
I'm sorry that I
identification
had
were
to
made,
laugh.
what did you
I
do?
even had to
I
laugh
would
at
have backed
that
out
one.
the scene and waited outside
You just like the
until
word
Dr.
tallywhacker.
Trankita
We all
arrived
do.
so that we would
It's a good word.
the rest of our
It's a good
duties
word.
together.
After Dr. Trankita arrived, describe what steps you took at that point.
So we were working very closely with the Green Bay Police Department's forensic science unit with this case. So we were moving around the scene kind of together. And the first thing that we would have approached would have been the bucket with the human head in it.
And
Never
where was that
approach the
located?
bucket.
It was located downstairs in the basement, just to the right as you came down the stairs into the finished portion
Think
of
about
the basement, which seemed to be used as a bedroom. So there was a bucket at the bottom of those stairs to the right.
Once you made contact with that bucket, or what would be essentially the first container with human remains, can you describe
A lot more
the
attentive
process
than Schroeder
that
was.
you used in order to collect that evidence?
So we
I'll be back in a
made
couple
the
minutes.
decision to use smaller body bags, so essentially would be infant and child body bags. So we would have placed a body bag out for the bucket. It was a infant-sized body bag with a evidence sheet laid over it. We would have then removed what we found in the bucket individually, photographed it. Once it was documented and photographed, we would have wrapped the evidence sheet up and then placed that in the body bag and closed that body bag. And then written on the body
Agreed,
bag
just
as to, we decided to label the body bags as to which container they were in.
Can you imagine that girl was in my house?
You said she
After
just loved you.
processing that first container, container one, the bucket, what did you do then?
We moved on to the next container, which we suspected had human remains in it. There was, I believe it's a blue bag, was the second container that we looked at from the outside. Well, let me back it up. The blue bag would have been on a dresser in front of the bed in the basement, and there seemed to be what looked like some human tissue on the outside of the bag. And so we decided to focus in on that bag next.
And did you use a similar process with that particular container?
Correct. We took the container and put it onto the evidence sheet that we had laid out with the body bag we had laid out, and we would have slowly emptied what we found in that bag while we were documenting and photographing what was found.
And once you processed the blue bag, was your attention then drawn to a subsequent container?
Yes, we then focused in on a backpack, which was a pink and black backpack that was at the bottom of the bed, the foot of the bed, on the floor. It seemed to have some blood staining on the outside, so we focused in on that bag next.
And I should ask, with respect to the blue bag as well, did you find a substantial amount of human remains within that receptacle?
The blue receptacle?
Correct.
Yes, we did find some human remains in the blue receptacle.
And then how about the pink backpack?
The pink backpack, so we would have done the same process. We had a body bag laid out with an evidence sheet. We placed the bag on the sheets, and then we unzipped, starting with the front zip towards the back, and we unzipped each zipper and would remove whatever we found and document and photograph that.
If there are items other than human remains that are found within those containers that might have evidentiary value, what was done with those items?
So if there are any items other than the human remains, the medical examiner's office, our purview is the human remains. So if there are other items of evidentiary value or possible evidentiary value, that's generally collected by law enforcement.
Okay. And were there other items of evidentiary value that were found within those containers while you were there?
Yes, we found knives in, I don't remember if all of the bags had knives, but we found multiple knives throughout the bags.
And those are items that would have been within the purview of law enforcement?
Correct. We would have taken them out. We would have photographed them ourselves. And as I said, we were working very closely with the forensic science unit from Green Bay. So they were taking photos the same time we were. And then they would have collected those knives.
So after you found and processed the human remains that were contained in the pink and black backpack, what was the next container that you noted?
The next container we moved to was a blue tote bin that was on the floor at the head of the bed, and it had a bunch of laundry or, I can't remember if it's clothing or blankets, but something on top of it, and there seemed to be a small amount of blood on the outside of the tote bin, and so we would have moved our attention to that at that stage, and we slowly removed what was on top until we could see what was in the tote bin.
And what did you note in the tote bin?
In the tote bin, we found a substantial amount of blood at the bottom of the tote bin. We also found a torso of a human male.
There it goes. There it was.
In terms of the other significant body parts that would have been located within the tote bin, do you recall what was located within the tote?
So the torso with the arms attached, they would have been other fragmented remains. There was some muscle tissue and certain organs.
Certain organs. That's what gets me.
So those are the 4 containers that we've discussed already. In addition to the 4 containers, were there any other containers located in the room that had a substantial amount of human remains?
No. There were some other containers or some other backpacks that we peeked in, but there was no other remains found in the basement.
And so you found remains in 4 separate containers. In the areas that were not the containers, so in general in the living space in the basement, what were your observations about the living space?
So one of my first observations, I guess, would have been that they really, as you walk into the basement, there really wasn't a significant amount of blood that we could see as you walked in. We would have later noted, once we moved some things off the bed, that there was some what appeared to be blood staining on the mattress, and perhaps some small little pieces of tissue that were suspected to be human tissue in the carpeted area, but there was a shower in a laundry room nearby, and there seemed to be, again, some small pieces of what could have been human tissue.
Is it fair to say that relative to the amount of damage to the body that you observed, there was not a lot of blood or tissue that was readily available outside of the containers?
Correct. I would definitely say that I would have thought there would have been more blood on the scene outside of those containers.
And from a medical legal standpoint, what is the potential significance of that?
Objection calls for speculation.
I think it calls for a professional opinion.
Foundation?
Overruled. Go ahead and answer if you can.
Could you repeat the question?
Sure. So from a medical legal standpoint, when you see as much damage to the body as you noted, but then don't see as much tissue or blood throughout the room, is there any potential significance from an investigative standpoint based on your training and experience?
There are various things that it might spark me to think. One of the things would be, did it happen here? Another thing would
That's a
be
good one.
how. Would make me think, how did this happen? How did this take place? In such a way that the blood was collected and not all of the blood I would expect to have been in the human body was necessarily in that tote bin or amongst the other containers. So it would just spark questions as to how this would have occurred.
Did you locate all of the significant
Taylor Schabusiness
body parts
is
that
a
you were looking
vampire.
for that were associated with the deceased at that scene on Stony Brook?
Yes.
Did you know parts were missing?
Yes.
What did you know was missing from the body?
So as we were going, we were trying to make sure that at least the remains that we were finding were consistent with one person. And by the time we were done processing the human remains in the basement, we seemed to be missing a significant portion of the lower limbs.
And did you obtain any information about where those items may potentially be located?
We were informed that they may potentially
Objection
be...
hearsay, Your Honor.
Not as offering it for the truth of the matter asserted, I'm offering it to support how she later goes to a different location, how she gets there.
Overruled. You can answer the question.
Yeah, that wasn't hearsay.
we were informed that there were potential human remains in a van that had been towed by the Green Bay Police Department to their evidence storage unit.
Did you ultimately respond to that location?
Yes.
And who went with you to the evidence storage unit?
Dr. Tranquita would have been with me too, as well as various members of the Green Bay Police Department.
And upon arrival at the storage unit, did you continue to use your PPE and all of the other evidence processing techniques that you discussed earlier?
Correct. We would have used a new set of PPE once we arrived at that location.
And what did you do once you arrived at that location?
So we initially just took photographs of the outside of the vehicle. I don't believe that the police had processed the vehicle yet at all. They were waiting to do that in conjunction with us. So we kind of peered in, just noting what was in the vehicle, and then we would have opened the doors and the trunk to take a look just at a general view of what was in the vehicle.
And did you locate anything of significance or any human remains within the vehicle?
Yes, we ultimately did find a crock pot box that had
There it
human
is.
remains in the box.
Do you recall specifically what you recovered in the crock pot?
We would have recovered
That's it, man.
the full set of we would have recovered parts of both lower limbs.
And were those then collected using a similar methodology as what you described at Stony Brook?
Correct. So we took the crock pot box outside of the van and we placed that on some paper material next to our evidence sheet, and then we unpacked what was found in the crock pot box and documented and photographed that as we had previously.
Cardboard box?
And what did you do once you
Liquor box?
packaged the human remains at the scene at Green Bay Evidence?
So we would have closed the evidence sheet, put it in the body bag, sealed that body bag, and transported the remains to our the Brown County Medical Examiner's cooler.
And where is that located? Or was it at the time?
Yeah, we have changed location since, but at the time we had a temporary cooler out at the Brown County Highway Department.
Of course you did. The highway department. That's where they keep your beer.
Once it's placed in storage at the temporary cooler, what is the process for moving the remains to another location?
So while we were contracted with Dane County, seeing that all our examinations or autopsies would take place down in Madison, so Dane County, as part of their contract with us, had a transport van and an individual that was hired as a driver. So they would have come up and collected the body bags from us, and it's a cooled van, and then that's transported down to Dane County for further examination.
And I should backtrack because I don't think I asked this question with respect to Stony Brook. What happened with the remains that were taken into the possession of the medical examiner's office at the Stony Brook address?
For the home address, we, as I described previously, we had packaged each container into a body bag each. Those smaller body bags were then all placed together in one larger adult-sized body bag, and that body bag was sealed and dated, signed, timed. The policy of our office is to have funeral homes assist with adult-sized human remains, and so we would have contacted the closest funeral home just for assistance with transport. And I believe the closest funeral home would be Blaney Funeral Home. So they came to the scene, and because usually I would follow with the funeral home to the cooler, but in this instance, when we knew we had another scene to go to, I had our morgue technician at the time. She came to the scene and then made that transport with Blaney Funeral Home for us so that I could go to the next scene.
And the information about the transportation logs that are associated with the remains, is that something that in your current role you have access to those records, and that's a record maintained in the regular course of
Does he
business?
have a pager?
The information regarding transport?
Correct.
Correct. We do document that.
Be a whole lot cooler if he did.
That was documented in this case.
Yes.
Can you get him?
Yes,
Part of your work in
there
this
was
case,
a
did you
shower in the
prepare
basement, Lori.
A report?
There was for sure.
I
Have you
think they
reviewed
just
that
said
Shower,
that.
yes.
prior to court here today?
Yeah,
I
there
missed
was.
it, of course.
I'm sorry for laughing. My son, who was friends with Taylor, just sent me a really funny text.
You never have to apologize for laughing around me at the very least.
No, not on this channel, right?
No.
Yeah, but
if there
the
wasn't
word-
dark humor, the world would be a much worse place.
The word he used is not politically correct to use on here, so I can't really.
Oh yeah, let's not do that.
It's not-
Yeah.
We're already walking that thin line.
Right?
Basically, he said she looks really blank, and and he's the one who was friends with her. So
Broke expert.
did you see the? No, I sent it to him in Discord.
Oh. You could have put it in private chat on the StreamYard.
That's true.
That appears to be the report. It would be the face sheet of our medical examiner's office report, as well as the portion of the report that is mine.
To come over.
The objection.
No objection.
Floor is received.
And then, could you describe for the record exhibits 5 and 6?
That's what I thought he said, by the way.
Exhibit 5 is a photograph of the larger adult-sized body bag that we would have placed those smaller body bags within at the Stony Brook address. It is labeled as Shad Therian, and there are the bag appears to be sealed, as well as initials that say sealed ES at 1506 on 2/23/22.
And the next exhibit, what is that?
Sorry?
And the following exhibit, did you describe that one as well? I apologize.
Sure. Exhibit 6 is a child-sized body bag. This would have been at the Green Bay storage unit location, which had the remains found in the crockpot box. This is sealed, and it is labeled as container number 5, crockpot box van, and by the
Crock-pot
seal
box.
number,
This
it
is turning
says
into a
sealed by
drinking game.
Petra at 1634 on 2/23.
Every time you hear crockpot box.
Mayor, I would move for the admission of exhibits 5 and 6 as well, and I would ask for permission to publish 5 and 6 via the screen.
Any objection to the admission of those exhibits, Mr. Fraley?
No objection to admission of exhibits 5 and 6, but I would object to publication, Your Honor. It's already been described.
Yeah, we don't want to
The
see it.
objection, you can publish those.
Ms. Schwab, does the screen, I think there's a screen down in front here as well. Is the screen accurately depict what is contained in Exhibit 5?
Correct.
Ew.
And then I think if it's toward the right-hand side of the screen or the photo where it indicates the name and then the information that you indicated about the date and the sealing, that's toward the right side of the photo, is that correct?
Correct. Near the zipper there, but with the seal.
Was that his
And
life?
the purpose of the seal and signature again?
It's to document chain of custody, essentially. When I sealed that bag, and then once it gets to Dane County for autopsy, does that seal tag still match? There's numbers on that seal tag. So that
that'd
is
be my
documented
guess.
both on scene and then again prior to autopsy. Before cutting that seal, they make sure that it is still that same seal that I initially had placed, and they document it too.
And then the photograph that's now depicted on the screen, is that Exhibit 6?
Yes.
And again, contains the information that you indicated about what is contained inside and then the signature and
6?
seal.
I couldn't make
Correct.
it
Oh
out.
no.
We both did the same thing.
You got closer to the screen.
Yeah.
Cross-examination.
So did I. But
Ms. Schwab, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Different parts of the body of the deceased were in different areas, correct?
Correct.
Some parts were at the Stony Brook Lane property, correct?
Correct.
In the basement?
Correct.
And then some other body parts were inside of a gold Town and Country minivan, correct?
Correct.
And that minivan was found in the parking lot of Eastman Avenue apartment complex?
That would have been found by law enforcement. The street name does ring a bell, but they would have towed it from that location that they found it to the storage room or storage warehouse that I responded to.
You saw the minivan at the police storage unit, correct?
Correct.
And that was with Dr. Tranchita?
Correct.
Is it
That's when they do an
Tranquita?
inventory of the car.
Tranquita.
Okay, thank you. You were given some information as to what may or may not have happened at the 829 Stony Brook Lane property, correct?
Correct.
And you went there for the very first time on February 23rd of 2022?
Correct.
What time did you get to the Stony Brook home?
Would have been around 11 a.m.
In the morning?
Correct.
And you
what
were
AM
let in
means.
by law enforcement?
Yes.
Who let you in, do you know?
It would have been a detective. I do not remember which. There were multiple detectives at the
Ace
scene.
Ventura.
Did you talk to the owners of the house?
Not at that time, no. They were not present.
When you got there, you already had your PPE gear on?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
And then did you
Like
immediately
you
go
said,
down to
put
the
that E in
basement?
there.
Not immediately, no.
Okay, how long did it take before you went into the basement?
Probably about 15 to 20 minutes.
What took so long before you went down in the basement?
They were briefing me on what had occurred, and they were making sure that I was okay to go down there because they were processing, I believe, already. So we would just have been discussing what had been found so far, what information we had so far prior to taking me down,
So you had to be cleared, so to speak?
so to speak.
Okay. And when you went down the stairs, what was the first thing you looked at?
As I went down the stairs, I would have turned to my right, which would have been a
back on his thumbnail.
finished portion that seemed to be used as mixed-use area, bedroom
You can
type
have a
area.
thumb left by the end of the
And
week.
I would have probably turned my attention to the bucket that was at the bottom of the stairs that I had been made aware of.
Okay, you looked at the bucket and the contents?
Correct.
Downstairs, fair to say that if you go to the right, it's kind of like a living area where you could sleep or watch TV or hang out, correct?
Correct.
Did you see like a Pac-Man game down there, video game?
I remember some sort of console game, but yeah.
You see a round table down there?
Yeah.
And lots of clutter, lots of things.
Yes.
I didn't see it.
With regards to the bucket,
I
what color
did.
was it?
Black.
Or at least most of it.
And you did your investigation with regards to the contents of the bucket, correct?
Correct.
When you got there, had the scene been disturbed in any way from what you know?
From what I know, there was a disturbance probably when the bucket was found, but I don't believe anything else had really been disturbed. I believe Green Bay Police Department perhaps had started putting out their little evidence markers, but they hadn't necessarily removed any remains or, as far as I was made aware, removed any evidentiary items.
When you were at the Stony Brook property, did you call Dr. Tranquita?
I would have called him prior to going to the house.
Did he give you any directions on what you should do or shouldn't do?
I think the directions would have come through their director of operations, and we have standing policies that in cases where homicide might be suspected, that we go into the scene, pronounce death, exit the scene, get some basic information for them, and wait for their arrival before proceeding with any further examination.
After you looked at the bucket and the contents of the bucket, did you pronounce death then, or?
Yes.
Okay. What was the time of death?
I would
Oh,
have
that's
to
horrible.
check my report.
Was it sometime after 11 a.m.?
Yes.
What did they show?
They didn't show anything.
Did you know
they
of any
declared
other
time of death from the
concerns that
bucket.
were in the basement after you looked at the bucket?
I was notified that they suspected that there were human remains in other receptacles or other containers within the basement.
Okay. So in the basement, there was like either a dresser or TV stand, is that fair?
Correct.
And there was I think you said a blue bag on the dresser or on the TV stand?
Among other things, yes, a blue bag was noted.
The blue bag, was it a Jimmy Choo like duffel bag that you can zip and have handles on it?
I'm unsure what the brand name was, but yeah, it was a rectangular shaped blue bag with handles.
Something you could maybe put clothes in or something, correct?
Yeah.
And where was that located?
That was located on the dresser that was in front of the bed.
Was there a TV on this dresser?
I don't remember if there was.
Any evidence?
She was
of drugs
distracted by
on
the head.
dresser?
Law enforcement had pointed out some items on the dresser that they believed to be drugs.
Meth?
I do believe that they said that they thought it was methamphetamine.
Okay, pipes?
Yes.
Wait a second, that's speculative, right?
With regards to the
Unless they got it tested.
the bag that we're talking about with the handles,
How does she know?
you had gloves on at the time?
Correct.
She
When
probably
did you
wouldn't.
put your gloves on?
Sorry? Could you
When did you
repeat?
put your gloves on? Do you remember?
What did I put my gloves
No,
on?
when? When did
Oh,
you put-
when?
yeah.
We would have
Gloves are
put
another
gloves
big
on in the basement prior to touching any items.
Okay. So you had the gloves on before you inspected the black container or bucket?
Correct.
Did anybody assist you with removing items from the duffel bag?
Dr. Tranquita and I were removing the items together.
Had you ever seen anything like this before in your experience?
I have seen mutilation, but nothing to this extent before.
Never saw a head in a bucket, correct?
Correct.
So
Why would they ask that?
after you looked at the
The judge.
then is that when you turned your attention
It's
to
interesting to see where this one's going. Where's this line of questioning headed towards?
the backpack?
The judge gave him that look like, are
Blue
you for real,
bag on
man?
the dresser,
What
we
are you
would have
doing, bro?
then turned our attention to a
Oh,
black
that's
and
funny.
pink backpack that was on the floor at the foot of the bed.
Now, the bed in this basement, were there mattresses that were stacked on top of each other, or what can you tell me about that?
I remember that they were 3 items. I don't know if it's 2 mattresses and 1 base versus 2 bases and 1 mattress, but 3 things stacked as a bed.
Okay. There was no, it wasn't like a headboard and a footboard, correct?
No.
Just basically mattresses, correct?
Yeah.
And you went over to this backpack, right?
Yes.
Was it an Under Armour backpack?
I would probably have to check photographs for the brand.
But it had some colors to it?
It had,
Did it have colors like black and pink or something?
yes, it was black and pink, and there was some red staining on the outside,
Why did you focus on that?
probably because of the red staining.
Did you discover that, or did someone else point that to your attention?
When we were walking around just looking at the scene together, it would have been in conjunction with law enforcement.
Okay.
And we would have, tried to lift it, and it seemed suspiciously heavy for a backpack.
And did you have to
torso?
unzip that Under Armour backpack?
Yes, we unzipped each zip from front to back and looked at the contents.
And you removed the contents from that Under Armour backpack?
Correct.
And what'd you do with it?
We placed everything that we found within the backpack on an evidence sheet that was then placed into a body bag.
And you took some photographs, right?
Correct.
What were these items in that Under Armour backpack?
There were various fragments of human remains.
Tissue?
Yes, human tissue.
I think the other container you said was a blue tote.
Yes.
And where was that?
That would be on the floor at what I consider the head of the bed.
Was it by the wall?
Yes, between the bed and the wall.
Was that area of the basement kind of dark?
Yes.
The lighting wasn't very good?
No.
And there was items on top of this tote?
Yes, if I remember correctly, it was laundry items.
Blankets?
It could have been blankets, it could have been clothes, or a combination thereof.
And did you see some blood on the outside of the tote?
Yes.
Would you say it was a teal tote?
Yes.
And are you the one that took the blanket or the clothes off of the tote?
I believe we were doing that in conjunction with a detective from Green Bay Police Department.
Do you remember the name of the detective that was with you?
There were multiple. It was Detective Cassie Pakala and Phil Scanlon that were mainly assisting.
They were both there?
Correct.
Was that tote difficult to see?
No.
Would it be difficult to see if you were coming down the stairs as you get off the last stair?
Not necessarily, no.
But it was towards the back of the basement, is that correct?
Yes.
So the black bucket, the duffel bag with the two handles, the Under Armour backpack, and the blue tote, those items apparently had human remains in them?
Correct.
And you didn't know whose remains they belonged to, did you?
They had given us the presumptive ID, and especially the head, we had already, by use of that tattoo in the booking photograph provided by Green Bay Police Department, we were fairly certain that we had the correct identity. And seeing at that point that the inventory that we'd been doing so far had only indicated remains that were consistent with one human male, at that point we were comfortable that these remains were all belonging to the same person.
Who was able to confirm that? Was that done later when the remains were transported to Dane County?
Correct. That would have been a more thorough inventory of all of the fragments collected to make sure that these essentially complete a full human male.
So the full identification was not done at Stony Brook, it was done in the medical examiner's office in Dane County, correct?
Ultimately.
Okay. And fair to say that both you and the detectives had a lot of questions on what occurred and how this could occur, true?
Yes.
And everybody was trying to figure out what happened, is that true?
Yes.
Chain of custody was followed?
As far as the human remains that I was involved with, yes.
And the bucket, the duffel bag, the Under Armour backpack, and the blue tote, were those all taken from Stony Brook, from the Stony Brook Lane home and brought to the police department for further examination?
I did not remove them myself, so it was likely removed by the Green Bay Police Department, but we, as the medical examiner's office, do not collect those sorts of items.
Okay, nothing further. Thank you very much.
Redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, you can step down, thank you. Thank you. You can handle those exhibits, ma'am. You can just.
Man, this is going fast, isn't it?
This judge is on his stuff, man. He's not. But then again, this kind of reminds me of the Dahmer trial in a way, because it was very factual. It was very emotionless. It was, these are the facts of the case. This is all the evidence. And it was just kind of a get through the steps and make sure it's all justifiable and legal.
I had several judges for professors in law school, and
Yeah.
they were all like, they're like trial judges,
Okay, if you
right?
wanna
Like
step right
lower
up over
level.
here.
And they're all like, there's
before
nothing
you have
that
a
a
seat,
judge
if you
hates
turn and face
more
her and
than
raise your
for
right
their
hand, she'll place you on your
decision to get appealed, and then for the circuit court to smack them down.
Oh, I'm sure.
So like they take the stuff. Some of them take it a little more serious than the others.
Well, we saw that in the Brooks trial too, with
MICHE
Jennifer, what's her name, the judge. She was over explaining every single decision she made just for that reason.
Mr. Saunders.
Thank you. Can you tell us how you're employed?
I'm employed with the City of Green Bay, the Green Bay Police Department, in the forensics unit.
And how long have you been employed with the forensics unit?
Almost 5 years.
And can you outline for us what sort of training you've received for your current occupation?
I have an
These
associate's
names.
degree in forensic science. I am a certified crime scene analyst through the International Association for Identification. And I have various
I didn't
other
hear it.
trainings related to crime scenes, including crime scene photography, alternate light source, and shooting recon.
Shooting recon?
And you've been sort of working in that capacity for the last 5 years?
Yes.
So can you outline for us, I guess, what are some of the duties you're commonly asked to perform for your department?
We were asked to process crime scenes. We would photograph, do videotape, search for evidence, and collect evidence.
And you kind of used the we. Are there other members of your team that you commonly work with?
Yes.
And who are they?
Kristen McMullen and Bailey Andre.
And is it commonly the case that you sort of work in tandem with those people in the performance of your duties?
Yes.
For instance, if one person's photographing things, the other's collecting it, things like that?
Correct.
All right. So then I want to ask you about February 23rd of 2022. Were you working in that same capacity on that day?
Yes.
Do you recall responding to a residence on Stony Brook Lane on that day?
Yes, I do.
And was another member of your team with you?
Yes.
And who was that?
Forensic specialist Bailey Andre.
And what sort of information did you learn when you arrived at that residence?
That there was a body part located in a bucket.
And I guess at that point, that's the sum of the information you had at that point?
Yes.
What did you do at that point?
Once the warrant was signed, I was able to videotape the exterior and interior of the scene. And then Bailey Andre did the photographs, and then I labeled the evidence.
That could be
So at
shizzy.
some point, when you're at the Stony Brook residence, are you involved in evidence collection?
Yes.
And can you outline for us what goes into you collecting an item of evidence?
Once we locate a piece of evidence, we would label it with either a evidence placard, or if it was a swab that needs to be collected, it would be labeled with a sticker. So each exhibit collected would have its own separate number or exhibit. Then it would be photographed, and then it would be collected.
And what sort of outfit or attire are you wearing when you're collecting these items of evidence?
We had a Tyvek suit on and rubber gloves.
And that's commonly in your practice what you wear during processing crime scenes?
These type of scenes, correct.
All right. And you did so in this case too?
Yes.
So you mentioned part of what you were doing was collecting items of evidence. Were you also taking swabs of various surfaces as well?
Yes.
And what sort of areas did you swab in this case?
If we located any kind of red substance that could possibly be blood, that was swabbed.
And did you collect a fair number of those swabs in the basement?
Yes,
Those were items that you were responsible for collecting and maintaining?
correct.
Can you generally for us describe the process of what we mean when we're using the word swab?
It's like a Q-tip with a cap on it. It's in a separate package, so each swab is individually packaged. It's sterile. We typically have an assistant help us, so if I were swabbing, I would have clean gloves on and I would not touch anything. And in this case, forensic specialist Bailey Andre assisted me with collecting these swabs, and she would open the package of the swab, and then I would grab it without touching anything else. She would place a couple drops of distilled water on the swab without touching the distilled water to the tip of the swab itself to prevent contamination, and then I would swab the area of interest.
In addition to collecting those swabs of various surfaces, what sorts of items of evidence did you collect as well?
I collected a Clorox wipe container, a Pantene shampoo container. There was 2 dog choke collars I collected, a wooden box, a dildo.
Is that the scientific name?
I hope so.
bottle.
I guess as you're kind of going through the scene, does it become apparent certain items that are located in the basement may have some evidentiary value?
Yes.
What's on the desk?
I want to ask about
I think it's
some
an
of
evidence
those,
bag.
In particular, you
think
mentioned
it's
there
the
were 2
dildo.
dog collars that were
The
located.
tube is
Correct.
is the dildo.
And were those items that you collected and took into evidence?
Yes.
Oh my gosh, no way. Oh, no way. Oh my gosh. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. This is it. Because Court TV will show it.
They should, I guess, right?
No, they got, they were just showing everything a second ago. Like, we thought they were going to show the full crime scene.
As exhibits 7 and 8.
I'm missing it.
Do you recognize exhibit 7?
I was putting laundry away.
Yes, I do.
Is that gonna be a dog chain?
It's a silver dog choke collar.
Oh,
I want to see
Located on the
it.
bar table.
I
yeah.
want to see it.
And how do you know that's what's contained in that envelope?
She said choke,
My
not pincher.
evidence description.
It's true.
Are there also
Oh, what the hell?
various initials on the packaging as well?
Yes, there is.
And what do those signify?
My initials and then the date it was collected.
Wouldn't it be great there's a dog tag on the chain?
Does that refer to yourself?
Correct.
And
I'll tell the rabbit
there's
that.
evidence
The white rabbit.
What is that information signify?
It is it lists the evidence placard from the scene that I had placed next to this exhibit.
Well, those rabies
description,
vaccines up to date.
And then the location where it was located.
White rabbit, I rolled the towels and my son likes it a lot better.
That's awesome.
And what do you believe exhibit 8?
Oh, I'm
Silver
dying
dog
over here,
choke
man.
collar chain.
And how are you able to determine that?
Again, it has my description, my initials and date.
So both exhibits 7 and 8, were those items that you collected from the basement of the Stony Brook residence?
Yes.
And then once you collect an item of evidence, what happens to it?
It is placed in the evidence submittal room in a secure area.
Do you
Yes, chain
maintain
of evidence.
custody and control of those items?
Yes.
Yes, until it's placed into the locker.
All right. So you take an item of evidence from a location, kind of keep it in your custody and control until it's entered into the evidence room. Is that fair?
Correct.
You have to know where it is at all times.
You went through some of the items that you collected. When you were in the basement of the Stony Brook residence, did you also collect items that were determined to be knives.
Yes,
Okay, and do you recall approximately how many knives were located in that basement?
there were 6 of them.
Ooh.
Do you remember where they were located?
I located
That's
3 of
new.
them in one of the bags, 2 of them in the pail, the black bucket, and then 1 of them in the teal tote.
And then what?
And those 6
Did
knives,
she
were
say
those
bread knife
items
worked
that you collected
best?
as well?
Yes.
Yeah, she was a fan of the bread knife.
Can I ask you about one of those pictures there? First, I'll show you exhibit number 9. Do you recognize exhibit number 9?
That's what I was just shaking my head at.
Yes, I do.
And what do you believe that to be?
It's a knife with a silver blade and brown wood handle with red substance.
I wanted to be
And
something else.
Is that an item that you collected?
Yes.
And if you recall, where was that knife collected from?
This was collected from a Jimmy Choo bag that was located on a TV stand in the basement.
How
Is
that
that an item you
help
collected
Jimmy
from the
Choo
basement
stuff?
and entered into evidence as well?
Yes.
I don't even
Apart
have that.
from
at
your
57.
sort of description of what's contained in there, are there any other unique identifiers that helps you classify what that exhibit is?
Yes, it has my computer number, which is 543.
Okay. And then is that sort of a way for you to identify this is an item I collected?
Yes, each employee with the police department has its own 3-digit code.
And what item or exhibit number is that item, exhibit number 9 specifically?
543033.
And that's sort of a unique identifier to that item of evidence?
Correct.
Apart from your time, and before I leave actually the basement, when you were collecting these items of evidence, you mentioned
I
Ms.
think she is,
Andre with
Molly.
you as well.
Yes,
Is she photographing essentially what you're doing?
correct.
And apart from your time in the basement of Stony Brook, did you process any other scene on February 23rd of 2022?
Yes, I did.
And where was that?
It was in our off-site storage location.
And I guess what did you process?
It was a Chrysler minivan.
At that point, it had been brought to the
Right,
your, I
talking
guess, secure
trash?
facility?
Yep.
Okay. And what did you observe or locate in the van?
We observed a crockpot box with a human remains in it. We collected several swabs from the door handles of the minivan.
All right, I'm going to Amazon. I'm going to look
The
at crockpot
Crockpot
box.
box that was located.
You don't know
I
what
think
a
it's just the
crock pot
box that it comes in.
is? It's
Yeah,
a
I know
box
that,
that a
but-
crock pot comes in.
I
Yeah.
know. I'm just hoping that somebody
What did that
has
box
some
contain?
wise entrepreneurs
believe,
made a meme out of this.
It was human remains inside of it.
Lord, you're
Some
sick.
clothing.
I just found your new T-shirt idea.
I want to then
Okay, you're sick.
ask
You're sick.
about
Yeah.
Not me.
other items we've talked about that
I
you
didn't do
collected.
anything.
Was there a date that you subsequently assisted Ms. Andre with
I've
processing
known
the
you
specific
long
items
enough. I can say
themselves?
that
Yes.
about you.
And I guess what items
Love you, yeah.
were
Love you too.
processed?
The crockpot box, the Shout bottle, the Clorox wipe container,
These aren't
the
very big.
knives.
And by process, what do we mean?
They were rephotographed. The knives were swabbed and photographed with scale. And then some items were dusted for fingerprints.
So when you're at a scene and you're swabbing a particular area, there are sometimes you do swabs on scene. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
But are there times then where you later, with individual objects, process them further?
Yes,
All right, and that's what was done in this case?
correct.
My son, I can read
Council's
this
reviewing
one.
those exhibits. Were you the one physically processing those exhibits on that date?
On the 25th,
Yes.
I was photographing.
Okay. And who is physically doing the swabbing of those items?
Forensic specialist Andre.
But you sort of photographed the exhibits during that process?
What is up with homie's suit?
Okay, this is what my son just sent me. I keep catching her making devilish glares at her attorney, her lawyer asking his dumbass line of questions, like he's trying to call out their credibility when they've already played the body cam footage. Also, I'm a psycho. I was kind of hoping to see a severed head, but they cut away. I was so sure they were going to let it go for some reason. I mentally prepared myself. I was holding my breath here at work, like, no way. Will they show it actually?
I think we all were, weren't we? Like, I was
No,
thinking, like,
this is the
They
one
do
that
it.
was friends with her that's sending me these messages.
They do it. They just did it in
Recognize exhibits 10
was
through
it
15.
the
Yes.
Rudolph trial? They showed the car with the
Exhibit
guy
10
in it.
is a photograph
It's
of a
been happening here and
Clorox
there.
wipes container. Exhibit 11
Showing the wrong
is the
pictures.
Schultz bottle. Exhibit 12 is a photograph of the back of the Schultz bottle. Exhibit 13 is a photograph of a knife. Exhibit 14 is a photograph of the knife with scale. And Exhibit 15 is a photograph of a crockpot box.
Are
Why
all
does she
those
say it
photographs
so
that you
weird?
took in this case?
Yes.
It's I was gonna say it's a Wisconsin thing, but no, my son's not in the courtroom. He's at work.
One of the things you mentioned earlier on in
He
some of
wouldn't
your
go
duties
there.
sometimes, I
No
believe
way.
you said alternative light source, is that right?
Yes.
And what is that?
I want to know about the alternative light
ALS
sources.
is a light that uses specific
Hey, Farrell.
wavelengths to detect certain kind of materials like biological fluids, like bone, latent prints, anything that's not visible by the naked eye.
Is that something that you're trained to perform in?
Yes.
Was that done in this case?
Yes.
Can you describe when and where that was done?
It was done on the 24th in the basement.
And
Taylor's getting
what specific
bored. You
areas
see
were
her?
you looking at and utilizing that alternative light source method?
You think it's her meds wearing
We
off?
used the ALS
I was kind of worried about that.
in the shower at the basement and then also near the mattress.
And what sort of, I guess, can you describe the process of ALS in terms of like what are you looking to locate?
We were looking to locate any type of biological evidence, specifically blood. When you use an ALS, the blood actually will absorb, so it'll appear as a dark color. At that point, then, if we locate anything, we can swab it. It's more of a presumptive test, and those swabs will be sent to the crime lab.
Essentially, you're detecting things that you couldn't see by your naked eye.
Correct.
All right. And that was done on the 24th?
Correct.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ernest. I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-examination, Mr. Furley.
Thank you. When you say the 24th, are you talking about February 24th of 2022?
Yes.
She's not going for the I'm too
And
cute for jail defense.
You utilize the alternate light source method to, as part of your investigation.
I'm not sure if she had that one in her
Tell
repertoire
me a
ever.
little more detail about that. Is it a light or what is it? What kind of device is it?
We actually had Schwaben on Public Safety come in with their Crime Light Auto. Holly Moss is the one who conducted that, so I just assisted her with it. It's a light that uses different wavelengths to be able to detect anything that you can't visually see by the naked eye.
What was that lady's name?
Holly Moss.
Holly Moss?
Correct.
So she was the one doing the ALS at Stony Brook in the basement, correct?
Correct.
And you were there to kind of observe?
In assist.
Okay. So on February 23rd of 2022, were you called in to help with the scene at 829 Stony Brook Lane?
Yes.
Were you called by Lieutenant Detective Brad Strouf?
Lieutenant Dan.
No, I was called by now Captain Pagoon.
Okay. And both you and Specialist Andre met up at Stony Brook?
The judge's son looked mad.
Did you pull
had
up in
nothing
one of
to
those
write home.
big police
I
evidence
don't know if
vans?
it's mad.
We arrived. Bailey,
But he's
Andre, and I
definitely
both arrived in our
very
cars.
Annoyed.
observant.
Okay.
He's annoyed.
It's a special truck for crime scene processing?
Correct.
You've got all the supplies in the truck?
Yes.
And you rolled right up in front of 829
Is
Stony
that the
Brook?
best come over I've ever seen?
And then you
Oh
were,
snap! It might be.
you met with Lieutenant Strouf then
Yes.
at the house?
Correct.
And then a short time later, Detective Scanlon arrived on the scene?
That's correct.
And then you also met with Patrol Sergeant Kurt Brester, correct?
Correct.
And then Sergeant Brester gave you some information about the scene, correct?
Yes.
Gave you some details?
Correct.
And then you had consent from the homeowner to kind of process the scene, correct?
Correct.
And then Detective Scanlon gave both you and Specialist Andre kind of a walkthrough of the house, correct?
Correct.
Did you just go in the basement, or did you go upstairs? Did you go in the kitchen area? Did you go through the whole house? What did you do?
I videotaped the entire house.
Okay. But when you went inside, did you go inside all of the areas of the house that you can?
Yes.
Okay. So you went upstairs, right?
I did. Correct.
And you videotaped the exterior of this house, correct?
Correct.
An investigator or specialist, Andre, photographed the house as well.
Correct.
Was that the interior?
She did the interior and exterior as well.
Okay, so you both took video footage of, or you took the video footage inside and out, and she took pictures inside and out.
Correct.
Okay, trying to understand that.
Yeah.
And then were you told that you had to wait because the Detective Scanlon was waiting for a search warrant?
Correct.
And you were told to wait until that process was complete, is that right?
Correct.
And after that, then you had the green light to go and do your investigation, correct?
Right.
At some point, Detective Cassie Pacala arrived as well?
That's correct.
So then you went upstairs and videotaped upstairs?
Correct.
Did you see anything that was concerning upstairs?
Not that I recall.
You had to turn on some lights in multiple rooms to get a better view, correct?
Correct.
And then at some point, is it fair to say that the Brown County investigator Petra Schwab came there?
Correct.
And also the forensic pathologist from Dane County, Dr. Vincent Tranquita, he also arrived?
Yes.
A lot of people at the house, correct?
Yes.
A lot of people there. How do you know all that? How can you keep up with everything?
There were some cell phones on the kitchen table.
That seems
Those
to
were
be the
collected,
defense is
correct?
going for.
Correct.
Maybe it works.
And then you assisted with
Well,
collecting these different phones,
What else are you
correct?
gonna do, really?
Right.
One maybe it was a blue one, or two blue ones and a black one?
I don't recall the color.
He's got a horrible case
Each
as
had
far
different
as the facts and evidence go.
Yes.
And then you did some swabbing of DNAs on these cell phones, is that right?
I don't recall if I swabbed the cell phones.
You did a lot of different swabs of the door and the locks and the handles and all of that, correct?
That's correct.
You did swabs of diapers downstairs, toys, flooring, correct?
Correct.
Diapers.
Myers or diapers down there?
So y'all's
You entered and
those of you that are
collected
new
different
to
items
the
of- items of
chat,
evidence, correct?
Yaya's actually had Schabusiness has actually been in Yaya's house.
Is
So
it
say
fair
hi.
to say that on the floor in the basement living area of Stony Brook, you collected a black and purple pipe?
Yes.
There's always
TV
people that
stand,
lurk.
a clear
and I'm
white
like,
glass pipe.
I was just introducing you. Saying,
Oh.
And on the
Schabusiness
TV
has actually
stand
been in
the
your
basement,
house.
a
They
green
need to say
gem
hi
bag
to
with
you.
a crystal powder.
Yes.
And on the TV stand in the basement, a Samsung cell phone, correct?
Correct.
She's got to be medicated. Look at her.
I was gonna say, I wonder if they gave her another dose during lunch, and it's just
They
kinda
had to
kicking
because
in.
look at her. She can't
Did you
even keep
go with
her eyes
Dr.
open.
Tranquita and look around in that basement area? as
You know,
come
if
down
I
the
was
stairs
a
and go to the right?
clipper, I would just
Did I go
get
with Dr.?
her
Yes.
clips all day and
he-
just watch her
he was
face
there.
change.
Did you walk around though to look at things?
Yes.
Did
Oh,
you
I'm sure those are
find,
coming.
Did you see a black and blue Jimmy Choo bag?
Yes.
Was that on the TV stand?
Correct.
And inside of that, was there anything in there?
There was bags, and then there was some human remains in there as well.
What's a bag?
And then, did you see a pink and black Under Armour bag?
Yes.
Where did you see that?
That was on the floor next to the bed.
And when you say bed, are you talking about stacked mattresses?
Correct.
And Dr. Trankita moved that Under Armour bag, correct?
Yes.
And he was the one that removed the contents?
Correct.
Were you there when he was doing that?
Yes.
And where was that Under Armour bag, do you know?
It was on the floor
By a dresser or a bed?
next to the mattresses on the
Okay,
floor.
thank you. And did you list all of the different things that you observed down there?
Yes.
And gave them all exhibit numbers, correct?
Correct.
I think you mentioned finding a dildo, correct?
Correct.
Where was that?
I believe it was in a closet.
Okay. Down in the basement?
Correct.
So if you come down the stairs, if you go to the right, would you find it, or would you find it if you went to the left?
To the right.
To the right? In a closet, was it on a shelf?
It was in a brown box, wooden box,
Okay.
on a shelf.
Was the box open or closed?
I don't recall. I think it was closed.
Okay. Did you open it? Did you open the
I
box
wasn't
to
the one
see what
who
was in it?
located it.
You located it?
I didn't locate it.
Okay.
I was informed that it
Okay.
was there.
But then you went and take a picture of it, correct?
Correct.
And did you open it to see what was inside the box?
Yes.
When you photographed it, did you take it out?
Yes.
Okay. On the mattress or on the bed, was there a cell phone on there?
Yes.
Did you label that and take a picture of that?
Yes.
As far as reports are concerned, did Holly Moss do a report on the alternate light source?
Yes, she did.
On the shout bottle, did it have like charcoal on the outside of the bottle?
Charcoal?
Is that charcoal or what is that on
No,
there?
that would be fingerprint powder.
Okay, what is that? Tell me what that's for.
It's to enhance fingerprints.
To see if there's fingerprints on there?
Correct.
Yeah,
Okay.
dust.
Did you see any?
Yes.
Did you dust for fingerprints on any of these other items that have been offered in evidence, exhibits 10 through 15?
I did not dust for fingerprints this day. Forensic specialist Bailey Andre did.
Okay. Which items did she dust for fingerprints on, do you know?
I don't know.
When you went to the off-site storage, was that on the same day, on February 23rd of 2022?
Yes.
Do you remember what time you got to Stony Brook?
I don't recall.
Was it in the morning or afternoon? Do you
It
know?
was morning.
Morning? Were you done by noon?
No,
How long were you there, you think?
quite a few hours.
Okay, into the afternoon?
Yes,
And then after that, did you go right over to the storage unit?
we did.
Okay. And in the storage unit, there was this gold Chrysler Town and Country minivan?
Correct.
And were you told by investigators that you needed to take some photographs and look at the contents of what's inside of that minivan?
Yes,
And then you dusted for fingerprints on the van as well?
correct.
Was Specialist Andre with you when you went to the storage facility?
Correct.
So it was you, Investigator Andre, Dr. Trankita, and then some detectives?
Yes.
Who were the detectives that were there?
Detective Scanlon, Detective Cassie Pacula. There was a few others as well.
Detective Groff or not?
I don't recall.
Okay. How long were you at the storage facility looking at the contents of the van?
A few hours.
Were you done by 5 o'clock or did it go after 5? Do you
I
know?
don't recall the exact times.
It was a long day though, correct?
Correct.
And when you got there,
That's gotta be the
you had
stupidest
to put on
freaking
new PPE
question. A
gear.
long day. Well, no crap. They're looking at
And what were
body
you told
parts
to do
all
when you
day.
got to the storage facility?
Hunting
Swab
down
the
one man
door
all over
handles,
town.
Interior and exterior, the steering wheel, search for items of interest, photograph it.
Had anybody been inside the minivan before you got there?
Not to my knowledge.
The back hatch was closed?
Correct.
When you got there, then you saw it opened?
We opened it.
Who opened it?
I believe I did.
And then take me through what you did from there, could you?
Once we processed the back of the minivan, then we went to the passenger side, or the driver side. Opened the door and I seen the crock pot box there, and we searched that and located human remains in there.
In that minivan, there was all kinds of stuff in there, wasn't there?
There wasn't too much stuff in there.
Well,
love
there
it.
was the crock pot box, correct? Was there a laundry basket in there?
There was.
And then there was all kinds of other items in there, correct?
There was like a cooler in the back hatch. Just some other odds and ends, but it wasn't terrible.
Clothes?
Yes.
Flag?
I'm sorry, what?
A flag?
I don't recall.
But it filled up the
Pork chops and
the back of
applesauce.
the minivan, didn't it?
There's a pork chop in
Most
every
of it,
beer.
yes.
And the minivan windows, were they tinted?
I don't recall.
But the human remains were in this crock pot box?
Correct.
And who processed that?
Dr. Tranchita removed it from the vehicle and then removed the contents from it.
You didn't touch it, correct?
I touched it initially and realized that it kind of shifted and just kind of had an instinct that there was body remains in there.
When you opened the hatch, did you know what was in that box?
The crockpot box
Yeah.
that was in the driver's side passenger, the middle seat.
Okay, did you know what was in the box before you opened the hatch?
No.
You were surprised?
Yes.
Who did this minivan belong to? Do you know?
I don't know.
I can't with him, you guys. I really can't.
You didn't get involved in that, correct?
Well, he's just repeating.
I know, but
the-
it's just.
And then when the minivan was done being processed, then you packed it up and you left?
Correct.
You and Investigator Andre?
Correct.
And your title is Forensic Specialist, correct?
That's correct.
Can you tell me, what does that mean?
We process crime scenes, process evidence that's collected by officers in our lab. We process evidence that we collect in our lab, document crime scenes.
Take samples?
Exactly,
Dust
yes.
footprints?
Correct.
Are you fully trained to do alternate light source testing on your own?
Yes.
What
Why
is
do you
this
have Holly Mays there
light
for
source
that
they're
trial?
talking about?
At the time
It's
that
like
she
black
had a
light.
better piece
Oh,
of
okay.
equipment than we had. It was more
To
up
check
to
for
date.
blood.
And can you tell me about that equipment quickly?
It's called a Crime Light Auto. It has a built-in camera, so for us to be able to do what she did, we would have had to photograph things with our separate camera and use flashlights to be able to identify what she was able to identify all in one.
Okay. What is the device like? What does it look like? Does it look like a flashlight or what does it look like?
It's kind of like an iPad.
Okay.
It's got a camera lens in the front.
Okay, all right. All right, nothing further. Thank you very much.
Redirect?
That's true,
Yeah,
Chris.
Okay, thank you, you can step down.
He's got to be a family member of some sort.
Back here.
He's chewing his
Yeah.
nails like that.
Your Honor?
That or I would want to pretend that he has the hot dog cart outside, and he got one of the free tickets to come in.
Yeah, I can.
Hey, you know, they do have those downtown by the courthouse. So.
Objection?
Right? And he's like, well, hey, why not? This might be the only chance to see something like this. I've never been.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take an afternoon break for about 10 minutes.
10
All rise for the
minutes.
jury. Thank you.
He's not messing around.
They got
Nice tie.
that's actually right. Our courthouse is right down in the downtown area. So.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they have a lot of food trucks out there.
I like the judge's tie. That was
Yeah, I
nice.
noticed it earlier. I was like, that's a strong tie.
It's pretty good.
So, what'd you think? What's the synopsis now? Or is that just the boring part of trial where you have to hear about yes, we did our work correctly?
Well, I think this whole trial is going to be like this, man. It's going to be,
Yeah.
these are the facts. This is what it is. Let's get it done, basically.
Well,
It's amazing that they can take such a insane crime and present it so dry and matter of fact.
it's funny how who was she, the forensics person, is hearing how a forensics person, like, she is very, very dry, and then but like the cops that are up there, it's the same scene they're talking about, but it's when they talk, they have like more energy to them. It's just I don't know. Cops are always very. That's why people always tell cops where they hide their drugs at. I guess they're easy to talk to.
Reindeer.
It does get
Good
boring.
God.
Do what?
Reindeer.
I'm gonna have a hard time jumping on that bandwagon.
No.
Well, remember, this is a two-part trial. It's the first part is she guilty of murder?
And the second part
it's
is
done.
she crazy or not?
Yeah, I mean, if she's crazy. Or no, excuse me. If she is guilty, is she crazy? If she's not guilty, then she walks home.
So I guess my speculation would be that the first part of the trial, the innocent or guilty part, isn't going to give you any surprises there. I would say that this is just going to keep chugging along until they get to that point, and then we might actually get some drama and something cool in the mental evaluation stage.
Well, it's like
they've got
Yaya
her
said,
pretty dope.
Yeah,
it's got to be right.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
She, I mean, she's confessed basically to everything. Like
Yeah.
But she was high when she confessed.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
They can't use that as a defense, and so.
Look what Baker says. Still no evidence against her. He go down
So
to
far-
himself.
So far,
See
he's
her trying to
correct.
come back together and go home for glue.
So far, he's correct. But
I mean,
this is one of those cases where they were telling us everything that was happening when it was happening, so we know there's more evidence that hasn't gotten into the trial yet.
Yeah, it is
I know
literally.
it doesn't count yet, but it will.
It's literally the putting the cart in front of the horse, because I mean there isn't. I mean, we kind of rush for like what's next. I guess I don't know. Maybe I'm the same way. Just you kind of expect always like the surprise happen. It's like the surprise witness or something. Even though there is no surprise witness, you expect them to say something surprising. Of course, I hate to say it, but Rittenhouse was the one that got me with the. Oh yeah, we got this drone footage we found last night.
Yeah, weird.
Wait,
how that
y'all
just
wanted this?
all of a sudden.
I won't even talk about that case.
Kenosha is dirty, y'all. Stay out of Kenosha.
No, it's not
that was
even that
FBI.
with me. I'm a mom. I'm just gonna say it. I'm a mom, and why the hell was that kid down there with that kind of gun? That's my point. Sorry, not sorry.
Well, I mean, you know there are bad places to go. But,
How old is he? Was he Rittenhouse?
17.
He was 17 at the time.
You're not even allowed to buy guns in the state of Wisconsin unless you're 18.
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay, so there's that, and it's just in my opinion, yeah, the Second Amendment, but not when you're underage.
There's actually
doesn't
law
say.
in Wisconsin where basically he was legally okay with carrying that gun because it's a specific length and for hunting
Oh
and stuff.
wow!
He also had a hunting license too, I think.
Yeah,
And that
he was
another
legally allowed to have that
thing.
gun there when he
several
did.
different ways. Yeah.
I do not believe Wisconsin is an open carry state. I don't know for sure. I will Google it when I get back in the house.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it doesn't matter. Look. We all know there are places. If you don't want to catch on fire, don't go to a fire.
Right. I'm not a big fan of explosions. I stay away from
Never
them.
heard of Kenosha?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Who said that?
I don't speak like a normal Wisconsinite does. Kenosha?
Well, I did know that the forensics person, she said, how'd she say bag? Bag?
Bag.
I can't do it.
Bag.
Yeah, I was like, it had very Canadian to me. It sounds Canadian.
And it's funny because where people are raised around Wisconsin, there's actually different accents.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's a big thing.
I mean, you go further up north, you get the Yanoy and crack pack.
Get those A's going in there up in the Northwoods.
Yeah. It's like crock pot box, lady, not a crack pot box.
Dude, so like I did I was doing the search for a crock pot box and that popped up and I was like, oh my gosh. Like, I don't know. What was funny is when I first saw this, you know what got me about this? I was trying to be funny and everything, but you know what got me is that's not very big. The crock pot box is not very big.
Well, it's probably bigger than it looks in that
It
picture.
just seems like, there's a lot of emphasis on the body parts that are in there. I'm
Oh.
like, I don't know.
Yeah.
So, hey, Crystal, how are you doing? I've been talking about you. I was like, I haven't seen Crystal in a while. Hope she's okay. Yes, don't ever forget size effing matters. That's a good point. I don't know. This is I don't know.
I wouldn't
don't
touch
have anything to say
that
about it.
crock pot.
No. Well, that was
You can
Baker
clean it
said
out.
boil it.
Yeah, you can clean it.
Boil it. No. Oh, it's so awful. It's so nasty. I don't like crock pot stuff.
You stop it, sir.
What do I put in a crock pot?
I make some of the best pulled pork in a crock pot ever. And my chili. I make a fire chili in a crock pot, bro.
That's so we make our chili in the crock pot. Crock pot box.
I just put it in a pot, put on the stove.
I make a Hawaiian style.
Everybody in chat gets a crock pot box.
You can have all the
expert.
boxes. I just want the food that you cook in them.
No. I'll
Where's
tell you
the
what
crock
you need
pot?
is you need oh yeah, that's a good point. You need yeah, thank you, Shizzy. Thank you. I didn't want to derail everything here. So I'm glad you said that.
It's the best. We can't get that kind of pulled pork and stuff up here.
You get a little sear on the cast iron, throw it in the crock pot.
What are you
so
even talking
good.
about?
So good, man. So good.
Probably use cats too. But Volstorm, he does his crock pot recipe is the gout dip. That's the one that gets me.
The gout dip?
What?
Yes.
What is
well that's
gout
he makes it he's made it for a few times. We've had Super Bowl parties. And he's like, oh yeah, I'm making my dip. I'm like, what's your dip? Like, I've never heard of this. And then he shows up with this crock pot and he's like, move. That's how he talks. And he has to go plug it in and, keep it warm. And he brings like, what is this? Is it Fritos dip? Those dippers? Something like,
The
anyway,
scoops.
it's like,
Frito
yeah.
scoops.
Yeah, listen what this is basically is sausage and Velveeta cheese, and there's a third ingredient, I think, in there. And I don't know what that is. Oh, beer,
Beans,
maybe.
maybe? Beer? That's
Oh,
good
no,
too.
yeah. Refried beans? No, he doesn't eat vegetables. So I don't
So
know what it is.
the chili, the dip that I've made that's similar to that is Velveeta cheese and a can of like Dentimore chili. You mix those together in there. Tastes real good.
Well, this thing, like, I ate a bunch of it at a Super Bowl party, and, like, that week.
Did I say Dentimore?
Yeah, I think so.
I meant Hormel.
I don't know what you're talking about. That's cool.
I don't either, man.
But I think I got gout from it. Either that or I twisted an ankle.
Isn't
Those
gout
gout
a buildup of acid or crystals in the joints?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you need to drink a lot of water and stuff like that. And I wasn't doing any of that stuff.
Off storm.
Oh, that is? Did somebody say gout dip? That's all you had to do is say that to get him to show up. I'm telling you, it's not like he takes the sausage and like drains the fat off. He doesn't do that. He's like, no flavor. So that's how he talks. In one word sentences.
Just remind me never to eat Volstorm's whatever he makes with that, okay?
Gout dip.
Hang
on a second.
I think I see it. I got it, expert. I got it. I got it. I think a mistake was made in chat and somebody was accidentally hidden. I think is what happened there.
So did the broken baker just get yeeted?
I fixed it.
Oh, well, thank you. You know who yeeted him?
Yeah, it says it right there.
Oh, it does? Okay.
Oh yeah. No.
It's the White Rabbit was doing. I'm not on mute. She came back in here to tell me I was on mute, and I'm not on mute.
No.
Anyway,
you don't have a camera up.
Here's what happened. Oh, well, that don't matter. I look better without a camera.
It was an accident.
You hear her?
It happens.
I was trying to straighten my hair.
She had a hair straightener.
And I burnt my thumb.
Listen to her. Her thumb.
It was an accident, Broken Baker. I apologize.
We got
did
it
on
fixed.
Purpose.
No
She's been
worries.
saying, I'll show that baker. No, I have beef with more people now.
I fixed it, bro. I fixed it.
Yes, that is awesome. Broken Baker, I love you, man.
Broken Baker's awesome. He's so funny.
Oh, here we go. Hang on.
Bring it back up, man.
I'm gonna mess it up, man, because I push the wrong button all the time.
Ah, Jesus.
Wait, how did you remove? Dude,
There
look
you
at me.
go.
I messed it
There
all
you
up.
go.
There we go.
That's so funny.
My boy.
You hear chains?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Is that coming from her?
Yeah.
They're probably from her.
That's awesome.
Because they normally have her shackled by the hands and the feet, and then the feet and hands together, or something like that.
They've had her hands loose so far.
Wow.
Well, that's an angle,
Yeah.
isn't it?
Whoa.
Okay.
Tay, wake up.
Well, that was not a
Stay ready to
good.
call the next witness.
If that's how she's acting in court, that's not good for the jury.
Well, I think she's doped up.
Will the jury think that and feel sorry for her?
I'm sure they'll mention it when it comes down to the insanity part of this.
I mean, she is shown. I mean, think about it. She is shown really, except for early on this morning, she's laughed or giggled a couple times, smiled.
Okay, if you want to step right
But-
up over here, and before you have a seat, if you can turn and face her. And
Even when they came back from lunch, she was kind of smiley and laughing a little bit in the beginning, and then she kind of got into her.
She has shown no remorse whatsoever with hearing this stuff.
Bailey Andre, Baeleigh, Andre, Andrae.
Okay, and with
Your
that, the witness
parents
is yours, Mr.
hated
Saunders.
you.
All right, can you tell us how you're employed?
I'm employed with the Green Bay Police Department as a forensic specialist.
And we just heard from Ms. Sarneski. Is she a colleague of yours?
Yes.
You work in the same unit?
Yes.
Okay, and I guess in your words, what do you describe your duties as?
We process crime scenes, whether that's photographing, videotaping, collecting evidence, processing for fingerprints, processing for DNA. We also go out and collect surveillance video for cases, and then processing evidence in-house for fingerprints and DNA as well.
And can you outline the training you've received as part of your current occupation?
Yeah. So I went to UW-Platteville. I have a bachelor's in forensics investigation. I also have a bachelor's in criminal justice. And then from there, then I've gone to ongoing trainings while I was employed with the Green Bay Police Department in their forensic unit related to forensic science for crime scenes, also for fingerprints. And then recently I've gotten IAI certified to certification for crime scene processing as well.
So I want to direct your attention to February 23rd of 2022. Were you working as a forensic specialist on that day?
Yes.
And did you respond to a residence on Stony Brook Lane on that day?
Yes.
And I guess what information did you have originally when you arrived at that residence?
I was instructed that there was a head in a bucket and that we were investigating a homicide scene.
So what was your role, I guess, in conducting that investigation?
I did all the photographs at the scene and then assisted with taking swabs and assisted with collecting some of the evidence.
And were you working with Ms. Sarneski?
Yes.
All right. So your role in photographing, you also assisted in collecting items of evidence. Is there anything that you maintained custody of yourself?
No.
Who was that?
She kept the crock pot.
Michelle Charneski.
So your role was kind of more the photographing of things.
Yes.
All right.
I'm gonna start showing that every time they say crockpot.
I would if I were you.
Yeah, it's gonna become a thing. It's the official meme of the channel. That needs to be a sticker.
I'm telling you, there's a T-shirt idea there.
It is. It is. I just gotta figure out how to do it. You get somebody you like and you yeet him, rabbit. I swear to me though, it just looks like she pays attention for a second and then the voices in her head are like, look away. Look away.
I don't know. She doesn't seem like there's. I don't know.
Like his face off.
Just imagine if she had had an OnlyFans page before she did this.
Both of her subscribers would have been real mad. Was that mean? That might have been mean. I don't know.
Okay, can I just say something?
Yeah.
When I went to college in my 40s, I wanted to go for crime scene technician. And I was told by the police department they will not hire you as a crime scene technician unless you've been on the Green Bay Police Department for at least 20 years.
What's that? There's a policy change.
Yeah. So then I went to be a medical assistant.
That's probably a better job anyway.
Well, I can't work. I haven't worked since I graduated because of my health. So, but I'm still paying the loans.
Yeah.
We ain't getting rid of those. When did this happen?
Last year in February.
So there's snow.
February 22nd. Yeah, February 22nd. Because I was in Florida the end of February, 1st of March, and that's when I found out about it from my son. Yeah, medical assistant I would have really loved to have done my job. In fact, I would have loved to have do blood draws all the time. I loved it.
Another vampire.
Hey, I
That's
just had
awesome.
20 vials taken out of me last month. It was great.
Ooh.
Or 12. I'm sorry, not 20. What the hell?
Exhibits 16 through 54. If you could look at those and let me know when you're done.
Crystal. I read the whole thing that she says trolling. She knows me. She knows if she doesn't explain it to me, I'm lost.
I was Murph. I was trying to look at him.
Oh, crap.
What? Clumsy says she did have an OnlyFans.
Shut up.
Well, now that changes everything. And when I say changes everything, it means, hey, Shizzy, do you know where that is?
Shizzy would be the one. Shizzy would be the one.
Well, he'll find it.
Oh, goodness. Love you, Shizzy. Speaking of which, I got my 3D printed thing sitting here, but I'm not going to do that on the stream.
Awesome.
I'll save that.
Yeah, you need to have a revealing.
Yeah, box opening of some kind. I also got Steve Gosney's manuscript that he sent me for my birthday because
cool.
all of you wonderful people subscribed.
Could you
But that's got my name on it, so I can't show that.
Could you go ahead and tell me like how some of his books I'm supposed to be reading, how they end?
I honestly haven't finished death penalty debates yet.
That's the easiest one to get through.
It's an easy read and it's pretty short, but I got like halfway through the pro arguments or all the way through the pro arguments, and I haven't gotten to the against arguments yet. I set it down and then it got sat down for too long.
Yeah. Well, I got sick, and then so that's been my excuse. What is she doing there? She's just shuffling papers.
She's refreshing her memory. She can't just read from reports.
Well, that's just silly.
Do you have the chance to review all those exhibits?
Yes.
There we go.
All right. And do you recognize each of those exhibits?
You should know this, expert.
What are those?
I know.
These are all photographs that I took at
You're
the
allowed to
Stony
refresh
Brook
your memory
address
as a rule of evidence.
of the scene and areas of interest and items of interest within the scene.
And were all those taken on February 23rd, 2022?
Yes.
Okay. And
And then the defense says, not the
when
seventh
you're
picture.
taking
I
these
snuck that one in.
Actually, I'll start here. Apart from Ms. Sarneski, are there other officers with your department as well as medical examiner personnel who are present?
Yes.
Are they all sort of involved in, I guess, locating items of evidence?
Yes.
The photographs that you're taking, do they depict the scene prior to removal or messing with some of those items of evidence?
Yes.
All right, so the photographs are done first and then an item is collected.
Yes.
All right. So the exhibits we just referred to in exhibits 16 through 54, do they appear to fairly and accurately depict the scene in the basement that you encountered on February 23rd?
Yes.
I'd move exhibit 16 through 54.
I'd ask that the court delay that decision until I get a chance to cross-examine on some of these pictures.
That's fair.
I'm satisfied that she's laid the foundation for them. Certainly, cross-examination is permissible, and whether they get published to the jury is another issue, but I'm going to receive the photos based upon the foundation that's been laid, and we'll go from there.
Thank you.
Your Honor,
Yes.
further argument, Argument as to Exhibit 45, there's an objection that it's more prejudicial than probative. And then as to 46 and 47, they're duplicitous, essentially the same pictures, but maybe a different angle. And same thing for 51 and 52, that they're kind of like doubles. So that's my
Good
objection.
on you. Good on you, defensive team.
Thank you. So, apart from photographing the scene and assisting Ms. Sarneski with collecting those items, is that the sum of your involvement in the basement on February 23rd?
Yes.
Were you involved in part of this investigation in another location on that day?
Yes.
And where was that?
It's an off-site storage facility.
And what did you do when you got to the off-site storage facility?
We processed a vehicle that we had a warrant signed for.
And do you recall what sort of vehicle it was?
Yep, it was a Town and Country minivan.
Remember the color?
So like a storage unit?
And at that point, it had already been transferred.
Yeah, they moved it to the storage unit to be processed because of the winter.
And what was your
that makes sense,
role,
I
I guess,
guess.
in processing the van?
I was doing photographs again, so I photographed the van itself and then items of interest, areas of interest.
Okay.
Can I just say I hate the procedural part stuff with trials?
What'd you say? I'm sorry.
I just hate the procedural part with trials.
Well, but that's the important part, right? Like the making sure that it's all done properly and constitutionally is kind of the important part.
And the really important part is don't go to trial.
Wow.
keep your clients out of trial.
They should maybe have like court gestures or something there, though.
Yeah, I know.
You know,
It's like
at least Johnny Depp had alpacas.
that's awesome. That's awesome. No, I hate the rules of evidence so bad, and they're different state to state, and you learn the federal rules, and you're never going to be in federal court, and it's like man, it's like cheese grater stuff.
Sandra, I'm showing that's been marked exhibits 55, 56, and 57. I'll ask you if you recognize those exhibits.
She's the one that took all these photos,
Yes.
y'all. So
And
she's the one that's gotta they've got
These
to
are
enter them
photographs
into evidence
of
through.
the back passenger
That's kinda
driver's
why this is all
side of the
slow motion right now.
minivan, which includes a crock pot box and a body part inside the crock pot box.
Ooh, which
and then
one?
the crock pot box empty.
Park box that time?
Are those photographs?
Well, you say that a couple times real fast.
Do those appear to fairly and accurately depict the
I don't
van
know.
as
So
you
it's gonna
encountered
be
it
like flashing?
on February 23rd, 2022?
Yes.
I will die if they brought a
Exhibits
crock pot
55,
box up.
56, and 57.
You should definitely cut
Your
that
objection
and
to
add it as
56
an
and
overlay and put it over
57
the court TV
grounds
logo.
that they're more prejudicial than probative.
I wish I knew how to.
Farrell can do it. Farrell, get on that, would you? Because you're awesome.
I don't have a I got the cheap version of StreamYard.
56, 57.
There's only one version, isn't there? There's the free version and then the pay version.
No, they said it's like Black Friday a couple years ago. They're like,
And,
oh, if you subscribe now,
Your involvement
That'll
with
be
respect to the
$10 a month.
investigation of the van was
Nice.
strictly
so it's $10 a
photographing the
month
scene?
as long as I keep it. So
Yes, and then assisting Charneski with swabs.
the swabs.
I want to ask you then about February 24th of 2022. Were you involved in any investigative steps on that date?
I didn't
What'd
do
you
it.
What'd you
I
do?
didn't do it. My earphone died.
Yes.
And what specifically did you do on that date?
Your
We
phone
went
died.
back out to the Stony Brook house and we processed that scene.
We took additional photographs, we collected additional evidence, we swabbed additional areas.
Swabbed.
We also used an alternate light source camera, and then we did Blue Star as well.
And I'm going to ask you, what is Blue Star?
Blue Star is a chemical reagent that reacts with the hemoglobin in the blood, and it's a presumptive field test.
So it's
So,
a
like,
presumptive indicator of blood. But
what do they
obviously it's
usually
not
use?
A lab test of sorts?
Correct.
Okay. Are you trained in kind of utilizing and conducting investigations?
What's the stuff they usually spray on blood,
Yes.
you guess, to make
And,
it pop up?
I guess when you apply Blue Star to an
Luminol.
area.
Did she just get that?
Luminol, thank you. Good lord.
Areas
So Blue
that
Star is
would
just another version
be
of Luminol.
positive would glow.
Is that a new shirt? Like, is that a fold
and,
seam in the middle of that?
Did yourself and
think it's a
and any
hem.
other members of your department apply Blue Star to areas of the basement?
Yes, sure.
Sorry, which areas?
The shower and
Maybe.
the bed and floor area over by the bed.
And did you then photograph, I guess, the results of some of those testings?
Yes.
Ugh.
Yeah, sinuses.
Dude, all week. It started last week, and I just haven't quite been able to shake it.
That sucks, man.
Yeah.
At least you didn't get the flu for 2 weeks.
Knock on wood.
Yeah. I really expected her to just look at the camera and go, "Yep, that's him. That's
Yep.
me."
I did it again.
You want the good pictures? I took selfies.
Horrible.
Next time you use your crock pot, I want you to think about Schabusiness. Fahala.
Instead of 2 alarm chili, maybe 2 head chili.
Ooh.
Oh. Oh, that was bad. Thanks, Baker. Appreciate it.
Bobby Hill on King of the Hill got gout, and he's an 8-year-old. How do you know? Anybody
Wasn't
can get
gout the disease of royalty back in the day?
Yeah, yeah.
Yes.
And what do
See,
you
she
believe
even
those
knows.
exhibits are?
These are photographs of the shower area with just natural light or a white light, showing just different areas that were swabbed. So it'd be a bunch of sample stickers. And then it goes into photographs of the Blue Star reagent, where I photographed it on the side of the shower, on the bottom of the shower, on the shelf of the shower. And then there's 2 photographs that show the floor area underneath the bed. Half of that area is concrete, half of it is a carpet, and then one photograph is in like a natural white light, and the other photograph is showing the Blue Star reagent.
Are those photographs that you took yourself?
Yes.
And those appear to be fair reproductions of the photographs you took on February 24th?
Yes.
Somebody reminds
Ed
me. I'm
Move
gonna
58
look
through
up that Blue
63.
Star stuff. There's gotta be a video of it somewhere.
No objection.
Not that I'm gonna show it to anybody. I just want
Then
to
I'd
look
ask
at it.
permission to publish as well.
So chat was talking about it.
Yeah, it's
The
the,
cat one?
58 through 63.
yeah, they just said it's the it's a newer form of luminol.
I just want to see how it works. Like, we did a police thing. They
Be a little
like
hard with
go
the
into
glare.
a bathroom and
There's
it's
also
like
a screen
starts
in
spraying
front
stuff.
of
You're
you.
like, okay, now who wants to use this color light? Let's see what's in the bathroom. And White Rabbit said, no, thank
so,
you.
Does this appear to be
I'm
Exhibit
leaving.
58?
Oh, look at this. Is that hair?
Yes.
Okay. And what does this depict?
Just an overall photograph of the shower area. You can see a bunch of stickers throughout the shower. It's sample stickers for areas of interest that we swabbed. But this isn't just like a natural white light.
Essentially, this is your naked eye looking at the shower.
Oh, please tell me
Yes.
they're going to show that.
And then Exhibit 59.
Oh!
So that's going to be the edge of the shower, and that's that blue star reagent reacting on the edge of the shower, and that's actually the left side. It's a photograph of it.
She must have chopped him in the shower.
Bluish highlighted area.
That would make sense.
is that
That's
the
why they
blue
didn't
star
find as
reacting,
much blood as they
in those
expected
areas?
to.
Yes.
All right. And then Exhibit 60.
Oh.
Yep. So that's an overall photograph of the bottom of the shower, and that'd be the blue star reacting with that floor area and drain area of the shower. And then you can see on the right-hand side is the sides of that little like ledge.
And is that then 61?
Yep, and then 61 is an overall photograph of that ledge with the blue star reagent reacting in that shower.
And then are we looking at Exhibit 62 at this point?
Can you repeat yourself?
Sorry, is this Exhibit 62 that we're looking at? It's a little hard with the glare.
Do you need the light off over there?
If we could, Judge.
This is.
All right, so it was, all right, so is this Exhibit 62?
Yes.
Okay, and what does Exhibit 62 depict?
This is the floor area outside of the shower.
That's her feet.
And
It looks like a foot.
I did originally describe it as that of the rug, or not rug, of the carpet in the concrete area, but it is outside the shower. It is very hard to see printed also as well. And you can see the pipe going into the little shower drain right there. And the shower is on the right-hand side.
So this essentially, it's difficult to see, but it shows that shower drain area that we observed earlier, Exhibit 58?
It's a different drain.
Okay. Yeah, which drain is this?
This is the outside drain. So there's a drain inside the shower, and then there's a drain just outside the shower. And the drain from the shower itself drains to this drain.
Oh, gross.
So then I'm going to pull up Exhibit 58 quick. Which drain are you referring to as being depicted in Exhibit 62?
Ew.
The one that's on
Oh,
the
that's
very
weird.
bottom of the photo.
Okay. Sort of it looks like on the concrete level as opposed to in the shower itself?
Yes.
All right.
Ooh,
So
she
then,
used
Exhibit
Pantene.
63. Actually, I will have to pull that up.
The kid must be on lunch
All
break.
right, so are we looking at Exhibit 63 then?
Yes.
Okay, and what area
Ew.
is Exhibit 63 depicting of that basement?
This is the concrete and the carpet area that's underneath the bed. We moved the bed to search underneath for any items of interest, areas of interest.
Can you imagine what the Co-Burger?
So the area that we're looking at
Probably
in
like-
Exhibit 63, was this, I guess at one point, under?
He's saying
the
he's innocent though,
mattresses,
so that might be
were located in
interesting.
the basement?
Yes.
Okay, and you said you had to move those mattresses to see this area?
Yes.
And I guess the area that we're looking at, Exhibit 63, is that I guess, suspected to be blood or other biological material?
Yes.
The mattress itself, the top mattress that was in the basement when you were there on the 23rd, did that have an area of blood spot on it?
It did have red substance, yes.
I guess in your observations, did it appear that the red substance we're seeing in Exhibit 63 had sort of soaked through the mattress at all, or was it, I guess, were you able to determine its origin at any
It would
point?
have had to, right?
It did soak through the mattress, and we did look into it further to see how far, but not to determine where it came from.
Okay, I guess how far did it soak through the mattress?
It would have gone through all three.
It's based on a direct observation.
I'll overrule the objection. Go ahead and answer it.
So how far did it soak through the mattress?
It went through multiple layers of the mattress. I don't know exactly how many inches it went down.
Sort of you're talking about the top mattress?
Correct.
Okay, not the other mattresses that were below it?
Correct.
There wasn't signs of soaking through or anything like that in those mattresses?
No.
So how did the blood get under the mattress?
Yeah, right.
Then I want to ask about February 25th of 2022. Did you assist Michelle Zarneski with processing items of evidence on that day?
Yes.
And what, I guess, items did you process?
We processed the shampoo bottle, we processed Clorox wipe container, shout bottle, a bunch of knives, the crock pot box, a rag, a towel.
I'm missing it.
Pair of shorts. And there might have been another thing. We processed a bunch of evidence that day.
Sure. So what was, I guess, your role specifically in processing those items of evidence?
So I took all the swabs that day and then collected all the samples for that. And then I also dusted for fingerprints and then collected the fingerprints that were obtained.
I'm going to show you it's previously been marked exhibits 11, 12, 13, and 15. Do you recognize what those depict?
Who do you think he's watching? He's watching somebody.
Yes.
Yeah,
and,
right.
I'm going to ask to publish 11, 12, 13, and 15, Your Honor.
The objection.
No.
All right, those can be published.
Could you imagine me as judge? Let me say objection. I was like, huh? What are we talking about?
So once we come through here.
I wasn't paying
Okay, so
attention.
does this appear to be depicting exhibit 11 that we're looking at on the screen?
Yes.
Okay. And what is exhibit 11 depicting?
It's a photograph of the shout bottle. It also has a latent that's labeled on it as latent 2.
Okay, I want to pause here and ask about that.
I love when cleaning bottles are dirty.
What are latents?
Latents are going to be fingerprints that are not visible to the human eye unless they're processed with either like a powder or a chemical or with super glue. Or you can also do different lights at oblique angles as well.
Are you trained in, I guess, dusting or whatever the word is, items for fingerprinting?
Yes.
All right. You've done that in the past on cases?
Yes.
It's part of your common duties in the evidence department for the Green Bay Police Department?
Yes.
All right. So the sort of black, I guess, substance that we're seeing on the shout bottle, what is that?
That is that powder.
you
So
go.
once we took all of our DNA samples from this exhibit, then I
Shot smarter
dusted it
than I
with
am,
a
that's for sure.
traditional black
Oh,
powder. And then we searched it and then labeled any latents that were,
It's hot in here.
I guess, deemed suitable or showed any ridge detail for comparison purposes.
What do you mean by a latent being deemed suitable?
So there's a difference between having like an outline or what looks to be a fingerprint or like a smear of a fingerprint. Fingerprints are ridges.
I've had the air conditioning fan
So
turned off in here.
if you have enough ridges and
That was your
minutia,
first
you'd be
mistake.
able to do comparison purposes. So with fingerprints, you need enough, and there's not essentially deemed what you need for enough. It's just that as a comparator, you would have to be able to look at it and see if you have any enough unique characteristics to make a comparison and say it would be a hit.
So there are times, I guess, when you observe something that looks like a
Fingernails.
fingerprint, but you're not able to compare it to anything. Is that fair?
Yes.
All right. So as we look at Exhibit 11, then there's appears to be a label called latent 2. What does that signify?
That's the second latent that was located while we were processing this evidence that day.
The first latent, was that able to be developed any further?
No.
This second latent.
Oh, it's right above
print,
the T, it looks like.
Were you able to compare that to any other known fingerprint?
Yes.
And in the course of this investigation, did you have cause to compare that to a fingerprint card of Ms. Taylor Schabusiness?
Yes.
And what were the results of that comparison?
Latent 2 was a hit. I don't remember which finger offhand. It's all written in the details.
But there was a comparison.
Oh no, expert.
Or a
There you
match,
go.
I suppose.
Yes.
He's taking a nap. Don't mind him.
Sorry.
Fair to say that you process a lot of items of evidence in
I
this
thought
case?
we were in trouble for a
Yes.
minute, bud.
All right. Would refreshing your
I remember
details
to watch
help,
my stupidity.
Remember the match that was associated with Ms. Schabusiness?
Yes.
All right. Showing you Exhibit 64. Do you recognize Exhibit 64?
Yes.
And what is that?
This is my set of details that I wrote for my comparison that I did on May 14th, 2022. And it's for the comparison of 4 different latents that were collected for this case, one being latent 2.
I'd ask you if you could review Exhibit 64, and I'll then ask if that helped refresh your recollection with respect to the comparison of latent 2. Please just let me know when you're completed.
Have they identified it as her print yet? Has that been said?
Yeah, I think so.
I mean, I believe that's what's happening, but I don't know if they've said it yet. I might have missed it. But that'd be interesting on the cleaning products, because that would definitely show that she knew she needed to cover up the
I'm all good.
Okay.
unaliving.
In comparing latent 2 that we're looking at here, what comparison was able to be made with respect to Ms. Schabusiness's fingerprints?
It was a hit to the right middle finger of Schabusiness's
go.
10-print card.
And I
I'm
guess
waiting
what's
for
a
her to
10-print
snort on her head.
Anytime
Snap.
someone gets booked into jail, there'd be a 10-print card collected or palm print card collected. And then it would be essentially connected to that record.
Okay. So I then want to look at Exhibit 12. Does that appear to be Exhibit 12 that we're projecting here?
Yes.
Okay. And Exhibit 12, does that depict the same shout bottle as Exhibit 11?
Yes.
Sort of on the different side of it?
Yes.
And there's a sticker that's affixed to that. What does that signify?
That is latent 3. So that's the third latent that we located in this case when we were processing the evidence.
And was latent 3 able to be compared to any other known sample?
Yes.
Okay. And in comparing latent 3, was one of those fingerprints you compared it to that of Ms. Schabusiness?
Yes.
And were any matches made?
Yes.
And what did latent 3 match with?
Latent 3 matched with the right thumb of Schabusiness's 10-print card and hit with the left ring finger of Schabusiness's 10-print card.
So there were multiple, I guess, latents or fingerprints that were located in this area?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
So were there multiple, I guess, fingerprints located in this latent 3 area?
Yes.
And then want to ask about Exhibit 13. Is that still in front of you? Is that what we're looking at here?
Yes.
Okay, and what is Exhibit 13?
This is a knife with a brown handle and silver blade. And it's the photograph of it showing 2 different areas of interest that we were going to swab, one being the handle itself and one being the blade.
And did you take any swabs from?
Did I miss the knife?
You missed the knife, bud.
Ah!
It wasn't a bread knife, though.
We'll have to rewatch the whole
One was
thing.
from the blade and one was from the handle.
So we're looking at 13 here. Sample 14
Start the court TV
and
feed
15
over again.
are sort of shown in labels. Are those the different areas that you would have swabbed?
Yes.
Okay, so for instance, sample 15 of this exhibit, that would have been the blade area.
Yes.
And do you recall what areas of the blade you swabbed?
The entire blade.
Including the silver part and the red part?
Yes.
Your Honor, I've got an objection. We've got a knife up on the screen. I thought that was 13. Now he's talking about 15, so.
So,
Go ahead. Go ahead.
sample
Did
15.
the judge just say so?
Is the swabbing of
I
the
think
blade, is that right?
the other
Okay, and this is still
lawyer, I
Exhibit
think the
13.
DA said
Yes.
so. I think he was starting a
Oh, okay.
sentence.
So the labels next to them, I think,
I could be wrong.
15 and 14. Go ahead.
Just hard to see on the screen. I see it now.
Sure. So the sample that you took of the blade area, how did you collect that sample?
We always use sterile, clean gloves. One person puts gloves on, they don't touch anything. Someone else assists with handing them a swab. So then they are holding the swab, the person that has the sterile gloves on. The assister would put distilled water on the swab itself, and then the person that's swabbing would swab the item or area of the item that is getting the sample taken for.
And then, is that the process and protocol you used in this case?
Yes.
What did you do with the swab once you collected it?
It goes into a swab box, and then the swab box itself and swab gets entered into evidence as an exhibit.
A swabber.
And is that what you did for sample 15 here?
Yes.
And you then entered it into the Green Bay Police Department evidence room?
Yes.
Thank you. Then is Exhibit 15, Court Exhibit 15, is that still in front of you?
Yes.
Okay. And what does Exhibit 15 depict?
This is a photograph of the inside of the crock pot box, and there is a sample sticker on
We gotta see the inside of it
in the photograph, but it's very hard to see.
Yeah, that's really
as
not
it
a big
was
box,
flashed
is it?
out with the flash or with the camera.
Is that the
with
crock
how much
pot
light it's
box?
pulling back in.
That's the
That's it.
inside of it.
That's
Did
it.
you process the crock pot box as well in terms of swabbing it?
I was on
Yes.
mukbang.
What area did you swab, if you recall?
I believe it was the red substance inside the box.
Sort of on the bottom of the box as we're looking at it?
Yes.
All right.
There's not even a lot of blood in
That
there.
sample that you collected of that
No, it's not.
area of the box, did you use the same protocol in collecting this swab as the previous one we talked about?
Yes.
Okay, and that was also entered into evidence at the Green Bay Police Department?
Yes.
Thank you.
How long did she
Also,
spend
apart from those items we
doing
just
all
reviewed,
this?
have the
I
chance as
have
part of
no
this case
Business.
to
Like,
One
it
night.
seems like she got a lot done
swab
in a pretty
item that
short
was
period of
recovered
time.
that was described as a dildo.
Oh,
Yes.
Oh, God.
And you were asked to, I guess, process that item further.
Yes.
Do you recall the date that would have been?
That was March 4th, 2022.
oh, I'm getting the screenshot ready.
Oh, no.
What number is that?
Where'd this chip come from?
Showing you Exhibit 65.
That's the court clerk.
Do you recognize Exhibit 65?
Yes.
And what is that?
It's an overall photograph of the packaging and of the dildo along with the sample 1 sticker next to it.
Is that an item of evidence that you would have swabbed in this case?
Yes.
She swabbed it.
In the photograph as well?
Yes.
Oh, I bet she did.
You took the photograph.
Yes.
Thank you. I'd
Okay,
move
you guys are
Exhibit
grossing me
65.
out.
Sorry.
65 is received.
He was in the army.
The sample sticker.
Not my
that's
fault. He was
sort
in
of,
the army.
in that photograph, what does that signify?
So that's sample 1. And typically when we start a new day, even if it's the same case, we'll start over with sample 1 through whatever we end up going to, just so that there's no confusion on duplicating samples. So this would be sample 1 because this was a new day that I was processing this single item.
The swab that you took of that object, where specifically were you swabbing, if you remember?
It was the entire thing.
She swabbed the entire thing.
And that swab that you collected, was that done in the same manner that you described earlier?
Yes.
Was it also then similarly submitted into the evidence room?
Yes.
It's going to come back with multiple sets of DNA on it, right?
Exhibit 65, the dildo, why did it take so long to have that swabbed?
Sometimes items don't get swabbed right away, and then later in the investigation, detectives will request items to be swabbed.
Nobody wanted to touch
So I was just requesting to swab this.
That was done on March 4th of 2022?
Correct.
Where's the rookie at? Get him to do it.
Where did you locate it?
Oh, gosh.
Locate.
Where did you do the
Hey,
swab?
when you come back.
Oh,
when
at
you're
the
done-
station. So at the Green Bay Police Department.
Okay.
My bad.
So on February 23rd of 2022, you worked with forensic specialist Sarnecki to process a gold minivan, correct?
Yes.
Was it a Chrysler Town and Country minivan?
Yes.
And that was at the storage facility?
Yes.
And you processed the minivan for DNA, latent prints, and other items of interest, is that correct?
Yes.
And you had a chance to look at it, correct?
Yes.
You walked around the outside of it?
Yes.
You saw the inside of it, correct?
Yes.
Who else was there besides you and Specialist Zarnecki?
There was multiple detectives and then also medical examiner's office, including a doctor and one of their investigators.
Was it Dr. Tranquita and Petra Schwab?
Yes.
What time of the day were you there, do you know? Like, did you get there in the morning, in the afternoon?
I'll be back.
For the vehicle or
Yes, for the vehicle.
for the vehicle? That was in the afternoon.
Okay. How long were you there at the storage facility?
Maybe an hour, 2 hours.
Okay. And you took pictures?
Correct.
And then you met other detectives there, Detective Liberta, Detective Cassie Pacala, Detective Bry, Detective Scanlon, Dr. Tranquita, and Investigator Petra Schwab, is that right?
Yes.
You took pictures of the interior and the exterior of this
asleep?
minivan, correct?
Yes.
And you labeled and
somebody said that
photographed
earlier in the
areas of
chat.
interest, is that fair?
Huh?
Yes.
Someone said
And,
earlier in the chat that she was falling
Specialist
asleep.
Zarnecki did the swabbing, is that
I didn't
fair?
think so.
Yes.
The van, did you find 2 papers for a Wisconsin certificate of vehicle registration for that vehicle?
Yes.
Was that for a Scott M. Tomes?
Yes.
And that paperwork was found in the glove box?
Correct.
And then you found,
Her
did
roommate
you
wasn't
find a
happy.
Wisconsin title and license plate application for Scott Tomes for this vehicle in the glove box as well?
Yes.
And then he also found a DMV registration receipt in the glove box. Is that fair?
Yes.
For what you knew, the owner of this vehicle was Scott Tomes, correct?
Yes.
Ooh, I bet you he's not happy.
Did you watch as Specialist Zarnecki removed items from the trunk?
Yes.
Trunk of a minivan?
Did she open the gate
back
of
end.
the minivan, or did someone else?
I don't remember.
Okay. But you were there and you're watching what was going on, correct?
Yes.
Observing, correct?
Yes.
This is a minivan, so it has a side door that slides, correct?
Yes.
Inside the vehicle, was it such that you saw a crock pot box, correct?
Yes.
And that was sitting inside of a laundry basket, correct?
Yes.
Inside the laundry basket, there were clothes that were folded or stacked, correct?
Yes.
And this laundry basket was sitting on a seat behind the driver's side?
Yes.
There was also a cooler in this vehicle, correct?
Correct.
There was absolutely nothing in the cooler, correct?
Correct.
You did not find the crock pot box. That was Specialist Zarnecki, correct?
Yes.
And Specialist Zarnecki removed all the items from inside the crock pot box, correct?
I believe it was Dr. Trinkrita that did remove the items from the crockpot box.
Okay. And you put labels on anything you found to be of interest, correct?
Yes.
There were areas of interest that were swabbed and processed for DNA, is that fair?
Yes.
And then they would be given sample numbers, correct?
Yes.
And is it true that a mistake was made because there were two different areas of interest that were labeled by a sample 12 by mistake?
Correct.
And there were a total of 14 samples collected from the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
Tell me a little bit about the mistake that was made. What happened there?
I labeled samples 1 through 12, and then Charneski labeled samples 12, the second one, and then 13. I guess I wouldn't know. We probably relayed the message that we thought we had less samples, but we didn't.
Okay. How did you rectify that then? Did you take some action to fix it?
Fixing it, I guess, would just be describing the samples itself. So when we enter them into evidence, they get a description of what areas that sample is truly from.
You also photographed some items that Specialist Zarneski found, correct?
Yes.
One being an empty pill bottle for Scott Tomes for oxycodone, correct?
I don't recall what the bottle was, but yes, I did take a photograph of a bottle prescribed for him.
And that was in the driver's side door, correct?
Yes.
The next day, on February 24th of 2022, you and Specialist Zarnecki followed up by processing the residents at 829 Stony Brook Lane, correct?
Correct.
Can you tell me why you didn't go over to Stony Brook Lane the same day on February 23rd?
We already worked long hours, and everyone needed to take a break and get some sleep and rest.
And that's kind of standard practice, yes?
Yes.
So then, what time did you get over to Stony Brook Lane on February 24th of 2022? If you know, like, was it morning, was it the afternoon?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you know how long you were there?
I believe it was for a couple hours.
Okay. And where did you investigate, or where did you look around? Was it the whole house, just the basement? Can you tell me?
Just the basement.
Other detectives were there as well?
Yes.
And did your partner, Specialist Zarnecki, ask for assistance from an evidence technician at the Ashwaubenon Public Safety Department?
Yes.
And that was to utilize the ALS camera?
Yes.
Does the Green Bay Police Department have a camera that it can use for alternate light source investigations?
We now do.
Okay. Okay, but at the time you didn't have one?
Correct.
Were you trained to use this device back on February 24th of 2022?
I did not use it, and no, I was not trained.
Okay, you were there kind of like for observation?
Yes.
And so was it evidence technician Holly Moss that was using the camera and taking the pictures and doing all of that?
Yes.
The blue light, the exhibits 59 through 63, I don't know if you have them up there. There's a lot of exhibits. But those particular exhibits, the blue light, what does that signify?
That's the blue star reagent reacting that's a presumptive test for the blood.
So the blue means blood?
Yep.
Presumption?
Presumptive, yeah.
Okay. Could it be something else?
Yes.
What could it be?
I know that it does react with different chemical reagents, like cleaning supplies. So the chemicals in there, such as bleach, but I don't know the list of what it all reacts with.
But certain chemicals can cause the blue light?
Yes.
It could be like a false positive. You might think it's blood, but it's something else?
Yes.
Okay. And I think it's Exhibit 58. I try to take good notes. Do you have that in front of you?
Yep.
Is that the shower?
Yes.
It shows the inside of the shower and a drain inside the shower, right?
Yes.
And then it also shows the shower drain. Let's write that. It shows the shower with a drain inside, and then it shows a drain on the outside, correct?
Yes.
The blue light was coming from which drain? Do you know?
It was from the drain inside the shower.
Inside the shower?
Right.
For all of those exhibits 59 through 63?
No, there's one photograph that shows the drain on the outside of the shower. So 62.
Okay. Can you turn your attention to exhibits 46 and 47, please? Do you have them?
Yep.
Gar, could I approach?
Amen.
Thank you. Both of these photographs, exhibit 46 and 47, basically depict the same mattress, correct?
Correct.
And the mattress has a gold colored blanket on it, correct?
Correct.
There's some clothing items, correct?
Correct.
And a phone, correct?
Correct.
The pictures are the same, aren't they?
I wouldn't say they're the same, but they show part of the same area.
They show the same mattress, the contents on the mattress, is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And then, thank you. Could you turn your attention to exhibits 51 and 52? Please. Dan, do you
Okay.
have those there? You have them?
Yep.
Gerard, could I approach you again?
You may.
Thank you.
For those that are just listening and maybe not paying attention to chat, the expert just posted a poll. Take a second, go answer it.
51 and 52 both depict drains.
Thank you.
I got you. buddy.
Correct.
I got you.
The drain that's
You're good,
outside
man.
the
You gotta do your own channel.
I
Yes.
should. I really
And
should.
these drains have like some sort of a black hose that filters into the drain, correct?
Correct.
And then there's a clear plastic hose that also goes into it.
Correct.
And the drain has circular holes that are throughout the drain. Is that fair?
Correct.
Exhibits 51 and 52 are the same drain that's outside of the shower. Is that fair?
Yes.
Thank you. If you could direct your attention to Exhibit 45. You have it?
Good.
Can I approach one more time? Sure.
He just wants to stretch his legs.
He's trying to get one or two of these pictures not presented to the jury, basically, right?
Correct.
Did you see that at the...
Cumulative.
So everything is to impeach.
Yes.
My feeling.
Right.
So it's just to make them look stupid. If you can catch them on
Yes.
something. That's why, like, everybody asked, did you wear gloves?
I saw it sitting next to the bed.
By the mattresses?
Yes.
Was that kind of like in the corner by the wall?
Yes.
And that was processed by you taking some pictures?
Yes.
Did you do any swabs of it?
Yes.
Where did you swab it?
We took a sample of the substance inside of the tote.
Anywhere else?
I don't recall.
When you initially saw the tote, was there anything on top of it, or was it just exposed?
There was items on top.
What was on top of it?
Miscellaneous clothing, a rope.
Ooh, a rope.
Did you remove the items off of the tote?
No.
Who did?
I believe it was Detective Scanlon.
Did you watch that process unfold?
Yes.
With regards to the mattresses, was it such that there were 3 mattresses that were stacked on top of each other in the basement by the wall?
Yes.
You would think they'd be softer that way, but they're really not.
Were they basically all of the same thickness?
Yes.
Were they sealy?
And on the top mattress, there was blankets and the phones and things of that sort, fair?
Yes.
Did you do any scientific testing as far as the blood going through the mattress at all?
Can you re-ask that question?
Well, did you do any kind of formal testing as far as how far or how deep the penetration was with regards to the blood into the mattress?
We did cut through the mattress to look to see if it continued through the layers of mattress. But I don't
Bad
believe that we
expert.
took a photograph
Bad.
of the depth itself.
Okay.
Bad.
Did you do the cutting?
No.
Okay. Someone else did?
Yes.
Exhibit
You see why I was held in
63,
contempt, right?
the concrete and the carpet, when you move the mattresses, did you do some swabbing and testing of whatever was on the floor?
Yes.
Where did you do the swabs? Because it's kind of a big area.
We labeled different areas on that floor along either spots that were red in substance or they reacted with the Blue Star reagent.
Was it your understanding that there was a cat in the house, that there was a kitty litter box down there?
Yes.
Cat in the box. Cat in the hat.
After you took all your samples, what did you do with the samples? Did you send them somewhere?
I know where you're going with
They
this.
all got entered into evidence with the Green Bay Police Department. And then it's up to the detective and the crime lab how many samples can be sent and which ones to send.
So the detectives are the ones that send the samples into Madison?
Correct.
To the state crime lab?
Correct.
That's how that works, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
He's going to try to say it was not blood, it was cat urine.
As far as the,
It works.
the drain cover that we just talked about, did you have anything to do with moving the drain cover at all?
No.
Okay, nothing further, thank you.
Redirect. Briefly, so to be clear, when you were asked questions about like the ALS versus the Blue Star, those are different things, right?
Correct.
Okay, so the Blue Star that we observed the images of, you are trained in conducting sort of those investigations?
Yes.
All right. You were asked then questions about the shower drains. the drain itself in the shower, when you were kind of doing your processing of the scene, were you able to determine where it drained to?
Yes.
Where was that?
It drained to that floor drain right in front of it.
So there are two drains that we looked at earlier. Essentially, they lead to the same one that's in the floor.
Well, the drain in the shower leads to the second drain, yes.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Anything on that, Mr. Fraley?
No.
Right, thank you, you're excused.
I think the prosecutor's got a little crush on her.
They'd be cute together. They both have very pancake skin.
You are?
Pancake skin?
I know that
What is that?
If you take a black light, if you take a black light and shine it on something, if the light's off, you'll see cat urine.
Yes, at the next break.
Okay, all right.
State have a next witness?
Well, yeah, and I would imagine that Blue Star stuff would light up
To publish
no
some
matter
of those,
what
I think,
fluid it
disputed
is.
exhibits through that
Yeah,
witness.
so
So
when he said
potentially,
something about the cat,
We'll
I'm
take
like,
a,
oh.
7-minute break. We'll be back at about 3:45. All rise for the jury.
Well, thanks
So
for
now
that,
you're having
buddy.
breaks between each witness.
Well, he's probably tired of looking at Schabusiness falling asleep.
Do you know what the problem is? I'm looking at it, it's 5 o'clock my time, thinking they're done.
No, they got another hour, bud.
Yeah. So, what do you think? Let's see here. Oh, geez, look at this. Talking Trash Truth. On today's show, I'll be teaching you how to cook a family favorite, Lego Man. Oh, man. So the inside of the crock pot box, the infamous box itself, I thought it'd have a little bit more.
Yep.
Well,
goo.
Once the heart's not pumping anymore, there's not any more bleeding, right? So if it was cleaned in the shower really well and blah blah blah, then there wouldn't be much to ooze out. As gross as that sounds.
Yeah, but I mean, if you take,
well, that goes back to my earlier comment about like this seems like this would have taken a very long time,
right?
To do this, right? Like I can't imagine this was a quick process at all.
And then it was when the stuff came out. When they asked her about it, she was like, "Yeah, I got tired, that's why I didn't finish."
She had to have been doing this for hours, man.
Yeah, that's just. I like that we haven't gotten to any defense for the sexual mutilation.
Not yet.
Yeah.
Well,
it's coming.
It will come, I'm sure.
Yeah. Oh well. Gosh, I don't know. You know, it's like everybody like is talking about this defense attorney and stuff. You know, I've part of me feels for him. I mean, he's sitting there by himself, and I mean, nobody else would touch this case. He's getting appointed probably by the judge. He's got to do the best job he can possibly do. And you know, look, we're tired. Imagine him. He goes home and he has to. What was that?
Donkeys.
You got an elephant over there?
Right outside the window.
Oh.
Yeah. Goes loud. Sorry.
Anyway, no, he's tired, you know. So what's he do? I mean, he's got to eat something. He just crashes, goes to bed, and wakes up tomorrow morning, and he's gonna shower. Then he's thinking to himself, "God, I gotta drag myself back up to that courthouse to defend this case that I have no interest in, and I have to, you know, I got all these. I mean, he's got probably a million people watching him right now.
Oh, without a doubt.
Easy.
It's just, you know, he didn't go to law school thinking this was going to be his life. He didn't know he was going to have an awesome comb over like he does, which I'm quite amazed.
I don't know if
Comb-overs,
it's
as far as
full
they
comb
go,
over or if he's got just like the little circle back there. I'm not sure.
I don't know. It was very
And
that's what
I'm
Shizzy said. That was
just
your
waiting for her to snore really loud and her head jinks forward.
or backwards or forwards or.
It doesn't look like she's been sleeping. She just looks like she's looking down. And I would imagine that every face she looks at in that courtroom is looking at her like she's a monster. So it's probably just the safe direction to look.
Hey, I'm glad you said that. So, Squad Bob asked a question for Yaya. And he said he'd be interested to know if Yaya thinks Taylor changed psychologically from younger to now.
Oh,
And
without a doubt.
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, yeah, without doubt. But the rest of his sentence goes on to. Do you think that the change was influenced by drugs?
That's hard.
Right? That is.
Because.
Well, it was a multiple choice question, though.
Yeah, I mean,
changed or influenced by drugs.
obviously, when you do heavy drugs, it can affect your brain. But you take the fact that she's only 26 years old now. Let's say she started doing meth and stuff at 1920. Just hypothetically, because I don't know when she started it. I don't believe that in that short amount of years that it would affect her to this degree. Now, if she had been on the drugs 20, 30 years, I think it's a different story.
I know.
I think she has always had mental health issues, especially after her mom died and what her dad did to her. And I'm sure she never received the proper counseling she needed during those times. And she tried to numb herself with the drugs.
Yeah.
Alcohol.
You know, I look down and see Diva's in the chat. She goes, the wiring was bad to begin with. So okay, well, Diva puts a good point.
I've known a lot of people that have done a lot of drugs, and none of them have chopped up anybody.
That night, they were on meth, and they were shooting up trazodone, and I believe they were also smoking marijuana that night.
That's what I heard as well.
It's pot, man.
Pot, man. It's the MJ. Watch it. I think she's screwed up. Seriously, yeah. she's just a screwed up person. But that doesn't give her the right to do what she did.
Well, no, nothing gives her the right to do what she did.
That's a really good point you make there. It's so yeah, you're screwed up, but do you not? Okay, I don't know. It's. I wish White Rabbit was here, because like I've had like these questions with her. It's like, and then she brings in the mental health side of it, and it explains it a lot easier than I can even grasp at it that it exists. And I don't know. We all. It's like why does society honor laws? Well, I think one, I think people are naturally good, but two, I also think that it's respect. I think it's respect for each other, and it's respect for the law and stuff like that. But what happens when you just go away from it and you have no more respect for anything? What causes that? And of course, I mean, she's had a lot of stuff happen.
Oh, you know, and I just remembered something. She was married, you know. I think she's still married. I don't know if they got divorced or not yet.
I think they're still married. I don't think they ever got divorced.
And she had a baby that was taken away from her prior months to this happening. I think it was a 6-month-old baby.
I forgot about that.
So her husband was in jail. Her husband, I think his name is Warren Shabo, but they say he goes by Schabusiness. But I know legally his name used to be Warren Shabo. Who knows if he beat her? I don't know. You know, I don't know what happened in the marriage. Nothing's ever come out from that. You know, a lot of things really messed up her life. But then again, I've seen a lot of people go through a lot worse in their life and come out a great person.
That's the thing that ultimately is my question: is what makes some people? I mean, like you said, they go through worse problems, but they're okay people.
You know,
I don't
you and
know.
I talked last night, or maybe it was this morning. I'm now all hours mixed up. My brain, I cannot even fathom doing that to somebody. Do you know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
I don't
Yeah.
sit there and think, oh, hey, you know, I think I'm gonna go cut somebody up tonight, you know, or so there obviously I really can't. It's so hard to answer that. You know, it's so hard to answer that because, like I said, when I knew her, obviously she was having problems, and it was prior to her drinking years. She was a little bit on the promiscuous side at a very young age, I will say.
Now,
With the boys in the hood.
after
Don't worry, I already
happened to her.
talked to my kid. He didn't do it. He didn't have her. He said. That's what he told me. Because I knew she was doing that. There was an issue, and I didn't want to say anything about it. I didn't want to bring it up, you know. But there was an issue with that. Around probably 15, her freshman year in high school or so, something like that. There you go. Valhalla says, my guess is she panicked, but okay, she panicked, but yet when she said she was choking him, it felt so good, she kept doing it harder.
Yeah,
Well,
and she even talked about like feeling the squeezing the life out of him.
Yes.
Right? Something like that.
Yes. So, and how long had it been since the last time they had done the meth and stuff prior to this taking place? See, we don't know. We don't know that yet. I haven't seen anything documented that they did the last hit of trazodone or meth at 9 p.m. and this happened at 3 o'clock in the morning. I don't know about drugs. I've never done them, so I don't know how long they last. And you know, so.
Well, I know that meth is one that kind of sticks with you for a while. That one's can go for a couple days sometimes.
I don't know. It's just, you know, here's what's sad. Well, is that it is so sad. The more we talk about it, the harder time I have. I feel myself falling into a trap almost. It's this is not the it's not the faith I have in humans. Squall asked if you guys think that she could be rehabilitated.
Never.
No.
So, White
Well,
Rabbit said, "Yeah."
I don't think that you. I don't think so. I think that you could possibly medicate her into a stupor for the rest of her life, but something like this, I think, is probably always a risk.
If she is off of drugs completely, she gets the right therapy, is on the right medication, I don't think she'd be a serial killer, but the fact she did it once, she needs to pay for the crime she did commit.
I don't
And
see. I'm. Go ahead. Sorry.
I don't know. I wish I knew what her actual diagnoses are.
Well, see, I don't think that I don't think the drugs should be as much to blame in this specific incident as some people are giving them credit. I think that any crime that's got a sexual aspect to it.
She'll never be released. Believe me,
No.
she will never be released.
Later, Baker.
She'll spend the rest of her life in a court or in a psychiatric ward or the jail.
Probably bring us to the end of the day, but I think I'm hopeful we could get him done by 5. Look, both directly across, hopefully. Very good. Right.
That's a cool time.
Yeah,
Clumsy
I like
says,
that.
do you think if she had a different upbringing, I mean, her dad didn't abuse her, etc., do you think she would have done this?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
If I can remember, I gotta tell you guys what a process.
I mean, I look at her. I look at her, and she just looks so
Defeated.
lifeless,
Yeah.
blank.
She didn't. Assuming that by saying that she did not have that look in her as a child, right?
No. Mm-mm. She had. I mean,
Be seated.
she had that lost look in her eyes as a child.
Ladies and
You know,
gentlemen, just
but
to give you an understanding about where we're
I
at
didn't
for
know.
today, it's about 5 to 4. The
I don't
state
know.
is indicating that for today, they've got one more witness, and it's anticipated that witness is going to wrap up around 5 o'clock, and then we'll break for the day, just to give you a sense of how long we'll go for today.
She looks like she's being
With that,
sprayed in
I'll
the
turn to
face with a
state.
water
Mr.
bottle.
Jose, are you calling the next witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah.
The state calls Detective Philip Scanlon.
Philip
Like a cat.
Stanley.
Go and step up, and before you have a seat, turn and face her and raise your right hand. She'll put you under oath.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole
Oh,
truth,
she's
and
laughing.
nothing
Oh,
but the truth,
she's
so help you
laughing.
God. Before the court, so help you God.
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Please have
Oh.
a seat and then state your name for the record.
Who's this
Philip
witness?
Scanlon, Scanlan.
Somebody awesome that can probably get her to do
Back.
crazy.
Okay, and then the witness.
Get back here, Gizmo.
Employed.
As a law enforcement officer of the City of Green Bay Police Department.
What is your current role with the City of Green Bay?
I'm currently assigned as a detective in the Bureau of Detectives.
How long have you been with the Green Bay Police Department?
24 years.
Do you have any law enforcement
He knows
experience
him.
prior to the Green Bay Police Department?
I was a sheriff's deputy for 1 year prior to that in Outagamie County.
Could you talk a little bit about any training or educational experience that you have that led you to be a law enforcement officer?
Well, I have a high school diploma. I have a bachelor's degree in criminal justice. I was certified in the state of Wisconsin through the Law Enforcement Academy, and then got hired in Outagamie as a sheriff's deputy in Outagamie County, where I went through field training program. Then transferred to the Green Bay Police Department in 1999, where I again went through another 14-week field training program, maybe a bit longer than that. And then your standard classes and yearly in-services. Then went into the Drug Task Force 2010, where I received in narcotics investigations and violations of controlled substances, and then went into the Bureau of Detectives in 2014.
You know
I was
that when
trained
Texas
in
Jen said I wouldn't mess with her in jail.
more serious crimes, investigating deaths, persons and property crimes.
So I think you indicated you went to the Drug Task Force in 2010.
I did.
Did you work there until 2014?
I did.
And then in 2014, you became a detective.
That's correct.
And as a detective, what's your typical role in handling investigations?
Assigned to the Detective Bureau, we get called in for investigations typically more serious in nature that require follow-up from a detective on a crime that had occurred, maybe above the
Is
scope
there really,
that a
Lori
normal
Davis?
patrol officer would investigate.
Yeah, she did.
We get assigned those cases with other detectives to investigate follow up
release
on
Lori
those
Van Houten?
investigations, interview witnesses,
Leslie Van Houten? My bad.
question suspects, and then ultimately prepare facts if warranted to the district attorney's office for prosecution.
Well, I know one thing, I won't be alive.
As
for
part
long
of a
enough to
detective,
see
are
it
you
out of
trained and
jail.
experienced in processing crime scenes?
I am.
And is that on the job
Yeah, I
training,
probably won't
professional
either, to be
training, some
honest.
combination?
Combination.
And as part of your work through the Green Bay Police Department, were you asked to assist with a crime scene on February 23rd, 2022 at 829 Stony Brook?
I was.
And describe how you initially became involved in the case.
I received a call in the early morning hours, asked to come in, take part in that investigation. I responded to the Green Bay Police Department, where I was briefed on what
Yeah,
had been learned
she's one of the
I want to
Manson
hear
family.
patrol, responding to that address earlier that night. I then responded to the address where the crime scene had already been maintained, and then went from there.
When you initially responded to this, or do you know about what time you initially responded to the scene?
About 6:30 in the morning.
And who was with you when you arrived?
I met Lieutenant Brad Strofe, who was a detective lieutenant. I met with the sergeant on the scene, patrol sergeant on the scene. It was Sergeant Brester. I believe Sergeant Tom Bain was present as well. And then forensic specialist for evidence collection, Ms. Andre and Ms. Cerneski arrived. And then shortly thereafter, Detective Cassie Pakla arrived to assist me as well.
When you arrived, did you immediately begin processing the scene?
No.
What did you do initially?
So we initially did a walkthrough. I met with the sergeant on scene, kind of got updated as to what happened so far. Double checked that we had a crime scene log started, that we can document who's coming in and who's coming out. I had caused to have phone contact with detectives that were questioning Ms. Schabusiness, and there was some question about the location of his body. So initially I did a walkthrough of the home looking for a body. That was one of the first things I did.
You mentioned that you were talking with some other detectives. Is it common in your work that when there's multiple detectives working on the case that you're going to have ongoing phone contact at the outset of an investigation?
Yes.
Were you aware of whether or not other detectives were assigned to meet with and interview Ms. Schabusiness?
I was aware of that.
And do you know who those detectives were?
It was Detective Graff and Detective Kemp.
And do you believe they were actually speaking to Ms. Schabusiness while you were in the home at Stony Brook?
Yes.
And were they providing you information that she was giving them in the course of the interview?
They were.
And what was the purpose of them contacting you with that information?
Initially, we were aware what the patrol officers found when they arrived at the scene based on the 911 complaint. And she was providing them with information that his body was by the bed. I was in the basement by the bed. I didn't see a body. So the initial information was an attempt to find the body. Not knowing initially at first that we were looking for a whole person. They then provided information to look for a tote next to the bed that she had described, which I observed. I was told that she had made mention of a bag. And then in a short period of time, it kind of came into perspective that we weren't looking for a whole body. And then we knew we were going to be doing a recovery of multiple parts.
And in terms of actually going into the tote and going into the other bags that might have been on scene, is that something that you did right away while you were having that initial contact with detectives?
No.
And what were you waiting for at that juncture?
We knew we had consent to be in the house from the homeowner, but we had chose to start writing a search warrant, which is very routine in a homicide investigation. We were also having kind of learned the scope of what we were looking for, not finding a body out in the open. We decided to wait for the forensic doctor, Dr. Trenkaita, to arrive from Dane County, and the medical legal investigator, Petra Schwab. We wanted her to arrive before we started looking through containers.
And is that how it happened, that Dr. Trenkaita and Petra Schwab arrived on scene before you began in earnest to search for the remains?
Yes.
And did you also obtain the search warrant that you mentioned?
Yes.
Prior to discussing the specifics of analyzing the scene in the basement, can you give me an overview of the home at 829 Stony Brook, the layout and what you observed upon entrance?
Sure, it's a single-family home, story and a half. It is, the front of the home's a living room that opens up into 2 bedrooms on the south end of the home and a bathroom. There's a kitchen to the north end that goes down to a side door off of the driveway. And like a lot of those homes, the side door that accesses the driveway, there's a landing and you can go up into the kitchen, into the first floor of the home, or you can go down into the basement of the home. The basement was partially finished on the west side of the home, and then the east side of the home, divided by a partition wall, was an unfinished basement for storage and laundry.
In terms of areas in the home where items of evidentiary value were noted or collected, can you talk about which portions of the home were significant to the investigation?
Yeah, myself, Detective Cassandra Pacula, and the forensic specialists and the doctor and Ms. Schwab, we focused primarily on the basement. We understood this far that the basement seemed to be the most likely place we were going to recover the remains. We also had some cause to compare items that were found in the basement with the kitchen. So primary focus of this investigation was on the stairway off the side driveway going down to the basement. And there were some items found in the kitchen as well.
Do you know if there was anything else of evidentiary significance recovered in other portions of the home on the first or second floors?
There was not.
Detective, I'm going to show you a series of photographs here and ask you to review those to yourself, and then tell me once you've had a chance to review them.
Sure.
These are vacation photos, tweeting that they're
I don't
sharing.
think they are. I don't think they are, man.
It's like, this is my wife out there in Cabo San Lucas.
This is the beach house.
Yep. This palm tree here, we're going to light it up with Christmas lights, like the beer commercial.
Detective, I'm showing you what have been previously marked as exhibits 16 through 21. Can you review those for me?
I'm gonna have to go back and watch the openings. I missed them.
It was pretty good.
Have you had a chance to see them?
I did.
Do they appear to be consistent with your observations in the residence on February 23rd, 2022?
They are.
Your Honor, I would ask for permission to publish one at a time, 16 through 21, using the overhead projector.
Your Honor, I'm not going to object to these exhibits and no objection to publication.
Oh, let's get a look at them.
Detective Scanlon, is Exhibit 16 now displayed on the screen?
It is.
Can we dim the lights
Oh,
again? Your
look,
Honor?
my favorite time of year.
Can we dim the lights again?
Yeah.
I hate the snow so much.
There's also a video down
That's why I
there
promote
that's
global
easier
warming.
for you, but you can look at the other one. It's fine.
Aerosolized
And what is
hairspray all
depicted in
day,
Exhibit
every day.
16?
That is a front view of 829 Stony Brook from the street.
And which door did you use to stage as law enforcement?
So we made the decision to enter once we started the
That looks
process
like
of seeing
100
through the
houses
front door.
around me.
When we initially arrived, we know a lot of the initial first response from officers talking to the residents was through the side door, which is the way the officers happened to approach that day. So when we decided to process the scene, we started to use the front door, and we kind of staged in the living room and then worked our way through there.
In this photograph, does it depict the side door and where it's located?
That's correct. The side door is off of the driveway.
And Exhibit 17, Officer Scanlon is Exhibit 17 now on the screen.
I see that.
And what is depicted in Exhibit 17?
That is an image of the kitchen on the first floor with the vantage going into the hallway that leads to the bedroom in the front room.
Oh, cool.
Hold
Side
up.
hub?
And Exhibit 18?
It is.
And what is that?
How did you find a knife in
That is another picture of the kitchen, but with the vantage flipped, focusing on
They had
the
cinnamon toast crunch
landing off the side door of
and
the garage.
almond joy. No,
And,
what's that
Exhibit
name?
19, is that now
Honey
depicted
bunches
on
of
the
roasted
screen?
almonds. That's what it was.
It is.
And what is depicted in Exhibit 19?
This photograph was taken particularly of the wooden knife block that was right
I was
next
just
to
gonna
the
say they
stove.
got the knives from the knife block.
And what was the evidentiary significance based on your understanding of the investigation?
When we started to process the basement, we had found several kitchen knives, what appeared to be kitchen knives that we believed, based on how they were found, would have been involved in the homicide. And the knives were consistent both in number and appearance with the knives in the kitchen block.
So it appeared that there were how many slots missing on the knife block?
Yeah, there's 4 knife slots missing and a kitchen shears, scissors. We recovered 4 knives that appeared to look like the knives that would have come out of that block.
And the next exhibit, I think, is Exhibit 20. Is that now depicted on the screen?
It is.
And what is that?
That is from the kitchen looking out the side door into the driveway.
And does that depict like an outside or screen door, so the inner door is open and there's a screen door to the outside?
That's correct.
And Exhibit 21. Is that now depicted on the screen?
It is.
And what is contained in Exhibit 21?
This picture is from basically the position of the
There a
landing
bucket?
next to the side door, looking down the basement staircase.
There's a tub down there.
So after you processed the scene upstairs and evaluated what was present in the kitchen area, you did make your way ultimately to the basement?
We did.
And that scene was processed by you along with the forensic team from Green Bay PD and the medical examiner's office?
Yes, it was from Taylor Schwab, who was from the Brown County Medical Examiner's Office, and then Dr. Tranquita, who was the lead doctor at the time at the Dane County Medical Examiner's Office.
Once you began your inspection for human remains and collecting them, how did you and the team sort of document or parse out how you were going to locate remains?
So we started with what we knew was there with the Fleet Farm bucket, right at the bottom of the stairs, that we considered to be container 1 for the purposes of this collection.
It's a
The
like
doctor
a
removed the
Home
human
Depot
remains in front of us.
logo.
And then we also examined what was in the bucket besides the remains.
It's like a agriculture
If there
hardware
were
store.
items
Yeah.
of human remains or portions of a body, who was responsible for collecting the portions of the body?
The doctor was.
If there were other evidentiary items that were non-human remains, who was responsible for collecting those items?
So it's just as a matter of procedure in this, with the forensic doctor being there, the doctor was the one that removed the remains. We were cautious to overexpose items in these containers. So the doctor actually removed the remains and the items in there and put them on display for everyone to observe and note. Then the doctor collected the human remains, and then forensic specialist Larson and Chernesky ultimately collected the other items that were in the containers.
And who was then responsible for maintaining and processing the non-human remain portions of evidence?
Forensic specialist Larson and Chernesky.
And those were brought back to Green Bay PD then by members of your department?
They were.
And just to be clear, you use the name forensic specialist Larson. Is that her current name?
I'm sorry, that's her maiden name, Andre.
Okay. So we're talking about the same person. Larson
Yes.
and Andre are the same person.
Yeah, sorry.
Bailey.
All right. So you indicated the first item or the first container that you processed was the black pail. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Detective, I'm now showing you what have been marked as exhibits 22 through 25. I'm going to review those.
Thank you. Thank you.
And do those accurately depict your observations on the scene at the Stony Brook residence on February 23rd, 2022?
They do.
Your Honor, I would ask for permission to publish those as well.
No objection to exhibits 22 through 25, and no objection to publication.
Right, you can go ahead and publish them.
What is depicted in exhibit number, is exhibit 22 now depicted on the screen?
It is.
And what does that show?
That's at the landing, looking west into the finished
there's the
portion of the
bucket.
basement. It also depicts the Blackfeet
Where?
farm
There it is.
and a
Right in the middle.
multicolored towel
You
that was
said it.
next to it.
Oh, I see.
Oh, yeah.
And exhibit number 23,
Wow, that's
is
nice.
that now up on the screen?
Isn't it?
It's like she forgot it. There you go.
Here it is.
It
There's
is.
a head in
And
that
what is
bucket.
depicted there?
That is
There's a human head right there.
a picture facing north that catches back to the stairs and a small storage unit. It's basically an overview of the Fleet Farm bucket and the multicolored towel next to it.
I think his
And exhibit number
genitals are in there too.
24, I believe.
That's the rumor.
What?
Both heads
That
were in the
is
bucket.
Is that now
Yeah.
depicted
Yes.
on the screen?
It is.
Look at that.
And what is, again,
I don't
what
think they've
is
actually
exhibit
said it
24?
yet, have they?
Yeah,
It's the
yeah.
black Fleet Farm bucket and the multicolored towel. I see they have some placards down in this photo and are holding a sample indicator.
What are the purpose of the placards?
Forensic specialists take great care in documenting what they're capturing. So they'll take a picture of an image with a placard, and then as they itemize evidence, we'll refer to that placard that they collected.
And exhibit 25, is that now depicted on the screen?
It is.
And what is shown in exhibit 25?
This is two knives,
That's one.
a Jolly Rancher, a nail, a razor head, and some flesh tissue was described. These were in the bottom in the Fleet Farm bucket underneath the remains that we recovered.
Flesh
You.
tissue.
So these are items that were located in the bucket and then ultimately collected by
That
Green
was
Bay
fun.
PD?
They were.
She's talking to herself.
No. No, Texas Jen. Absolutely no, no, no. Oh, I think she's definitely sedated. No, it's a 5-gallon pail that you can get with like paint in it and stuff like that.
They probably sell them there for like $5
Yeah.
or something too.
And they sell the pails there also.
I want a
Like if you paint-
Yeti bucket.
You know,
what?
get a pail of paint and stuff like that. They usually come in those big pails for for construction and stuff. But yes, you can buy them there too, I believe.
Most of these photographs, like she's not registering anything. Most
No,
of them.
she's like blank. She's like dead. She's she's like
A couple of them she'll start to make like weird faces at or whatever, but she's not showing like disgust or remorse or
no
or even surprise at any of the photos.
No.
Like if you had any sense of remorse or empathy or you're sorry that you did something like that, you'd be crying or something like that. I like they said, she's probably dead inside.
Have you had a chance to review those?
Yes, sir.
Do those photographs also accurately depict what you observed and in some instances collected on the scene at Stony Brook on the
Refreshing
They do.
memory of the
23rd of
witness.
February? Thank you. I'd like to publish then, Your Honor, these as well.
Exhibits 26 through 32, no objection, and no objection to publication.
You can go ahead and publish.
It is 26 through 36, just to.
All through 36?
And now she's smiling, and I don't understand. I don't understand what this woman's trying to do.
Is Exhibit 26 now depicted on the screen?
Is she smiling
It
or
is.
And what is shown in that photograph?
It's a photograph of
I do like that
the
Pac-Man machine.
finished basement from the staircase.
You know, those aren't all that
from
expensive.
the bottom of the
I was looking at them
staircase,
a couple months
looking
ago.
into the finished basement.
Couple $100, I think.
And
Yeah.
I'm going to skip ahead a little bit, but there were several different containers that were located with body parts. Is that correct?
And that one you could actually mount
One
on
was
the wall.
the
Oh,
bucket
wow.
that was container one.
That's correct.
Container two was which?
Container 2 is a blue Jimmy Choo duffel bag that's not visible in this photo.
It's not visible in this photo. Where was it located? Can you see the area where it was located in this photo?
If you look at the photo, just to the right of the wood grain wall, you'll see a multicolored lamp. Next to that is a entertainment center, makeshift dresser, and there's personal items on that, and including the blue bag.
So that would be on the left-hand side of this photograph. Out of view is where that Jimmy Choo bag was located.
That'd be correct.
And is the container three was what item?
Container 3 is a pink and black Under Armour backpack. That is just out of view at the left side of the stack of beds.
And what was container four?
Container 4 is a blue, I refer to it as a blue tote bag, or I guess, or tote, or light blue. It's in the far right side of the bed, covered by what appears from here to be a blanket and some items.
So exhibit 4 is depicted in this photograph?
It is.
Or container 4, excuse me.
Container 4.
Correct. And is it displayed in this photograph essentially as you found it when you first went down to the basement?
Yes.
And could you describe again for the jury where they could find that blue tote?
So looking at this
Target.
photograph, you'll see a couple box springs and a mattress towards the back of the room. If you look at the right end of the beds, between the wall and the bed, you'll see a light blue object.
Oh,
That's like a tote storage bin. That's container 4.
And does it appear to have anything on top of it?
Yeah, it's covered by like personal property. There was a blanket on top of it. There was some clothing, some jackets on top of it that kind of obstructed the view of what was inside the tote.
And to your knowledge, had law enforcement or any medical examiner personnel significantly disrupted how this room looked prior to this being photographed and you collecting the remains?
No.
Exhibit number 27. Is that now depicted on the screen?
It is.
And what is displayed in Exhibit 27?
It's basically a photo of the same room from the opposite corner, looking back towards the staircase. It depicts
She's
the
trying to
entertainment center
not
that I
smile.
just described on the wall.
Right.
That was out of view from the previous photograph. It's from a distance, but you can see the items on top of that entertainment center, including what we call container number 2.
So that Jimmy Choo bag is now visible in this photograph toward the right-hand side, is that correct?
Yeah, it's I guess the dark blue object with the handle raised up.
By the Clorox wipes.
And Exhibit 28, is that now depicted on the screen?
It is.
And what is shown in that photograph?
Pac-Man.
It's the photograph that's inside the room facing south, the south half of the room, including the bed, the entertainment center on the left, including container number 2, which is a Jimmy Choo bag, container number 3, which is the bright pink Under Armour backpack, and then container number 4 is not visible anymore because the pub table and the video game block its view.
Now, I think it's been previously discussed, there's a substantial amount of human remains in each of those 4 containers. As you were going through this scene and photographing it, are you making any observations about the floor, about the bed and other items in the room as to the existence of human remains, blood, things of that nature?
I was.
And what did you observe?
So I learned from detectives talking to her that this was believed to be the location that body was cut up. Found it kind of remarkable that there's no blood on the, I didn't observe any blood on the carpeting. There is, we'll later determined to be a significant amount of blood on the top of the mattress and the comforter that's on top of it. The carpeting doesn't extend all the way to the wall. There's a portion of concrete on the other side of the bed that the bed partially covers. You'll see what appears to be dried blood and partial pieces of bodily tissue in that area around the bed on the far side out of view. There, you can't tell from this point of view, but there's also what appears to be red substance bodily tissue on the Jimmy Choo bag. The pink backpack, when
What is
looking
a
closely
fake
at
Jimmy
it, you
Choo
can
bag,
tell
and
that
then all of a
there's
sudden the FBI is
dark
involved with
liquid
this?
seeping through the bottom, which was presumably blood based on what we found inside.
Came off a container ship in New Jersey.
Closer examination
Right.
of the tote bag, the blue tote, you'll see what appears to be blood or dry blood around it.
Is it fair to say that aside from what's found in the containers, there's not a lot of outwardly visible blood or human tissue material that's readily visible in the remainder of the room?
Yes, I walked through this room initially when I got there, and I did a kind of a quick lap looking for a person. And some of these items didn't come into focus until taking a closer look with a decent flashlight and looking at a closer level at these items.
And is this now Exhibit 29 on the screen?
It is.
And what is shown in Exhibit 29?
This is from the north wall looking back towards the front, I guess the right side of the bed. The east side of the bed with the depicting primarily the black and pink Under Armour backpack, which we refer to as container number 3.
And Exhibit 30, is that now depicted on the screen?
It is.
What is Exhibit 30?
Essentially a close-up of that backpack.
Is that pink on your monitor?
And Detective,
Look more
did
orange
you,
on
along with the medical investigators, open that backpack?
We did.
And what was found inside there?
Inside this backpack, there's human remains, including small parts of remains and a larger part of human remains, some of which were laying loose inside the backpack, some of which were wrapped inside of like a plastic shopping bag.
And Exhibit 31, is that now depicted on the screen?
It is.
And what is shown in Exhibit 31?
There's a lot of things on here that this photo captured. It captured container number 2, which is the blue backpack. Container captured some Clorox wipes that we found pertinent to this investigation, along with a shelt bottle, which covered a chain. It captured what I recognized to be a methamphetamine pipe, a crystal meth pipe, just in front of the Clorox Peach bottle. And then to the right of that is what I would refer to as a gem baggie, that had a substance in it.
And you indicated that you spent 4 years in the Drug Task Force?
I did.
Through your training and experience both in the Drug Task Force and subsequently with the investigative division, have you had an opportunity to come into contact with methamphetamine?
I did.
And you're familiar with not only the drug itself, but also the items that are used to ingest it?
I am.
And you believed, based on that training experience, that that was a pipe consistent with meth use and a gem baggie consistent with a small amount of methamphetamine?
That's correct.
A gem baggie?
Were those
Gem
items
baggie, I
collected?
think.
They were.
Were they later field tested?
I later did, yes.
And what was the result?
So I removed the contents of the substance in the green gem baggie that's depicted here.
Is he saying gem?
Approximately 0.21 grams of crystal substance that I recognized to be crystal methamphetamine. I used the Marquis reagent field test, and it indicated the presence of methamphetamine.
So you indicated
There
we've
weren't
got
any cleaning
the
products in that place.
drug paraphernalia, the suspected drugs, there's some cleaning products, the Jimmy Choo bag. Did you indicate that there was a chain located in this photograph as well?
It's hard to see, probably from a distance, but underneath the tipped over shell bottle on the right side
He is saying
dresser,
gem.
there is like a dog's choker chain underneath it.
And Exhibit 32, is that now displayed on the screen?
Oh, there you
It
go.
is.
And what's shown in Exhibit 32?
That is a close-up. It's a photograph of a close-up of the choker chain that was underneath that shell bottle with a placard for reference.
So that one doesn't have the spikes
Also,
on it,
what's on
right?
the far left
Correct.
of that picture?
It's just
on the
the
bottom?
choke chain. It's just a chain.
See a pair of sunglasses, or a pair of like glasses.
And that chain was collected subsequently by the Green Bay Police Department?
It was.
And Exhibit 33. What is depicted in Exhibit, or is 33 now displayed on the screen?
It is.
And what's depicted in Exhibit 33?
This would be the same choker chain presented
How
out
long is that?
on a clean piece of brown paper for display for photographing.
And that item was collected, you indicated, by the
Looks
Green
like
Bay
it's
Police
got real
Department?
thick
It was.
links to it, so I bet it's probably pretty long.
I think that there are. All right. I'll move on with the photos, actually. Exhibit 30, well, actually, no, I'm going to show it. Do you have an evidence handling kit with you, Detective?
Easy, big guy.
Yeah. You made this far.
Right? We're almost done, buddy. Hold it together. Another half hour.
Oh, what'd I do?
What'd you do, bro? What'd I tell you about touching buttons, man?
Don't do it. Don't do
That's
it.
what I
Oh,
said.
It's on. I can see it, but you can't.
Well, you got to share it.
Jeez. You know, they're just
You know what?
2 buttons away. I'm gonna do this.
Every once in a while, she'll do something in her face that shows how young she is. Like every once in a while, I get a glimpse of the fact that she's only in her 20s.
This is an evidence bag that is marked as Exhibit 8. That is initialed, and it has a Green Bay Police evidence code sticker to reference the dog choker collar chain we've just discussed.
So the bag itself has a description. Does it also list an evidence number that was associated with it?
It does.
And what is that?
The description is a silver dog choke collar P chain located under shell bottle, Exhibit 13 on TV. That's all it displays. I know that it says on TV stand. It has a case number of this case, and then it has the exhibit number 543024.
Okay. And did you say 13 or 23?
It's referring to Exhibit 23, and then it has our categorized exhibit number as well.
Okay, and the Exhibit 23, does that coincide with the placard?
It does.
Okay. I would ask that you open that if you could, and display it for the jury.
Have it open.
All right, and then could you take it and simply display it for the jury?
Awesome.
Thank you. I'll give you a moment to.
No, you try to put it around your neck
Put
so
it
you can
back
get
up
an
and
idea how
seal
it
it up.
fits.
If it doesn't fit, you must acquit.
And to save time, I'll not ask you about the other evidence, but or the other chain that was located, but was there in fact a second chain located on scene?
There was.
And did you have a chance to handle that item as well or view it closely?
I viewed it closely, and then forensic specialist Andre and Chernesky collected it.
And did that chain appear to be substantially similar to the one that you just opened and located?
It appears to be a very similar choker collar chain. I did notice that the second chain, which was on the pub table next to the Pac-Man game, the chain was actually not loose on both ends. It was actually closed shut, looped through.
And we'll return to the photographs. If we could, Judge, with the lights again. Thank you.
That doesn't make any sense.
No.
That's not how a choke chain works.
It's Exhibit 34 now displayed on the screen.
It is.
And what is depicted in that photograph?
It's kind of a top-down view of the Jimmy Choo bag and the other items on that entertainment center.
Where's the bag?
And you indicated human remains were found in that bag?
They were.
Do you know what other items were found in that bag?
Yeah, when Dr. Tranquita arrived, he took the bag down onto the floor. He
That
removed
blue duffel bags,
a
a
bunch of
Jimmy Choo
plastic
bag?
bags, like shopping bags.
Looks like
Numerous plastic shopping bags. Also in
Uh-huh.
that bag was human
Look like the
remains.
bag that like
Small
your
pieces of human remains.
car's
And
tire
then
jack
there
comes
was
in that goes in your trunk. You know what I mean?
a red stain, which appeared to be blood stained Lysol wipes. They look just like the Lysol wipes that you saw on the container on the shelf. And then there were 3 kitchen knives that appeared to match the same block from the upstairs kitchen in that bag.
Then Detective Exhibit 36, if you could pull that one out.
I have it.
Is that now depicted on the screen in short order?
It is.
And what is contained in Exhibit 36?
So that is the loose paper shopping bags that were packed inside of the Jimmy Choo bag, along with what appear to be wipes that are red stained.
So this is
that removed from the Jimmy Choo bag.
Thank you. This was removed from the Jimmy Choo bag after the human remains were taken out by the doctor?
The human remains were commingled inside these bags, so the doctor would reach
Co-mingled.
in, take out either the remains or the bags, and he was collecting the bags and the wipes, and then he was also collecting the remains separately.
So he would take the remains and then leave the bag and the wipes for you to take?
That's correct.
Objection leading.
Overruled. That's a good point.
Well, he's keeping them honest at the very least.
Right? Don't need the witness, dude.
All right, Detective, I'm now showing you what have been marked as Exhibits 37, 38, 39. Do those photographs appear to accurately reflect items that you collected on that date at the Stony Brook residence?
They do.
And I would ask for permission to publish those as well, Your Honor.
No objection to Exhibits 37 through 39. No objection to publication.
Right, you can go ahead and publish them.
And Exhibit 37, is that now on the screen?
It is.
Oh,
What is depicted?
there you go, honey.
It's one of the knives.
Oh, what the heck's wrong
you
with me?
did it again. Oh, man.
Shows
Like,
about
something
I'm
good.
not doing that on purpose. I'm not doing that on
I mean,
purpose. I s-
The obvious observation
Somebody-
was the red tissue and staining on the handle and on the blade. One thing I particularly noticed was
That's it.
for
We're
a
streaming on my
serrated
channel tomorrow.
serrated bread knife, that the sharp pointed part of the knife were virtually ground down, dulled, if you will.
So that is a knife that was serrated, is that
dull.
correct?
That could have been
And
before
what do
he
you mean by
heard, though.
ground down?
Yeah, right?
Being familiar with a bread knife, you know, it's a large
It's not like a
serrated
brand new knife
knife
set or
to cut bread.
anything.
No.
And it's
But
the
just the way she said that she preferred
point ends
the
are shallowed,
serrated knife.
more flattened, dulled.
And Exhibit 38,
I have it.
and
Left
is it
view.
now depicted on the screen?
It is.
What is shown in that photograph?
So that appears to me, these two knives were taken out of the Jimmy Choo
I
bag.
like
It appears to be
I think
what I
our
would
parents
describe
had that
as
when we were
the
kids. Like, I think
kitchen
this knife set's
paring
about as
knife.
old as I
The
am.
blade appears bent. And then there is what appears to be like a kitchen steak knife out of the block with the tip busted off. The handles are
But that doesn't mean
stained
that's
red.
from him.
And there's some dried red material on the blade. as well.
I'm going to very briefly jump ahead, but as part of your work on this case, did you attend the autopsy in this case?
I did.
And do you know if any evidentiary items were collected from the autopsy that you observed that were consistent with these knives?
Yes.
And what is that?
One specific thing that was collected by the doctor was a metal tip.
Oh,
taken out.
never mind.
That
remains.
And based on, did you get a chance to observe that?
I don't recall specifically observing it, but he described it as consistent with this.
Dr. Tranquito was present on the scene when you collected these knives as well, is that right?
He was.
And then Exhibit 39. Is that now depicted on the screen?
It is.
And what is shown in that photograph?
That's showing the 3 knives set down for display for a photo after they're taken out of the Jimmy Choo bag.
If she had good knives, she wouldn't have gotten tired, but they never would have found him.
It actually appears to be the opposite sides of them, of the knives.
You make a valid point, sir. You make a valid point. Ha.
Just a tip. The pigs are. Oh, yeah, I didn't see you put that in there. Dude, I hate that. It was like, I feel like I'm stealing like somebody else's joke. And I'm like, no, we just said it at the same time. Or
Same time. Fall storm.
Promise he wants to get rid of me.
Also accurately depict the scene as you observed it on February 23rd.
She's got a frowny face.
She's been making some interesting faces all day.
I've seen exhibits 40 through 42, showed those to my client. I've showed all these pictures to my client. I'm not going to object to those exhibits and no objection to publication.
Right, you can go ahead and publish them.
Mama's home.
Yay!
And Detective, what is Exhibit 40 now on the screen?
Yes.
And what does 40 depict?
40 is a photo of the north end of the finished basement.
That's
You're
a
standing with your
Pac-Man
back to
table,
where the
too.
bed
Wow.
was in the
Is it
room.
Looks
It
like
depicts what I would describe as like a pub table.
Oh, pub
with
table.
the arcade game. There is a choker chain on top of the pub table.
We're really into the choking thing, huh?
Detective, Exhibit 42 is
I heard.
on the screen.
Rumor has it.
It is.
And what is depicted in Exhibit 42?
This is that pub chain placed on a paper bag and measured for display for the photograph.
And is that was that item also collected by Green Bay Police Department?
It was.
That's the chain that you described earlier as being consistent with the chain that was shown to the jury?
Yes.
Okay, now I see what he meant.
Problem with that is it's got to go over your head when it's
Right.
together.
When it's that way, it does.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, you see how
Yeah.
big that dude's head was? He's got a big old
Well,
mushroom.
The average human head's going to be bigger than the average dog head any day of the week.
I'm now showing you Exhibits 43 through 47.
Good one, Squad Bob.
That's bad. That was bad, Squad
Those
Bob.
also accurately depict the scene as you observed it on February 23rd, 2022.
They do.
And permission to publish, Your Honor.
You may.
Is Exhibit 43 now on the screen, Detective?
It is.
And what is depicted in that exhibit?
Whoa.
This would be the west end of the bed that's closer to the wall.
I'm going to dip out for a couple minutes before this ends.
On the bed, you can see the pillow.
I'll be right back.
There's a multicolored comforter. It's red, white, and tan. There is what we refer to as container 4. It's the kind of a top-down look at the light blue tote with items on top of it that conceal what's underneath it.
Oh.
And is there any potential or suspected blood
is that
staining
blood?
depicted in this photograph?
Yeah.
Yes, under the,
Or is that the
you can see
comforter?
what appears to be red
Oh.
staining, which appears to be blood.
Oh, nice and
Oh.
blood.
On the left side of the red, white, and I believe it's
Yeah,
blue
I saw it. Don't need to see it again.
comforter. There's some red staining that appears in front of the pillow. And then some down lower, there's what appear to be blood drops.
And Exhibit 44, is that now depicted on the
But in
screen?
reality, what's the relevance of all this? Am I missing
It is.
that?
What is shown in Exhibit 44?
That is essentially a top-down
I guess for the first degree
view of what we refer to as container 4. It's the light blue
It's
tote.
evidence.
I had added that there, if you look to the left of it, there's a brown paper laid on the ground. And the purpose of that was to start to remove the items on top and then place them on the brown piece of paper to later examine so that we weren't moving them to the floor.
Okay, so the items that are on top of the tote, does this photo depict them as they were when you arrived on scene?
Yes.
And then the item to the left, the brown paper that's placed on the floor, that's something you added?
Yeah, I placed that for the purpose of removing those items to the paper covering the floor so we could look at them later.
Exhibit
It could be
45,
for
is that now
to
depicted
show
on
that
the
she
screen?
wasn't insane.
It is.
You know,
And what is shown in Exhibit 45?
Yeah, that's
That is showing.
this lasted for a
that
long
she was
time.
new.
We've been
She
discussing
knew what she was doing.
some red material on the front, and then
I mean, just the way
that
she
is-
cleaned up.
You
Yes,
can
so
see the
there-
body inside the top there.
limited view of the remains that
torso.
are inside the container.
Ew.
Is it fair to say that a substantial amount of human remains were recovered from the inside of the tote?
Yes.
Yeah, look at the top of it. You can
Exhibit,
see like
46, is that now displayed on the screen?
It is.
And what is depicted in Exhibit 46?
We moved the multicolored comforter and observed a cellular phone, and then some larger areas of what appeared to be blood staining.
In Exhibit 47, is that now depicted on the screen?
It is.
And what is shown in that
Ew.
photograph?
It is showing the items that were on the bed moved to the left and exposing what appeared to be a larger area of red staining that appears to be blood. The cell phone is still there, but we placed a placard to memorialize that exhibit number.
That's the phone,
for
and
later
mom was
collection.
saying I could hear ringing.
Detective
downstairs.
Scanlon, were efforts made to try to determine whether or not any of the suspected blood material seeped through that mattress?
Yes.
And what was done?
I later took a box cutter and I cut a portion of the top of the mattress to see how far the blood seeped into the mattress.
Do you know about how far it did?
When I cut it open, under the top mattress, there's like a foam underlayment. The blood seeped where I cut a little over maybe an inch or so into the mattress.
Where the mattress, was that top mattress, if I recall correctly, it looks like there's one mattress and two box springs, is that right?
That's correct.
And did you lift up the first mattress to see whether blood had soaked through the bottom of that mattress?
We did.
And did you observe any blood having soaked through that top mattress?
I didn't observe any blood in the box spring below it, no. Below that stain, no.
Eliza, I'm assuming so. Well, no, she's picked her hand, didn't she?
Your Honor, I've shown.
And she did drink some water.
My client exhibits 48 through 54, no objection. Also exhibit 63, no objection. I know they're already offered, but no objection to publication.
Detective Scanlon, I'm showing you exhibits 48 through 54 and exhibit 63. If you could review those.
Thank you.
And Detective, do those likewise accurately depict what you observed at the Stony Brook residence on February 23rd of 2022?
They do.
And permission to publish, Your Honor.
You may publish.
Exhibit 48. Is that now depicted on the screen?
It is.
What is shown in that photograph?
What is that?
There is a upright cabinet, the wood grain cabinet, against the west wall. That's covered initially by, I think that's a bed frame. It also shows the blue tote and then one of the knives.
Oh.
Actually, the knife that was, I believe that's the knife that was pulled out of the blue tote.
Was there anything,
Dirtier.
I apologize, was there anything subsequently located in that cabinet?
Yes.
And what was that?
We didn't receive information from Detective Graff and Detective Kemp to look in the cabinet specifically for a wood box. Once this cabinet door was opened, there was a wood box on the bottom level of the cabinet door inside that. And then we found a flesh-colored dildo inside that box.
Exhibit 49. Is that now depicted on the screen?
It is.
And what's shown in that photograph?
That is the photograph that's depicting primarily that wood box that had been opened and then the flesh-colored
Oh, there it is.
dildo.
Oh, God.
Oh!
Exhibit 50. And what is shown in photograph
I wasn't ready.
50?
You weren't ready at all.
Exhibit 50.
It's gone.
It's taking
Thank
a
God.
picture from the bottom of the stairs into the unfinished portion of the basement on the east side of the home.
And does that depict a stand-up shower?
It does.
And exhibit 51, is that now on the screen?
It is.
What is shown in exhibit 51?
Yeah, I feel like Michigan law would have gotten
It's an
that picture.
overview of the floor drain and lower portion of the stand-up shower.
Oh, I'm sure he already did.
And what was of evidentiary significance to you in this particular area?
When we looked at the shower, we observed
Oh, look,
red
look who's here.
substance on the shower walls, the shower seat.
Look at that. He's
The shower
constantly
floor.
one upping me.
There was some
Constantly.
red substance and some
I
flesh
don't
material
try. Dude, it's not
on
competition,
the shower
Michigan.
drain.
Did you see?
Right.
Did you
And then
see?
also
Did
on
you
the floor
see?
drain.
Yeah,
I love
Yeah,
red
did you see that?
we
Yeah,
did.
yeah.
Slightly behind that
Yeah,
curtain,
I
there's a
saw
little
it.
squeegee that had red substance that
David's so awesome.
My
we
eyes
were
are
able to determine
burning.
was involved.
And were you able to observe where the shower drain drained into?
Yeah, at first it's not readily observable, but when we remove the top of the cover and examine the drain actually, there's a pipe that runs straight out from underneath the tub and stops shallow to have the water go right into the floor drain.
And Exhibit 52.
I don't think that's
is
in
that
code.
now on the
I
screen?
don't think so.
It is.
And what is shown in Exhibit 52?
It's a
Caitlin,
close-up of that
thank
floor
you.
drain that's right in front of the shower. There's some red staining, and there's some
Can't do my
hair,
party thing.
and then there's what appears to be flesh or
Oh, gnarly.
biological material, I guess.
What is
And,
that?
Exhibit
Flesh.
53.
Oh, that's the sewer.
Is that now on the screen?
It is.
And what does it depict?
That depicts the stand-up shower with the curtain pushed aside. There's some, what appears to be blood staining, some red drying on the bottom right, and then the squeegee.
I think we have some Pantene. I'm not
Standard shower
get
stuff.
rid of that stuff, man.
And Exhibit 54. Is that now on the screen?
It is.
And what does it depict?
It's a photograph of the shower drain with some flesh or biological material
Dude,
caught on the drain.
gnarly.
Why does that make me
And,
sick?
Do you have Exhibit 64 in front of you?
Weak stomach there, expert?
54 is.
That's 54. Do you
I
have
said
Exhibit
gnarly.
64?
I don't know if he said
I'm
it
sorry.
too.
He said he was getting
64,
sick.
you're right.
Is it 63?
Oh, I'm sorry, it's 63.
I have 63.
I apologize.
All I've had is 7 chicken minis and a.
While we pull that up, what is
Pop-Tart.
depicted in Exhibit 63?
That's not
What is
very
this
good.
chicken
It's a
mini?
photograph of the concrete floor at the end of the carpeting. The bed had been previously moved. You can see standing up off the side. And what is visible
Gotta
in
keep
this
your eyes
photo
glued, Murph.
is that there is red
Agreed,
substance.
Val.
There's also what I've recognized as like swipe marks, almost cleaning marks, swipes in the red material, loops. In the bottom right, there's a
Did you say oops?
measurement. It appears to be a portion of the shoe print that was previously under the bed, and it was exposed by moving the bed.
Okay. And who moved the bed?
I did.
You know why you made the decision to look under the bed?
Well, why
I was
wouldn't
just
you?
surprised by the lack of blood on the carpeting, and so having the bed covering part of the concrete floor, I wanted to move it to see what was underneath it. And then it appeared to me to be
She does not approve of
wiped
him
up
looking under that
red
bed.
substance underneath the
Nope.
bed.
Because that's what police officers do. They look for lieutenants, whatever. They look for
Yeah. They're detectives,
evidence.
right?
He's
What
a
do
detective?
detectives do? They detect things.
Well, why did you move the bed? Well, because I wanted to.
This is why we didn't have movie night last night.
Probably a good idea.
I didn't have movie night last night. I was like, there's no way I'm going to be able to do this.
Exhibits 55, 56, I ask you to review those. Before I ask you about them specifically, I have to lay a little foundation. In addition to collecting evidence on the scene that day at the Stony Brook residence, did it become
I don't know,
apparent
Crafting Emily. Do you
that
miss the?
you maybe did not have all of the body parts that you needed to complete human remains?
It did.
Bad
And
expert.
at some point, did you
Bad.
leave the Stony Brook residence and go to
Spell
another
check.
location to look for more remains?
We did.
And where did you go?
Autocorrect.
We went to our Green Bay Police evidence storage garage, where we had a Chrysler minivan transported for processing subsequent to a search warrant.
Had you been made aware that other detectives developed information that would suggest there may be human remains in that vehicle?
I was.
You know if that came from the interview?
I'm not sure. I knew that we had caused obtain a search warrant to search that vehicle for remains. So being at the scene and knowing what we were still looking for, myself, Detective Pacula, Dr. Tranquita, and medical investigator Petra Schwab left to go there and look.
And did you then conduct or assist in the conducting of the search of the vehicle at the Green Bay storage?
I was present when the vehicle was opened and searched, and I made observations to confirm that we had recovered all the remains, but I didn't personally search that vehicle, but I observed these exhibits.
Is it fair to say the search was done by the medical examiner's office and the forensics team from Green Bay PD?
The recovery of the remains was from the forensic doctor and the other members of the Green Bay Police Department, and their forensic specialists searched the vehicle.
Your Honor, I would then ask for permission to publish exhibits, I think these are 55 and 56.
You may.
I just gotta look at my notes. Here.
The prosecutor said that they were supposed to be done with this witness by 5. Their time, 6 Eastern.
That's what he told the judge, and the
Yeah.
judge said that. Judge needs to be like,
The court already
look at here.
those exhibits are.
Well, I think that's what he's doing now.
Yes.
Yeah, call the judge up.
As to publication.
MLS. Call the
It's
courthouse.
5:08. Chill out. They
It's
started
Yaya's
late.
old attorney.
Are these different than the ones that
That's
were
true.
ruled on when the jury was excused?
She's got
No,
that.
they're the
that,
same.
that speed
Hold
down.
on, let me give him a call.
You can go ahead and.
Detective Scanlon, is exhibit 55 now shown on the screen?
It is.
And what is that?
Look what it is.
Photo display.
That photo is a photograph into the driver's side sliding back door of the minivan.
The crock pot box.
Particularly the crock pot box, which we shortly thereafter found remains in.
Hey, honey.
And exhibit 56, is that now up on the screen?
It is.
And what is depicted in exhibit 56?
The crock pot box was turned upright. The opening, there's a flesh colored material, that's a thigh.
That's a thigh?
And then there's I believe it's a pair of shorts over the top of it. And then there's additional remains underneath that thigh.
And did the material, did you make any specific observations about what the human remains looked like when they were removed from that crock pot box?
Yes, Dr. Tranquita emptied the remains out of that crock pot box, and he itemized them to confirm that we had then what he believed as the doctor was the entirety of the remains.
She was taking that for the crock pot.
Then Detective Scanlon, I asked this earlier, but did you subsequently attend the autopsy of Shabdarian?
I did.
And where was that?
At the Dane County Medical Examiner's Office down by Madison.
And when did that take place?
On the 25th, I believe.
And who was present
they
for
did.
the autopsy?
Myself and Detective Graff attended the autopsy from an observation room. Dr. Tranquita and I believe medical technician Vickerman attended the autopsy.
What is the purpose of a law enforcement officer attending an autopsy?
It's not uncommon at an autopsy for a forensic pathologist
To
or
get a good look.
attending doctor to have
Well, I
questions
got
about
I
the
got a
scene.
good enough look.
They can also relate to us through speakerphone, things that they're observing, and answer any questions that we might have, if we have questions for them in regards to our investigation. It's also an opportunity for, once
It'll be
the
up,
autopsy is
Shelley.
completed, with the medical examiner's office then collects what they, and we believe to be items of evidentiary value. They had, up until that point, had custody of the remains. They take those items and they sealed them in bags, and then they turn them over us to collect for continued investigation in the law enforcement. Things like swabs of the body or items that they found to be evidentiary value, they'll turn over to us, and we bring it back and enter it in evidence.
Based on your observation of the autopsy, did it appear that Dr. Tranquito was regularly collecting swabs for evidentiary purposes?
He was.
And did you observe him seal those items and provide them to you?
He did. He, as he was doing the autopsy, he was swabbing parts of the remains. He would then put them in a cardboard box. I'm up in an observation room, so I don't see every movement he does. He then collects them, he itemizes them, he puts them into a sealed bag that is documented with a receipt, an invoice, if you will, to show what he turned over to me. And then I took those bags with Detective Graff, transported them back to the Green Bay Police Department, and then started to secure them in evidence.
I need to go pull some ground beef out of the freezer for dinner, actually.
Oh, Lord. I thought that was going to try it. I was going, what in
So,
God's
just
name?
to clarify specifically with respect to the swabs, you observed him take swabs of Shad Therian's body, he packaged them for you and sealed them, and then provided them to you to take back to the Green Bay Police Department?
Yes, during the autopsy, I observed him take all parts of the remains out of the containers. He would examine them as part of the autopsy. He would take swabs as part of the autopsy. He would then collect them in swab containers and then turn over to me all the swabs which were then labeled and then secured in an evidence bag that he had signed and sealed. So then after I collected that back, then I opened that bag later, and there was over
His
40
accent, I thought he
swabs.
said egg. I was like,
the exact
egg.
number, but they're all itemized as what particularly was swabbed, and then I entered them into evidence specifically for the purpose of future need to send to a crime lab.
And then when you entered them into evidence, you entered them specifically based on what that swab was or how it was labeled on the outside?
Swab Bob.
Correct. The doctor
every time
takes
I
so
hear
many
swab, I
swabs,
think
if
it's
we would
Swab Bob.
practically if we would just send the bag to the crime lab with 40-some swabs in it, that would not meet their submission guidelines. So we have to itemize those swabs. So if he takes a swab of a particular part of the body, puts it in a box, labels what that was
Guys, be
swabbed,
sure you're
collects those
subscribed.
collectively, bags them, turns them over to us.
Broken,
We then open
Baker
that bag,
was
and then we
unsubscribed.
itemize and enter into evidence each
That way you'll get
individual
notifications
swab.
this week.
And that's the
Do the
process that you
trial.
followed in this case?
Yes.
With the lovely
I have no further questions of the witness
The
at
lovely
this time.
Valhalla's
I
welcome.
apologize, this went longer.
Appreciate it,
than I
buddy.
anticipated.
Appreciate it.
Well, counsel, the direct examination of this witness went on a little bit longer than I anticipated, and given the time of day, my suggestion is that we break now and assume with cross-examination tomorrow. Any objection to that, Mr. Freilich?
I'm fine with that, Your Honor.
Any objection to that, Mr. Lezay?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Detective, you can step down.
My husband wants to know if they were hacking the bones with or like using the bread knife like a saw.
I don't think they cut through the bones. Or she, I think
Well,
she
they had to.
took-
They got the leg off and the thigh off and the head
Well,
off.
so like if you're processing an animal, right, you cut through the joints. You don't actually cut the bone in
I'm going
most
to give you an
cases.
instruction that I gave you earlier in this case, but it's important. It's important for every case.
Yeah.
I'm going to recite it to you again. And that
You
is,
would have
do
loved
not
this
communicate
while
with
the
anyone about
grotesque
this
shit.
trial or your experience as jurors while you are serving
Yeah,
on
this
this
one was
jury.
pretty grotesque.
Do not use a computer,
He
cell
said,
phone,
For
or
sure.
other electronic device with communication capabilities to share any information about this case. For example, do not communicate by blog, email, text message, Twitter, or in any other way on or off the computer. Do not permit anyone to communicate with you about this case, and if
How
anyone
terrified
does
would you
so,
be,
despite
Valhalla, if
your
you were
telling them
a
not
juror
to,
that they
you
read
should
that to
report
you?
that to me.
I appreciate that it is
You can't
possible when you go
communicate.
home in the evening to discuss this case with
I don't
another member
communicate
of
with
your
anybody
household.
anyway. I usually just stay
Yeah,
out
I'm
here
gonna
in the middle of
text you about
nowhere.
the case later.
This
Oh wait,
case
we're
must
not
be
the
decided by you, the
jurors, so we
jurors,
can
based
do
on
Like
that.
I'm
the
just
evidence
I'm
presented
just
in the
flipping through
court.
Twitter. I'm not
People
thinking about
not
it, you know.
serving on
Oh,
this
this one's
jury
Or
everywhere.
X.
heard the evidence.
Hey,
It
he
is
didn't say you
There's
couldn't look at
improper for them
X.
to influence
there's a
the
whole lot
actions and
of
decision in this case.
trials where it's
After
like it's
this
just
trial is
impossible,
completed, you
right?
are
Like
free
Johnny
to
Depp,
communicate with anyone in any manner.
she's
These
not
rules are
sleeping.
intended to
She's just
assure
trying
that
to
jurors
not be
remain
there
impartial
mentally.
Doze
throughout
off.
the trial.
Then you heard some
If
no
any
does.
juror has reason to believe that another
But like this
juror
trial, like
violated
Johnny
these
Depp,
rules,
like
they should report
Rittenhouse,
that to
like
me.
there's no way
If
the
jurors
jury
do not
didn't
comply with
see
these rules,
Eliza,
will
that's my
result in a
the
new
judge is my
trial
divorce
involving
attorney.
additional time and significant expense
He's
to
a really
the
good
parties
guy.
and the taxpayers. Having given you that instruction,
Tomorrow,
have a good evening.
Yaga will
I'd
tell
like
us
you to
about
report tomorrow morning,
how his
by
breath smells.
8:30 into the jury
So
room.
I wouldn't
be
know
sure to
that.
tune in, ladies.
All right.
It'll be at a undisclosed time. So you have to listen to the whole thing to get that.
Oh, I love it.
All right, guys. Wow, man, that was a.
What time
Can I
did
hit
they
the
say they
stop
were
screen?
starting?
9 hours,
Oh.
42 minutes. Oh, there she is.
Smile, smile,
Smile
Taylor.
for the camera, Tay Tay.
Oh, look, I love how they fade her out a little bit. I'm surprised the bailiffs aren't there.
Did he just give her a kiss on the cheek?
No, you set something on the table.
Oh.
It's just a weird camera
As
angle.
indicated earlier,
Oh, that's
I'd
the
like
jury that
council to
left.
report tomorrow morning at 8:15. We will take up that issue briefly regarding Mr. Freilich's witness. I'll have to read the submittal that he made, and then I'll determine whether further hearing is needed on that issue. The other issue I wanted to talk about, however, is I know there's going to
It's
be
done
videos
now.
coming. I don't know if that's tomorrow or a different day, but I think the attorneys were going to talk about redactions to that. It's a 7-hour video, only 5 hours, give or take, actually has dialogue on it. Have the attorneys discussed that issue? I'll start with you, Mr.
What about a
Saunders.
tape?
Yes, on Saturday, I think there's largely an agreement. It ended up being a little bit more than an hour, maybe 70 minutes, but I think we agree on portions that'll be played in the first phase.
You agree with that, Mr.
Interrogation
Freilich?
tape?
Yes, I do. I did meet with both prosecutors, Your Honor, and we talked about this at length, and I asked for additional video footage, and we reached an agreement.
Okay, great. I'm gonna take you at your word. If there's things I need to decide, the sooner you bring that to me, the easier it is for me to address these issues, so we don't have the jury sitting back there waiting for us to make decisions. But sounds like we've got an agreement on that. So is there anything else
Thank you,
before we
Rabbit.
break, Mr. Saunders?
No, I don't think so.
Mr. Freilich?
Your Honor, I did receive from Dr. O'Donnell, the defense
Thank you, Pass.
toxicology expert, an email on Friday and then yesterday. I think it helps to summarize because it's real short. I'd like to give it to the court and give the state a copy of it. Could the clerk make a copy of it for you?
Why wouldn't they have the toxicology already since it was a year ago?
Oh, just make copies, yeah.
All right.
Was it a year ago or
Make
2 years
copies.
ago?
If there's nothing else, then
year ago.
Year ago.
we're in recess till tomorrow morning.
21.
Yeah.
No.
I think Yaya was when she found out about her brother.
No, my son.
Yeah, we were on stream or something for some reason, weren't we?
Yeah, I
somehow
came
I
in
knew-
and
That's
you were
right,
talking
'cause I knew
about
you
or
were,
something.
yeah.
And I said I knew her. She's been in the
Yeah.
house. And you're like, well, get up here.
Yeah, that's when we oh yeah, that's right. That's right. It was yes. Okay.
Yeah,
I'll have
he
to
was
get that all
killed
straight out.
February of 22. And then
Alright.
yeah.
And,
So
I
it's
love
been a
the
year.
exit sign. That's a good way to end it, right?
Later, y'all.
Oh, that sounds good, Volstorm.
Popeyes does sound good.
Seriously, I'm going to get Popeyes. I hear you there. Boy, guys, thank
we
you
actually,
so much.
We actually have one now. You're
that's
welcome.
awesome. That's
Thank
awesome.
you. Thank you.
No, man.
Yeah, it's nice to meet you.
And nice to meet you.
Yeah.
Weird set of circumstances.
Yeah.
Isn't it weird how I don't know how we come together on things?
Oh yeah.
You know, you wouldn't think it's just I don't know. Everything's so weird.
It's a small world, brother. It's a small world.
It really is, and thanks to Al Gore, it's gotten a lot smaller.
Oh Lord.
Because he invented the internet, yo. That's the
right.
joke.
That's right.
That's the joke.
Yeah. See. Oh, Valhalla, real quick. So I was sent a picture of you,
Uh-oh.
and I was gonna say, dude, I really like your new truck.
Whoa. It's a Ram. I'm okay with it. What's the little print under there? What's under Valhalla?
It's construction. Valhalla Inc., California.
Construction and renovations. Water, flood,
Oh
fire.
wow.
I dig it.
Yep. It's a Ram. You got it. If it's a Ram.
There you
I
go.
like it.
So that was that
You're
was sent to
welcome,
me.
Jen.
And now I can't remember who sent it to me. I just got it last night. Isn't that great? My memory's gone. Again, thank you, Yaya. Thank you, Valhalla. Thank you, Michigan Law. And thank you, chat. You guys are the best. This really is awesome. And it helps. Hopefully, we're all going to get some, I don't know, get some friends out of this whole thing here. So, wait, why did I just hit that button? I didn't mean to hit that. Why is this thing
You
so
know
sensitive?
I'm your friend for life. You know you're my friend for life now, right?
I love you. It's so funny because I was like, oh, I gotta call Yaya. I gotta get a hold of her. I was like, one day I was kind of stressing out of it, and then one day I just had this complete relaxation. I was like, Yaya's got my back. Like she's my girl. Like, I know she's there. And it was just this whole feeling came over me. I was like, oh, it's awesome. And then it was like I think maybe it was like it might have been like a couple like whenever like last week or so. And then you came in and it's like, oh my gosh, that's awesome. So anyway, oh wait, yes. Oh yeah. Sorry. Thank you, White Rabbit. Guys, there are so yeah, Clumsy, thank you so much. Chris Mullen, MLS Law, Squaw Bob, and then Rabbit, all super chats. Thank you guys all. And then the one I can't believe is where's my thing go? How do I find that one? Oh, there's another button I gotta push. Sorry.
No, White Rabbit, I do not have an active channel. Unfortunately.
Oh yeah. Clumsy has been a member for 11 months. I missed that one. Not guilty, not guilty. Oh, I got to end that poll too. Talking Trash and Truth. Let's see here. Rabbit and Chris Mullins. Talking Trash again. Jim No Filter. Talking Trash again. Oh, and Caitlin. Also, Caitlin. Thank you all. Well, Caitlin didn't give gifts, but which is great. I made that sound awkward, didn't I?
Well, it
I
wasn't
just screwed
smooth.
that all up.
It wasn't smooth, buddy.
No, it wasn't at all. It wasn't at all. But
Rabbit,
anyway.
Rabbit, you can find me at Purple's channel. Purple Phoenixes.
Yeah, I took Purple's down when I did the poll. So yeah, check out Purple, guys.
I'll see if I still
Oh, and then
have
the
it.
poll here. Here we go. I'm going to close this. In case you guys are shocked, it was after this trial. Where's it going? Come on, pop up. Just pop up.
90%.
91%. Yeah, 91% said more guilty.
That sounds right.
I thought she looked very innocent. The breaded baker, or the broken baker, the breaded baker. The broken baker was getting to me. So he had me about convinced. It was the one-armed man came in and did it. But anyway, guys, love y'all, and I'll be back tomorrow. So
heck yeah.
All right,
I
we'll see
woke
you
up
tomorrow.
and gave me a cold pop.
Bye.
Then I thought somebody was barbecuing. I said, oh Lord Jesus, it's a fire. Then I ran out. I didn't grab no shoes or nothing, Jesus. I ran for my life. And then the smoke got her. I got bronchitis. Ain't nobody got time for that. Ain't nobody got time for that. Ain't nobody got time for that. Ain't nobody got time. Ain't nobody got time. Ain't nobody got time for that. Ain't nobody got time for that. Ain't nobody got time for that. Ain't nobody got time. Ain't nobody got time. Ain't nobody got time for that. Ain't nobody got time for that. Ain't nobody got time for that. Ain't nobody got time. Ain't nobody got time. Ain't nobody got time for that. Well, I woke up
confident.